Duanling Tian from Nine Spectres County was undoubtedly the most famous person in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was organized by King Qin's mansion. His deeds in the Liu clan a year ago had spread in all of Nine Spectres County before it began to spread out to the other counties. Eventually, all of the places governed by King Qin's mansion had heard about it. Even King Qin himself had heard about Duanling Tian. It was only natural that many people wanted to see him. Alas, up until now, there was no hide nor hair of Duanling Tian. It seems like Duanling Tian from Nine Spectres County hasn't shown up yet, right? I wonder what County Governor Tian is thinking? Is it possible that he's only going to send Duanling Tian out when the winner has been decided to challenge the winner? Someone scoffed. I don't think it has anything to do with the County Governor of Nine Spectres County. It's more likely that he has died outside in the wild. After all, the world is a very dangerous place. Yes, that's possible. Apart from the people from Nine Spectres County and Fairmountain County, the people from the other 14 counties began to whisper among themselves. Some of them thought Tianji was hiding him and waiting for the right time to send him out. There were also some who thought he had died while traveling the world. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to preside over the battle arrived. The battle would be fought among the temporary top 10 participants. This battle did not include the pre-selected 13 participants that would fight in the final round. As time passed, more and more people were defeated. Qin Yu. Soon enough, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. As soon as Qin Yu walked into the center of the arena, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes who was in the VIP area, located at the side of the arena that was hidden by a curtain, suddenly rose to feet. He stared at Qin Yu intently. The two old men serving the middle-aged man in luxurious robes were startled by his sudden action. They wondered why their master seemed to have suddenly lost his composure. Your Grace, the third prince? What's the matter? In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had the highest status. King Qin had 3 younger brothers, the second prince, the third prince, and the fifth prince. The third prince had requested to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The master of ceremony was one of his most capable subordinates. The third prince ignored the 2 old men and stared at the young man in the middle of the arena as he murmured to himself, alike. They're too alike. It seems like his name is Qin Yu. His eyes lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky when he spoke. Upon hearing the third prince's words, the 2 old men followed his gaze and looked at the young man in the middle of the arena. Their eyes widened immediately. Why does he resemble the 4th prince so much? His nose, his lips, and his forehead are exactly the same as the 4th prince. Who is he? When the 2 old men regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. The 4th prince was the 4th brother of King Qin. Before he left, he was already stronger than King Qin. However, due to Qi deviation, the 4th prince left King Qin's mansion after injuring King Qin a few decades ago. After that, he had never been seen. King Qin's mansion had sent people out to look for him, but to no avail. Now that several decades had passed, they actually encountered a young man during the martial competition of the 16 counties who greatly resembled the 4th prince. Moreover, the young man's family name was also Qin. With these in mind, it was not difficult for them to connect the dots and come up with a conclusion. Could Qin Yu be? The 2 old men looked at each other again and saw they had the same thought in their minds. Elder Qi, investigate Qin Yu, the 3rd prince ordered in a low voice. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the young man standing in the middle of the arena, as though he had just seen a friend whom he had not met in a very long time. Yes. One of the 2 old men immediately responded and left. Meanwhile, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued on. Qin Yu was battling with a young man who seemed to be at the same age as him. Initially, they were evenly matched. However, after a few dozen breaths had passed, a powerful energy suddenly surged out from Qin Yu's body. Countless palm prints appeared, seemingly able to block out the sky. Bang! In just an instant, the power of the palm prince surged before it directly crushed and defeated Qin Yu's opponent, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. His opponent was severely injured from the attack and died soon after. Meanwhile, the palm prints were stained with blood. Many of the spectators inhaled sharply when they saw this. It seems like Qin Yu from 9 Spectres County has been hiding his strength. What's the technique he used earlier? It looks like a divine ability. An assist-type divine ability that's stronger than the other assist-type divine ability he had cast earlier. I think this assist-type divine ability should be a profound divine ability at least. Apart from that, it's probably not a common profound divine ability. I have seen ordinary profound divine abilities before, and I can tell you those divine abilities can't compare to the divine ability he had just cast. A commotion broke out as everyone from the various counties under King Qin's mansion began to discuss Qin Yu's assist-type divine ability. Meanwhile, the elder and the revered elders of 9 Spectres County were in shock. A hint of approval could even be seen in Xianxia and Pang Bing's eyes. I didn't expect Qin Yu to conceal his strength. Based on Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 3 for now before the 13 selected participants make their moves. Qin Yu's cultivation speed is really fast. Given more time, he might even become the next Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Tianji Yu looked at Qin Yu intently. Something in his mind caused his eyes to widen as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That assist-type divine ability looks like. Similar to Tianji Yu, the other 15 county governors were also in shock and disbelief when they witnessed this scene. Many of them even gasped when they saw it. The heavenly dance of blood marks. That's the heavenly dance of bloody marks. Isn't the heavenly dance of blood marks a profound assist-type divine ability that is exclusively cultivated by direct descendants of King Qin's mansion? How did this kid from 9 Spectres County master a profound assist-type divine ability that solely belongs to King Qin's mansion? Where did he secretly learn this divine ability? It's a capital crime to cultivate the profound assist-type divine ability meant for King Qin and his family. Even the spectators who were in the know whispered among themselves. Most of them speculated that Qin Yu had sneakily mastered the assist-type divine ability from King Qin's mansion. The third prince, who was hidden behind the curtains in the VIP area, who had just sat down, rose to his feet again. An excited expression on his face as he said, "The heavenly dance of blood marks. He must be fourth brother's son. Fourth brother has a descendant." The third prince looked at the master of ceremony, who was standing above and looking at Qin Yu in shock, said through voice transmission, "Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me." Meng Ping, the master of ceremony for the martial competition of the 16 counties, responded, "Yes, third prince." Then, he looked at Qin Yu, who was still standing in the middle arena, and said, "Qin Yu, the third prince wants to meet you. Please follow me." Before Qin Yu could respond, the entire place broke into an uproar again. The third prince. Everyone's eyes turned to the VIP area that was hidden by a curtain. Unfortunately, they could not see beyond the curtain. Only the people in the VIP area would be able to see outside, not the other way around. I think this kid from 9 Spectres County is out of luck. The third prince is definitely going to punish him. Although I don't know when or how he secretly learned the heavenly dance of blood marks, there's no doubt it's a capital crime. Many people thought Qin Yu was going to get into trouble. However, a small minority of people thought Qin Yu might be a descendant of King Qin who had been lost based on Qin Yu's family name. I don't think the third prince is going to punish him. Perhaps he's a relative. That's right. He has the surname Qin as well. Tianji Yu narrowed his eyes as he said, "No wonder I found Qin Yu familiar. He actually resembles the fourth prince." The fourth prince was a legend to the people in King Qin's mansion. His innate talent was undoubtedly the highest among his brothers. His strength had surpassed King Qin's current strength 100 years ago. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Unfortunately, a few decades ago, the fourth prince suffered from qi deviation when he was in closed-door cultivation. Due to that, he had injured King Qin and mistakenly killed his niece. After that, he left King Qin's mansion, never to be seen or heard of again. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tianji Yu had the honor of meeting the fourth prince once. Although he thought Qin Yu looked familiar, since it had been a long time since he saw the fourth prince, It did not occur to him that Qin Yu resembled the fourth prince. However, after Tianji you saw Qin Yu casting the heavenly dance of blood marks, which was exclusive only to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and heard the third prince summon Qin Yu, the fourth prince's face appeared in his mind, and the puzzles began to click into place. Meanwhile, a similar thought appeared in the mind of Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. That Qin Yu from Nine Spectres County resembles the fourth prince. Now, he realized why he had found Qin Yu familiar when they first met. The other county governors who had met the fourth prince watched as Qin Yu entered the VIP area. They discussed furtively among themselves and speculated that Qin Yu was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared a few decades ago. Why does Qin Yu look so similar to the fourth prince? Not only that, but his surname is Qin as well. Could he be a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who had been left outside all this while? It's likely that he's the fourth prince's son. When the county governors discussed this matter, their conversations were, naturally, overheard by their subordinates. Fourth prince. He's the strongest powerhouse in our King Qin's mansion 100 years ago. Qin Yu from the Nine Spectres County is probably the son of the fourth prince? When the county governors discussed Qin Yu, their subordinates, naturally, overheard their conversation. They were thoroughly shocked by the news. A nobody from Nine Spectres County was suddenly suspected to be the fourth prince's son, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. There were many people who were also invited to sit in the VIP area. Most of these people were from major sects and forces in the places governed by King Qin's mansion. Although they were not as strong as King Qin's mansion, they were stronger than the 16 counties. A figure shrouded in black robes started as he muttered in a low voice that was only audible to him. Qin Yu? The direct descendant of King Qin's mansion? The son of the fourth prince. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice when he spoke. This person's black robes were embroidered with flames that formed the word Yang. The words seemed to be ablaze. It was a truly eye-catching design. This robe is the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robes were exclusive uniforms made by the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen would be given these robes once they verified their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Celestial Masters was the collective name for celestial alchemists and celestial craftsmen. Therefore, their alliance was called the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Not many in the spirit overarching heaven would dare to make counterfeits of the Celestial Master's robes. Anyone who was caught wearing a counterfeit Celestial Master's robe would be hunted down and killed by the Alliance of Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master's robes were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Yang, and Yin. These robes were given to celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen according to their supreme, prominent, mediocre, and primitive ranks. The man in black's Celestial Master's robe was in Celestial Master's robe. This indicated that he was a primitive celestial alchemist. The black-robed man tilted his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting nearby and asked in a hoarse and deep voice, "Vice Sect Leader Huang, is the fourth prince stronger than King Qin of King Qin's mansion?" The middle-aged man looked at the black-robed man and smiled as he nodded. "Revered Elder Tianling, yes, the fourth prince is, indeed, stronger than King Qin. It looks like you haven't heard about the fourth prince." The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon Sect. The Flying Dragon Sect was one of the relatively strong sects in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. The middle-aged man had led members of the Flying Dragon Sect to watch the martial competition of the 16 counties under the invitation of King Qin's mansion. Although the black-robed man in front of him had just joined the Flying Dragon Sect less than 2 months ago and was merely one of 5 primitive celestial alchemists, his skill in pill refining far surpassed the other 4. Moreover, the sect leader of Flying Dragon Sect did not only treat the black-robed man courteously, but the sect leader had also urged him to be respectful to the black-robed man before they departed to the king city of King Qin's mansion. For this reason, he did not dare to put on airs and was very polite to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded before saying indifferently, "I've been traveling a lot all these years. I only arrived in King Qin's mansion 2 months ago. As it happened, I was just about to have a breakthrough in my cultivation, so I chose to temporarily settle in your sect." Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon Sect, had heard the sect leader spoke about the black-robed man, so he was not surprised by this information. He said enthusiastically, "Revered Elder Ling Tian, since you're interested in the fourth prince, let me tell you what I know about him." After listening to Huan Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man sighed and said, "Qin Yu is probably the lost son of the fourth prince." When Huan Guangji saw the black-robed lowered his head, lost in his thoughts, and clearly not in the mood to talk, he was not annoyed. After all, he had already gotten used to the black-robed man's antisocial behavior. He thought to himself, based on revered Elder Ling Tian's hoarse voice, I guess he must be very old. Naturally, Huang Guangji was unaware that the black-robed man was, in fact, a young man who had faked his speaking voice. Underneath the black robes that hid his appearance and body was a purple-clad young man with a muscular body. If Qin Yu was around and moved the cloth covering his face aside, he would definitely recognize this revered Elder Tian Ling as Duan Ling Tian. I think the third prince must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although he did not try to look at what was happening behind the curtain, like the others, his mind was definitely focused on what was happening behind the curtain. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts wandered off from Qin Yu to another matter. Anyway, thanks to the rule from King Qin's mansion that allows a county to select a participant to directly participate in the finals, I'm able to keep myself hidden until now. Otherwise, there really would be no way for me to hide. Everyone, including Tian Jiyu, did not imagine, even in their wildest dreams, that Duan Ling Tian had already arrived in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with another identity. Revered Elder Ling Tian of the Flying Dragon sect, who was a primitive celestial alchemist, as could be seen by the Yin celestial master's robe he was wearing. Since Duan Ling Tian was dressed in the Yin celestial master's robe, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousnesses. They did not dare to provoke a celestial alchemist after all. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was able to hide his age and identity. Suddenly, thunderous voices began to ring one after another. Lord King Qin has arrived. Lord King Qin has arrived. Along with the voices, 9 white horses appeared carrying a roofless carriage and flying from somewhere nearby at a speed comparable to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. A middle-aged man dressed in purple and gold robes with a majestic air sat in the carriage as a large group of people trailed behind him. All 9 of the snow-white horses looked no different from normal horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, the snow-white horses emitted celestial origin energy. These horses were clearly celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into those that were sentient and those who were not. Those with sentience were no different from humans. They were even able to transform into humans and cultivate as well. Those without sentience were no different from normal beasts that only operated on their animal instincts. Those beasts only cultivated through their instincts or with help from humans. The horses pulling on King Qin's roofless carriage were bred in King Qin's mansion, and each of their cultivation bases was comparable to a violet sun golden celestial. With these horses pulling on the carriage's speed was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. So that's King Qin? Hidden under the black robes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a purple and gold long robe. The middle-aged man's complexion was as clear as jade, he was tall and had a strong build. The majestic air about him far outshone that of the county governors who were present. Before King Qin, all the county governors paled in comparison. It was clear they were in a different league. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. As soon as the roofless carriage appeared, a commotion broke out immediately. Greetings, King Qin. Everyone present on the scene bowed and greeted King Qin respectfully in unison. Moments later, everyone surrounding the battle ring bowed at King Qin respectfully. Even the audience in the VIP area were no exception as they cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, King Qin." Duan Ling Tian followed the people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his fists and greeted King Qin. Among everyone present, the only person who was unaffected and showed no deference was the gray-clad figure next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. King Qin, who was seated in the carriage, waved at the crowd before he noticed the gray-clad figure next to Wang Qiling, who did not pay respect to him. A frown appeared on his face immediately. This was his territory. How could there be someone who dared to act with such disrespect? Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's eyes and looked at the gray-clad figure. In just an instant, the gray-clad figure became the center of attention. Damn it! What's he trying to do? He's going to get us killed. The expressions of the revered elders and elders of Fair Mountain County changed drastically. Who's that person? How bold of him to disrespect King Qin. The young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County were speechless. They were also worried this person's behavior would affect King Qin's behavior toward them. King Qin turned his eyes to Wang Qiling and said indifferently, "County Chief Wang, it seems like the person standing next to you has something against me." Despite his indifference, everyone could hear the hint of anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and he began to sweat profusely. King Qin, my lord." Meanwhile, the other 15 county governors were gloating over Wang Qiling's misfortune. Wang Qiling quickly sent a voice transmission to the gray-clad figure. "Senior, can you please say something to King Qin?" The gray-clad figure did not deign to reply to Wang Qiling. After all, it might alert Duan Ling Tian to her presence. Her turbid eyes glinted with wisdom as she looked at King Qin. "You're King Qin of King Qin's mansion? I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. I came today under the order of my sect leader to kill someone. If my identity is exposed and scares my target away, I'll definitely annihilate King Qin's mansion." The gray-robed figure's voice transmission rang in King Qin's ears. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Then, he saw the gray-robed figure's hand move, and an order token flashed before him. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's core elder? Although King Qin only saw it for a brief moment, he knew without a doubt it was an identity token of a core elder from the Compassionate Traveler sect. Among the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's core elder, even the weakest is a Celestial Duke. Upon seeing the identity order token and realizing the person was a Celestial Duke, he gulped and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Senior, I'll ask my man to come out with an excuse. Otherwise, the others would find it strange if I don't do anything. Please accept my apology in advance if I offend you in any way." The gray-clad figure only scoffed in response. Then King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling. Upon hearing King Qin's voice transmission, Wang Qiling's eyes widened in horror and disbelief. However, he quickly recovered his composure. He bowed at King Qin and said, "King Qin, this person is deaf and mute. I apologize on this person's behalf. Please forgive him. I've always been magnanimous. Since this person is deaf and mute, I'll forgive him." King Qin played along with Wang Qiling's excuse. Then he made his way to a hidden area in the VIP area to the seat that had been reserved for him. The crowd was discussing furtively among themselves as their attention turned away from Wang Qiling and the gray figure next to him. "It seems like King Qin came for Qin Yu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qin Yu is really related to the fourth prince from King Qin's mansion who had disappeared. I heard the fourth prince had severely injured King Qin before he left the King Qin's mansion. If Qin Yu is truly related to the fourth prince, will King Qin seek revenge from Qin Yu? You overthink things. Aren't you aware the fourth prince only attacked King Qin because he experienced chi deviation and lost his sanity? King Qin and the fourth prince are biological brothers and had a close relationship. If Qin Yu is truly the fourth prince's descendant, King Qin will definitely treat him well. Perhaps, he might even be made a family member of King Qin." At this moment, King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu were in the hidden area in the VIP area. Nobody knew what was going on inside. After all, they could not see nor hear what was happening inside. About 15 minutes later, the master of ceremony of the martial competition of the 16 counties suddenly rose into the air and announced, "Qin Yu will withdraw from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue as usual." Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent for a moment before an uproar broke out again. "Qin Yu is quitting the martial competition of the 16 counties? What happened? It seems like Qin Yu is really the descendant of the fourth prince. If he's really the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, as the fourth prince's son, King Qin's mansion definitely won't mistreat him. Someone sighed. Life is really different if you're born with a silver spoon. Among the audience in the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself inwardly, "Congratulations, Qin Yu. If we have a chance to meet again, I'll congratulate you in person." Duan Ling Tian was still hiding from the old lady who had been searching for him in Nine Spectres County. She had even chased after him to King Qin's mansion. Since it was best to be cautious, he decided to continue to hide. To others, he was merely a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Fortunately, I'm wearing the Celestial Master's robe with the Kuan word on it that proves my identity as a primitive celestial alchemist or primitive celestial craftsman. Otherwise, my original outfit would have attracted people's attention. Duan Ling Tian knew without the Celestial Master's robe, many people would probe him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood in between King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. Both of them were staring at Qin Yu intently while Qin Yu was reserved. Where's your father?" the third prince asked. Qin Yu sighed before he replied, "Father, he has passed." Upon hearing this, King Qin and the third prince's expression changed drastically. What happened? How did your father pass?" King Qin had a pained expression on his face as he asked this question. He was elated when he realized his fourth brother had a son. He was hopeful that he would be able to see his brother again. However, his hope was dashed when his nephew told his third brother that his fourth brother had passed away. Qin Yu said slowly, "When father regained consciousness not too long after he injured you due to chi deviation, he felt extremely guilty about hurting you. Moreover, the chi deviation could happen again. Hence, he didn't want to return to King Qin's mansion. Soon after, he met my mother and fell in love. Not long after I was born, my father left home due to another chi deviation. My mother brought me with her to look for him, but we were robbed during our journey. They tried to kill us, and my mother sacrificed herself to protect me, allowing me to escape." His eyes reddened when he spoke. "After killing my mother, those people came after me. At the critical juncture, my father who had regained consciousness found me and killed all of those people, saving me. He lost his will to live, blaming himself for my mother's death. He told me of his origins and gave me his order token after that. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. Before he died, he asked to be buried with my mother. After he finished speaking, he took out an order token. That's fourth brother's order token." The third prince took the order token from Qin Yu with shaking hands and studied it. The word "third" and his brother's name were carved on the token. Tears began to well up in his eyes. King Qin inhaled deeply before he said, "From now on, you can rely on your uncle and King Qin's mansion." Then he patted Qin Yu on his shoulder. "When father told me about his origins, he asked me to return to King Qin's mansion and to reunite with my family. He said his greatest regret was not being able to return to King Qin's mansion and protect it due to his condition," Qin Yu said. You have a family now, you don't have to wander around anymore. From now on, all of us, your first uncle, me, and your fifth uncle, will be your pillars of support," the third prince said as he returned the order token to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded as tears streamed down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. He relied on himself and encountered many hardships to come to King Qin's mansion. Since he was alone previously, he would need to be a great overarching golden celestial to be able to travel freely in the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, there was no doubt he would meet with peak golden celestials robbers and die. However, now he could finally rely on his family. This was such a huge chance that he did not know how to feel about it. All of a sudden, King Qin asked the third prince with a grim expression on his face, "Third brother, did you notice the gray-clad figure next to Fair Mountain County's Wang Qiling previously?" The third prince was confused. "Why? Is something wrong?" He did notice the gray-clad figure since he found it strange how Wang Qiling was extremely respectful to that person. However, a few days had passed, and the gray-robed figure did not cause any trouble, so he stopped paying attention to that person. King Qin said grimly, Yes, we have a major problem. Did Wang Qiling hire him to kill Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County? The third prince asked with a frown. He had heard about how the other 15 counties had colluded to hire someone to kill Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect they would dare to act so brazenly in King Qin's mansion. Was this not akin to a challenge to King Qin's mansion? Kill Duanling Tian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duanling Tian was his only friend. Moreover, Duanling Tian had saved his life. King Qin said solemnly, "No, this is much more than that. A mere Wang Qiling isn't capable of getting a core elder of the compassionate celestial sect to come here, let alone hire a core elder to kill Duanling Tian." The compassionate celestial traveler sect? A core elder at that. The third prince was thoroughly shocked when he heard King Qin's words. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face when he looked at King Qin with a pale face. The compassionate celestial traveler sect was a powerful sect that was much more powerful than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the compassionate celestial traveler sect was even more powerful than most high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even a high-rank celestial kingdom would not dare to simply provoke or offend the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a huge threat even to a high-rank celestial kingdom. Moreover, he heard that almost all of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's core elders were top-tier celestial dukes. Yes. King Qin nodded. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's core elders are peak celestial dukes. Brother, are you sure the gray-clad figure is a celestial duke? The third prince asked. A horrified and wary expression could be seen on his face. I tried to probe her cultivation base. It was too profound for me to find out anything, King Qin said solemnly. The third prince shuddered. Celestial Duke? Qin Yu, who was standing aside, could not help but widen his eyes when he heard his uncle's conversation. Celestial Dukes were even stronger than overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It should be noted that the strongest person in King Qin's mansion was only King Qin, who was an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even if the fourth prince was still around, there would only be 2 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Currently, a Celestial Duke had appeared, according to his uncles, at the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the Celestial Duke came from an extremely powerful sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was even more peculiar that such an elite was standing with Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain. Qin Yu was thoroughly shocked when he found out the gray-robed man was a Celestial Duke. He had noticed the gray-robed figure earlier. He was one of the 2 people who had hidden their appearance. The other person was a black-robed man who stood with the Flying Dragon sect that was also a powerful sect under King Qin's mansion governance. Based on the black robe with the word Kuan on it, which was a celestial master's robe, it was obvious he was either a celestial alchemist or celestial craftsman. However, there was no doubt the gray-clad figure was more mysterious than the black-robed man. Seeing the third prince's skepticism, King Qin added, "Moreover, that person briefly showed me his or her order token. There was no doubt it's an authentic order token of a core elder from the compassionate celestial sect. In addition to that," the third prince said, "since that person's identity is confirmed, we must not offend them and cooperate with them." "You're right," King Qin nodded. Meanwhile, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued on. After Qin Yu withdrew from the competition, the temporary top 3 candidates had been selected. One Heart County's Yan Shi, who is ranked 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. Horse Teeth County's Tong Yuan is 2nd, while the Soaring Wind County's Chu Yu is ranked 1st for the time being. The martial competition of the 16 counties Master of Ceremony stood above the arena and announced. Next, the 13 strongest participants that had been selected by their respective counties will have a chance to challenge the current top 3 participants. If they succeed, they will take over the defeated person's rank. If the challenger fails and wishes to try again, they would have to challenge those in the top 10, apart from the top 3, before they can challenge the top 3 participants again. If those below the top 3 are defeated, their ranks would drop, ranking behind the person who defeated them. He was very thorough with his explanation. At this time, the climax of the martial competition of the 16 counties was about to start. The spectators began to whisper among themselves. I didn't expect the person to rank first for the time being to be a woman. Yes. Who would have thought she would rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties? She's from the Soaring Wind County, right? So I guess to rank first she must be pretty powerful. I beg to disagree. I think the Soaring Wind County's best candidate should be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yen. Chu Yen. I've heard of him. He's the son of Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. He isn't very well known in the past. He only gained a modicum of fame when he joined King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. In the past, the world only knew about Chu Yu, the daughter of the Soaring Wind County's county chief. She's a woman who's not inferior to men. I thought the Soaring Wind County's best candidate would be Chu Yu. I never thought it would be someone else, let alone Chu Yu's own brother, Chu Yen. Since he's been named the Soaring Wind County's best candidate instead, it must mean that Chu Yen is more powerful than Chu Yu. Who would have known? It turns out that the strongest among those less than 100 years old in the Soaring Wind County isn't Chu Yu but Chu Yen, who wasn't well known before this. Chu Yen, what a masterful disguise. Many people were whispering among themselves. Obviously, Chu Yu of the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yen, were the center of the topic. The person who ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties at that point was a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, Chu Yu. As a fearless beauty, her long hair was tied behind and her exquisite facial features were on full display. Even someone like Duan Ling Tian, who had met countless beauties, was impressed. Although Chu Yu was a girl, she was gorgeous in a strong, masculine way. She was completely different from all the girls Duan Ling Tian had ever seen. Zoom. 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 A series of rapid wind whistling sounds were heard. The carriage without a roof that was being pulled by 9 snow-white horses entered the area behind the VIP seats. As though on command, the camp expanded to cover them in a timely manner. All of it disappeared from the crowd's line of sight. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The best candidate of the 13 counties may take your pick and issue the challenge, the MC announced loudly. A roaring voice could be heard the moment he finished his sentence. I, Xing Dong, would like to challenge Chu Yu. A sturdy figure stepped forward from one side of the audience. When he spoke, it was as though one could hear roaring thunder in the background. It was a young man in gray tight-fitting clothes that showed off his well-built figure. His muscles bulged as though they were moving and twitching the whole time. Besides, there were clearly visible veins pulsating on them. Although the young man was buff, he was only of average height at about 170 centimeters. Shortly after that, he was already inside the battle ring, hovering in the air. He shot a glance at the top 10 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties at that point, and eventually his eyes found the only girl among them. His fighting spirit gleamed strongly in his eyes. It is the overarching floating county's Xing Dong. Xing Dong is the strongest person in the overarching floating county, and he's less than 100 years old. I heard that he has achieved the Green Sun Golden Celestial stage a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to the Blue Sun Golden Celestial stage, he must be much stronger than he had been back then. I think Chu Yu is also a Green Sun Golden Celestial. It's hard to say who will win this fight. Their cultivation base is the same. I think it depends on the celestial weapons they own and their techniques. Chu Yu does have a celestial weapon as the best candidate from the overarching floating county. I'm sure Xing Dong has celestial weapons as well. This fight will be the fiercest battle in the martial competition of the 16 counties by far. How exciting! As soon as Xing Dong entered the ring, the people around the battle ring who knew of him could not help but start speculating. Whoosh! In the meantime, Chu Yu, who had been singled out by Xing Dong, stepped forward and confronted Xing Dong. Xing Dong of the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Chu Yu glanced at Xing Dong indifferently and said, but you are no match for me. Humph. Naturally, Xing Dong found it intolerable that a woman would declare that he was no match for her in front of all these people. He then scoffed and sneered in disdain. Chu Yu, I know you are fairly powerful. Still, you're not as powerful as I am. From the start, he had watched Chu Yu's every battle. As such, he would think that he was stronger than her. Therefore, he decided to use his only chance to challenge the top 3 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. So long as he defeated her, he would be able to take her place as number 1. Even though it was merely a temporary victory in first place, it was still a great honor. Especially now that the Qin Mansion's King Qin was there, he might stand out if he could defeat Chuyu now and become number 1 in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. Does Xingdong really think the strength Chuyu previously showcased was all she's got? If that is the case, I'm afraid he's out of luck. Among the audience, Duanling Tian, who was shrouded in his celestial master's robe that had a Kuan word on it, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He had watched Chu use every battle as well. At first, there was nothing out of ordinary, but then he slowly noticed that she seemed to be holding back and hiding her true strength even in the last battle to fight for the temporary first placing in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Upon hearing Xingdong's remark, Chuyu cocked her brows and cried out, "Since you are so confident, then let's fight." Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, Xingdong made a move. When he moved, it was like a mountain rumbling while setting off a series of air explosions behind him. It was deafening, so the audience with a weaker cultivation base couldn't help but start frowning. "Chuyu, take this." When Xingdong charged, he suddenly let out a piercing cry as well. Then a broadsword appeared in his hands. The saber ray was several feet long as it flew straight at Chuyu. Although it seemed like a simple move, it had locked on to her closely. It still went after her even as she moved around quickly, trying to avoid it. It seemed as though it would not stop until it reached her. Humph! Chuyu scoffed and stopped avoiding it. Instantly, she retrieved a 7-foot-long spear. She thrust it forward like an angry dragon roaring towards Xingdong's saber ray. In that moment, with her spear, she resembled a heroic and valiant general. If she had donned armor, she would have looked like the generals of the Yang family, from the literature in Duanling Tian's past life. Wang! 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 The saber ray crossed the sky, appearing as captivating as a crescent moon as it tried to split heaven and earth open. Zoom! 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 Wherever the spear ray passed and wherever the tip of the spear pointed, sparks exploded in the air. Together they seemed like constellations that resisted the saber ray, which resembled a crescent moon. Everyone watched the fight in silence with bated breath. Xingdong is going to lose soon. After a few rounds of exchange, Duanling Tian could see Xingdong slowly falling into a disadvantage. He knew he was right. At the same time, Duanling Tian was not the only person who could tell that Xingdong was about to lose soon. In the VIP seats, the high-ranking officials began to look away as they thought there was no point in continuing to watch the fight. After all, the results were becoming obvious. Chuyu was stronger. Chuyu was hiding her true strength previously. While the county chiefs could tell that Xingdong was about to lose, the overarching floating county's county chief could see that too. He has a grim expression on his face. He never expected his best candidate, Xingdong, to lose his first fight. The group near the Soaring Wind County looked at the Soaring Wind County's county chief Chu Tingxian and said, "County Chief Chu, your daughter does live up to her name. She's truly a woman who's not inferior to men." He was obviously envious of County Chief Chu for having such a powerful daughter. In addition, he had a son who was the best candidate from the Soaring Wind County. Chu Tingxian was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He looked noble and chivalrous. Although he was slightly older now, it was obvious that he was definitely extremely good-looking when he was young. "You flatter me, County Chief Chu." Upon hearing that remark, Chu Tingxian immediately looked at him and smiled humbly. "It's over." Just as Duanling Tian thought to himself and began to look away. Bang! 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 In the battle ring, Chu Yu's 7-foot-long spear, which was a celestial weapon, seemed as though a rim dragon was charging at Xingdong. It crushed all of Xingdong's attacks, landed on him, and then sent him flying away. Even the celestial saber Xingdong was gripping tightly with both his hands was knocked away. Xingdong fainted after vomiting a mouthful of blood, although he was still falling. When he almost reached the ground, the MC got to him before men from the overarching floating county could and lifted him up with his force. Then, he sent him over to those from the overarching floating county. "Thank you, my lord." The chief of the overarching floating county thanked him immediately and then went to check Xingdong's injuries. After a thorough checking, he sighed in relief and said to the valiant figure in the air inside the battle ring, "Chuyu, thank you for showing mercy." The county chief of the overarching floating county was clearly aware that if not for Chuyu showing her mercy, Xingdong's injuries would have been much more severe than they were. With his current injuries, he would just have to consume a healing celestial pill and rest a bit to fully recover to his full form. He would then be able to continue with the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xingdong lost this battle, he still had the chance to challenge anyone who ranked 4th till 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he could defeat them, he would still have the chance to challenge the top 3 contestants. Most welcome, Uncle Lien. As the daughter of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County, Chuyu had met the county chief of the overarching floating county, so she immediately responded with a smile when the other party thanked her. Then, she returned to the lineup and stood along with the other top 10 contestants. Next, the MC of the martial competition of the 16 counties announced indifferently. Mo Chio of Chio Li County, I challenge Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. As soon as the MC finished his sentence, a lean young man stepped forward and said that he would like to challenge the person currently placed second in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Tong Yuan was a young 2-meter-tall man. He was muscular and had bronze skin. After being named, he stood up solemnly. However, he wore a blank expression. Then he went into the battle ring and confronted Chio Li County's best candidate, Mo Chio, who was already waiting for him in the battle ring. Coincidentally, they attacked at the same time. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. About 30 breaths later, a figure backed off and surrendered. "I'm no match for you. I surrender." The person who had surrendered was Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Among the best candidates from the 13 counties, 2 of them had appeared. Apart from Xingdong of the overarching floating county who had been defeated, Mo Chio from Chio Li County defeated Tong Yuan and took his place to become second in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. As for Tong Yuan, he became the third. Those placed 3rd to 9th had also moved a spot lower. The person who had been ranked 10th was no longer in the top 10 now. You are forced out of the top 10 now, but you've been given a chance to challenge anyone in the top 10 now. If you can defeat them, you will take their place and stay in the top 10 for now. The MC looked at the young man who was no longer among the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and said, "If you pass on this opportunity, you will no longer have the chance to be placed in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You have 10 breaths time to consider, so think things through and let me know." "I give up." In about the span of 2 breaths, the young man made up his mind. He chose to give up this opportunity. He would not have ranked 10th if he could defeat anyone before him. The latest addition to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties was even stronger than Mo Chio. He was well aware he was no match to him. Therefore, he chose to give up because he knew it was impossible for him to win. Next. Next. The MC repeated again and again, introducing the best candidates of the 13 counties one by one. The competition was in full swing. In the process, more and more of the people who were temporarily listed in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were forced out. They would either lose the challenge or did not dare to challenge the newcomers at all. The most outstanding contestant was, of course, the best candidates of Fair Mountain County, Yangjin, and Soaring Wind County, Chuyen. Chuyen was the brother of Chuyu, who ranked first temporarily. He was also the son of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County. After numerous battles, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing the end. Chuyu, who was temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, was not just forced out of the top place, but she was not even amongst the top 3. For now, she ranked 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if there were no accidents, her ranking should not change by much. At most, she would drop by 1 more spot, and that would only happen when the best candidate from 9 Spectre County, Duanling Tian, appeared and was stronger than her. Certainly, Duanling Tian was undoubtedly stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duanling Tian showed up, his position would definitely drop. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up, then she would be able to maintain her rank. At that point, the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties was as follows. First, Yang Jin of Fair Mountain County. Second, Chu Yen of the Soaring Wind County. Third, Zhangju Ming of the Peaceful County. Fourth, Renfei of Red Cloud County. Fifth, Zhang Jianhong of Plum Blossom County. Sixth, Chiu of the Soaring Wind County. Seventh, Mo Chiu of Chiu Li County. Eighth, Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Ninth, Yen Shi Hu of One Heart County. 10th, Xing Dong of the Overarching Floating County. Apart from Yang Jin of Fair Mountain County and Chu Yen of the Soaring Wind County who had not fought each other, the rest had already battled against each other. The outcome was clear. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yen would be the ones fighting for the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't show up, the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties will belong to either Yang Jin or Chu Yen. Yes, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't appear, only the first and second placing of the martial competition of the 16 counties might change. The next 8 will stay the same. If Duan Ling Tian does show up, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will definitely be his, if he lives up to his name. If Duan Ling Tian shows up, Xing Dong of the Overarching Floating County will be forced out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties nearing its end, the crowd was gradually abuzz again. A lot of them mentioned 9 Spectre City's best candidate, Duan Ling Tian. However, up till then, Duan Ling Tian had yet to show up. The county chief of the Overarching Floating County saw Xing Dong's anxiousness and promptly consoled him. "Don't worry. Look at the time. I don't think he's coming." Xing Dong nodded, but he still could not help feeling nervous. Once Duan Ling Tian appeared, he would be forced out of the martial competition of the 16 counties top 10. At the same time, the Overarching Floating County would also be penalized by King Qin's mansion if that happened. At that point, 9 Spectre County was the only county which was not ranked in the top 10 but still had their best candidate. 3 other counties had their best candidates forced out of the top 10. Therefore, they would have to accept King Qin's mansion's penalty. Those county chiefs from the 3 counties did not look pleased. Although King Qin's mansion penalty was probably to ask them to submit more celestial stones and would not severely harm their counties, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian, who was shrouded in his celestial master's robe which had a Kuan word, was watching the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yen with a clear mind. Yang Jin was the best candidate from Fair Mountain County. He was also known as the strongest person below 100 years old in Fair Mountain County. He was an average-sized young man dressed in a blue robe. Because he seemed so ordinary, he was someone you would not be able to pick out in a crowd. Chu Yen was the best candidate from the Soaring Wind County and the son of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County. Before the King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties, no one had heard of him. At that time, it was his sister, Chu Yu, who was known as the strongest person below 100 years old in the Soaring Wind County. This time in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Chu Yen had shown his strength which was far superior to his sister's. He became the underdog who succeeded against all odds, ranking second in the martial competition of the 16 counties now. At this moment, he would be fighting Yang Jin for the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. In the camp situated behind the VIP seats, 9 snow-white horses were resting at the side while a few other people stood straight as though they were marching. In front of the horses and those men, there were 3 luxurious seats where King Qin, the 3rd prince, and Qin Yu, who had just reunited with his family, sat. At that time, Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the fight between Yang Jin and Chu Yen, as he tried guessing who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Will Duan Ling Tian come? If he does, he will surely win. If he doesn't, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be determined in this match. I hope he's still safe even if he doesn't show up, Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, King Qin and the 3rd prince's attention were mostly on the audience from Fair Mountain County, although there's some occasional glances at Yang Jin and Chu Yan's fight. More accurately, their eyes were on the gray-clad man beside the county chief of Fair Mountain County. Brother, the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's core elders haven't made any move. Could it be that the person he is here to kill on the orders of Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's sect leader has yet to appear? The third prince asked King Qin in confusion. That should be it. King Qin nodded and continued. However, till this point, all the people who are supposed to show up for the martial competition of the 16 counties have already appeared. Unless, at that point, King Qin gave a pause and stared at the third prince in the eye. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian. King Qin and the third prince unanimously chorused the name. Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu recollected his senses when King Qin and the third prince mentioned Duan Ling Tian's name. He turned to King Qin and the third prince and said, "Uncles, what's up with Duan Ling Tian?" "Oh right?" King Qin turned and looked at Qin Yu suddenly as though he just thought of something, then asked, "Qin Yu, you came here from Nine Spectres County. Have you heard of or knew Duan Ling Tian while you were there?" "Of course." Qin Yu nodded. "He's my only friend in Nine Spectres County." Although he only knew Duan Ling Tian at a later stage, he did not have any true friends before that. It was Duan Ling Tian who made him feel like he had a friend in Nine Spectres County. "Furthermore, he saved me before," Qin Yu added. "He saved your life before?" King Qin and the third prince frowned a little after hearing what Qin Yu said. They then looked towards each other and saw helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian was their nephew's friend and he had saved their nephew's life before, so they should offer him protection. However, if the target of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect powerhouse was their nephew's friend who had saved his life before, then they were powerless to do anything even if they wanted to help. Now, they could only hope that the powerhouse of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's target was not Duan Ling Tian. If it was, then they hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not reveal himself, or else they would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yup. Qin Yu nodded, and at the same time, he saw the helplessness in the eyes of King Qin and the third prince. He could not help but feel worried and ask, "Uncles, what were you saying just now? What happened to Duan Ling Tian?" Qin Yu felt worried when he heard Duan Ling Tian's name being mentioned. Although he did not hear the conversation between his uncles clearly just now, an uneasy feeling still rose within his gut. "Qin Yu, this is only our speculation." The third prince sighed. "What speculation?" Qin Yu became even more anxious. "Well," as the third prince elaborated on the situation, Qin Yu's face changed several times, each second grimmer than the one before. "Therefore, uncle, do you suspect that the core elder of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's target is Duan Ling Tian?" "However, that's just our suspicion," King Qin consoled after noticing Qin Yu's worried expression. He then added, "After all, Duan Ling Tian is the only person who's expected to turn up at the martial competition of the 16 counties that isn't present. Of course, we cannot rule out that he's looking for another person." Although King Qin said it might be another person, deep down he still felt that the person that the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect was waiting for was Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the monster prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, he could not think of another person in the area under King Qin's mansion that would warrant the sect leader of Compassion Celestial Traveler sect to issue a kill order personally. He was also shocked when he first heard of Duan Ling Tian a few months ago because he never would have thought that King Qin's mansion would have such a cultivator who possessed a power that was almost similar to a great overarching golden celestials while still below 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian was even recognized as the most powerful person under the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County by the people there. Even with both the third prince and King Qin consoling him, Qin Yu still realized that the core elder of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect was here for Duan Ling Tian. Although he was unsure why the sect leader of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect sent a core elder here to kill Duan Ling Tian, it did not stop him from worrying for Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you are safe. In addition to that, I hope that you won't appear in the martial competition of the 16 counties," Qin Yu secretly prayed. Before this, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would appear in time, but his mind had changed since. "Now, we can only hope that Duan Ling Tian won't appear," the third prince sighed. "Although I value Duan Ling Tian and hope that he can remain in King Qin's mansion since he's friends with Qin Yu and the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope that he won't appear," King Qin added. Boom. Boom. Earth-shaking sonic booms echoed across the area outside the curtains, and the blows in the combat ring caused it to rock, and an earthquake rumbled in the spectators' area. Now in the void above the combat ring, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, Yangjin, was in fierce combat with the trump card of the Soaring Wind County, Chu Yan. They were currently neck to neck with each other. The gazes of King Qin and the third prince were led to the void above the combat ring together. Qin Yu was the only one whose head was still lower, as he was still praying that Duanling Tian would not appear. Qin Yu cared so much for Duanling Tian because the latter was his only friend and he did not want anything bad to happen to him. Apart from that, he could not care less about anything else. It was none of his business who the victor of the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan would be or who would get first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although King Qing and the third prince hoped that nothing bad would happen to Duanling Tian was merely their nephew's friend after all. There was not much they could do if the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duanling Tian. However, if the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's target was not Duanling Tian, then they trust that the latter would not be in any danger. Therefore, they quickly shifted their attention away from Duanling Tian to the battle that was happening in the void above the combat ring. They were now more interested to find out between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who would be able to defeat the other party and claim victory to become first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I have heard about Yang Jin of the Fair Mountain County before this. Rumor has it that he has rather strong power and is a genius in Fair Mountain County. He lives up to his name, it seems, the third prince exclaimed. Chu Yan looks quite good as well. He and his father have been well hidden. Although I'm the head of King Qin's mansion, I have only heard of Chu Yu, a very capable woman from the Soaring Wind County, but I have never heard about the even more talented Chu Yan in the Soaring Wind County. King Qin said, "Elder brother, who do you think will win among them?" The third prince asked. It is still unclear, however, based on the current situation, they are neck to neck with each other, so it will depend on who makes a mistake first. If the other person manages to capitalize on the mistake, then he can potentially end the battle and win. King Qin said with certainty. I concur. The third prince nodded while saying. Beyond the curtain, all of the spectators around the combat ring was focused on the fierce battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan that was taking place in the void above the combat ring. Yang Jin is so powerful. He is well deserving of his fame. I have heard of Yang Jin in the past, but I wasn't sure how powerful he is. After today, I finally know how formidable he is. If it wasn't for the dark horse of this competition, Chu Yan and Duanling Tian being absent, Yang Jin would have cruised to the first place in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Indeed, who would have guessed that the Soaring Wind County would have a trump card such as Chu Yan apart from Chu Yu? Regardless of whether Duanling Tian shows up, the Soaring Wind County will occupy 2 of the top 10 spots in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, both of them are siblings. This will definitely be buzzing all over the Soaring Wind County and King Qin's mansion. It is really enviable that the county chief of the Soaring Wind County has such a great pair of children. A group of spectators was discussing in the audience surrounding the combat ring. Most of them were exclaiming about the dark horse in this competition, Chu Yan, and how lucky the county chief of the Soaring Wind County was for having such excellent children. Chu Tingxian, the chief of the Soaring Wind County chief, was currently sitting beside the spectators' area watching the fierce battle that was taking place in the void above the combat ring. However, if one were to take a more detailed look, he would find Chu Tingxian's eyes filled with pride. To have a daughter such as Chu Yu and a son such as Chu Yan, what more could a father want? In the distinguished guest spectators area, the deputy sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji, asked the black-robed man nearby, Revered Elder Tianling, who do you think will win this battle? The black-robed man was none other than the revered Elder Tianling of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist in a celestial master's robe which had a Kuan word on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the widely mentioned trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duanling Tian. The both of them are neck to neck. It's hard to tell who will have the last laugh now. Duanling Tian replied Huang Guangji in a hoarse voice. I think so too. Huang Guangji nodded and added, I feel that it must take one of them being distracted to decide the winner. I don't dare name a winner for now. However, Duanling Tian continued as Huang Guangji finished his sentence. I feel that Chu Yan has a better chance of winning. Chu Yan? The son of the Soaring Wind County chief. Huang Guangji was surprised by what he had just heard. He then asked, "Why do you say so, revered Elder Tianling?" Based on the current situation, it's still hard to tell who has the advantage. This is solely based on my personal judgment. The final outcome may not be as I've predicted. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows under the black robe and calmly said. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Huang Guangji could not hold back his curiosity and asked, "Revered Elder Tianling, can you tell me how you made such a judgment?" Even if hundreds or thousands of people had asked, he would still answer that it was a 50-50 chance of winning between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. It was difficult, almost impossible, for Huang Guangji to say for certain who would win. Therefore, he was intrigued by Duanling Tian's words. This primitive celestial alchemist, revered Elder Tianling, of the Flying Dragon sect. I wonder what's his reason for making such a judgment. A hint of intrigue flashed in Huang Guangji's eyes as he thought to himself. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and took his time to reply. Chu Yan is more composed compared to Yang Jin. It's likely that Yang Jing will get distracted and make a mistake. Whereas, if Chu Yan makes a mistake, he'll still be able to maintain his composure. How did you come to this conclusion? Huang Guangji was burning with curiosity and continued to urge Duanling Tian. Revered Elder Tianling, stop keeping me guessing. Tell me what you think. That's right. Revered Elder Tianling, tell us. Revered Elder Tianling, I want to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tianling. Those people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Jiguang and Duanling Tian were also curious. Naturally, they were unaware that the person before them who was shrouded in black robes was the ace of 9 Spectres County, whom everyone had been talking about since the commencement of the martial competition of the 16 counties. They had no idea he was the Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old but possessed the strength comparable to a great overarching Golden Celestial. They only knew him as revered Elder Tianling from the Flying Dragon sect, who was a primitive celestial alchemist with remarkable alchemy skills. Not only the members from the Flying Dragon sect were curious, but even those from other sects and clans who overheard the conversation between Duanling Tian and Huang Guangji were curious as well. They were all waiting for Duanling Tian to reveal his thoughts. All of a sudden, a loud scoff rang in the air. It was from a man with a curly beard who was standing with a group of people standing nearby. He glanced at the people from Flying Dragon sect coldly and said disdainfully, "Fools! At this moment, even Lord King Qin doesn't have the confidence to say that Chu Yan has the upper hand. What does a primitive celestial alchemist know about such things? I think you should just concentrate on refining medicinal pills and stop acting like a know-it-all." Zhouan, how dare you be rude to revered Elder Tianling? Is the Poison King sect trying to provoke the Flying Dragon sect, or is this a personal attack on revered Elder Tianling? Huang Guangji asked solemnly. He rose to his feet and glared at Zhouan, clearly furious. Zhouan is the vice sect leader of Poison King sect. Someone from the Flying Dragon sect revealed Zhouan's identity. Meanwhile, the people from the other sects and clans whispered among themselves when they saw the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect seemed to have gotten into a conflict. The Poison King sect and Flying Dragon sect have been sworn enemies for 100 years now. I can't believe they're even acting up during the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't think they would dare to act recklessly in King Qin's mansion, especially with King Qin's presence. Although they're furious, they still won't dare to act recklessly. If they create a fuss here, they'll definitely be punished by King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the vice sect leader of Poison King sect, Zhouan, rose to his feet and scoffed before he said arrogantly, "Do you think we're afraid of the Flying Dragon sect?" He was clearly not afraid of offending Huang Guangji, who was also vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect. Since Zhouan was the highest-ranking person from the Poison King sect who was present at the scene when he made his way to Huang Guangji, his subordinates followed behind him. It was as though they were going to battle. Poison King sect? Duanling Tian, who was dressed in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, narrowed his eyes. Although he had only become a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect not long ago, it was not the first time he had heard about the Poison King sect. He knew they were skilled in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective on those weaker than great overarching golden celestials. Only the sect-guarding poison of the Poison King sect was a threat to great overarching golden celestials. About 100 years ago, a fierce battle between the Flying Dragon sect and Poison King sect broke out over a celestial stone vein. The battle was gory and blood was shed. Eventually, the great overarching golden celestials from both sects had fallen because of this battle. The battle was only put to an end when King Qin's mansion intervened and claimed the celestial stone vein. Ever since then, the two sects became enemies. They would never miss a chance to provoke each other like now. The tension was palpable in the air at this moment when Duanling Tian suddenly said, "You're the vice sect leader of Poison King sect? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Zhouwen looked at Duanling Tian. He was taken aback by Duanling Tian's request to make a bet. It took him a moment to regain his senses. "What bet?" Zhouwen replied through gritted teeth. His face had flushed with anger. "Let's bet if Chu Yan wins the match." Duanling Tian said, "Naturally, I know you feel Chu Yan has a 50% chance to win this match as well. I'll make the bet worth your while." He continued before Zhouwen could reply, "If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones." Then, he taunted Zhouwen again. "Vice sect leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet?" The guests of honor gasped in unison. They were stunned by Duanling Tian's words. They began to whisper among themselves again. Most of them felt the bet was unfair toward Duanling Tian. Is the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect mad? This bet is clearly unfair. Yang Jin and Chu Yan are equally matched. It's obvious there's a 50-50 chance for either of them to win. It might even end in a tie. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow a match to end in a tie, right? Well, if I'm not mistaken, if the match still doesn't have a clear winner after an hour, the master of ceremony would raise the difficulty and increase the pressure of the battle to determine a winner. The fighter will definitely be distracted when fighting under pressure. At that time, their flaws will be revealed. With this, the winner will be determined. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhouwen had just regained his senses and continued asking, "Are you sure? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones?" "Yes," Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. "However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll need to give me 50,000 prominent stones. What do you think? Do you dare to accept the bet?" Duanling Tian asked again. "Revered Elder Tianling." Huang Guangji frowned as he looked at Duanling Tian. He asked through voice transmission, "Are you sure?" "Not entirely." Duanling Tian replied earnestly through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened. "Then why would you bet with Zhouwen?" "However, I'm 90% confident that I'm right." Duanling Tian interrupted Huang Guangji before Huang Guangji could continue speaking. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless for a moment before a sense of delight welled in his heart. Is it really possible that the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell that Chu Yan has the advantage? If not, he wouldn't make such a bet, right? Moreover, the bet is to his disadvantage. That's right. He's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against 50,000 stones. What's wrong with him? He might as well give the celestial stones to Zhouwen. As the saying goes, even a blind cat has a chance of finding a dead mouse. What if Chu Yan really wins? Then what if Yang Jin wins? The commotion and excitement from the guests had also caught the attention of King Qin and the third prince. The third prince said with a grin, "The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's quite a character. I wonder why he's so certain that Chu Yan has the upper hand?" King Qin said as he shook his head. "In my opinion, the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect is playing tricks just like what Zhouwen from the Poison King sect had said," said the third prince. "I don't think so. He seems confident in his words," said King Qin. Concealed behind the curtains, King Qin and the third prince could hear the ongoing conversation between Zhouwen and Duanling Tian. "All right, I Zhouwen agree to this bet of yours. However, are you sure you won't repudiate if you lose?" Zhouan did not seem to believe Duanling Tian. Don't worry, it's only 100,000 prominent celestial stones, which isn't a big deal to me. However, since you've said so, I'm more worried that you might repudiate, said Duanling Tian doubtfully. Bullshit. I'm the dignified deputy sect leader of the Poison King sect. Am I someone who'd go back on his word? Zhouan replied in rage. Who knows? Duanling Tian continued. It seems like you guys don't trust each other. Let me be your mediator, said the third prince aloud as he stood up from his luxurious seat, made his way out through the curtains, and appeared among the guests of honor. Greetings, third prince. The guests of honor greeted him respectfully. The third prince was King Qin's biological brother and one of the mansion's handful of peak great overarching golden celestial powerhouses. His strength came second only to King Qin. Therefore, it was only natural that he became King Qin's spokesperson. He was even the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. How's that? If you guys trust me, I'll be the mediator and safeguard your wagers. When the victors decided, I'll give the wagers to the winner of the bet. The third prince soon arrived among the members of the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. Of course, I trust the third prince. Zhouan was nervous when he learned that the bet between him and Duanling Tian had caught the third prince's attention. At the same time, he drew out an empty spatial ring, placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it, and handed it over to the third prince. With the third prince as the mediator, I'm not afraid that he'll repudiate, said Duanling Tian as he drew out a spatial ring as well, placed 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and handed it over to the third prince. The third prince examined both spatial rings and nodded. The amounts are correct. However, he gazed at Duanling Tian and smiled gently. You're the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, am I right? Can you tell me why are you so optimistic about Chu Yan? I overheard part of your conversation earlier. You mentioned that Chu Yan's more composed compared to Yang Jin. If one of them gets distracted and reveals his flaws, you're confident that it'll be Yang Jin instead of Chu Yan? I wonder why, the third prince continued to ask. All eyes were on Duanling Tian, including Zhouan. However, the rest of the audience beyond the circle of the guests of honor were oblivious to what was going on as they were engrossed in the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who had taken the battle to the sky above the arena. Actually, it's just a wild guess. In reply to the third prince's inquiry, Duanling Tian continued to add on, I feel that Chu Yan managed to stay low in the past instead of displaying his talents and true strength up until now. That's why he's the dark horse of the martial competition of the 16 counties. It says that Chu Yan's extremely composed. Duanling Tian blurted his thoughts and judgment. It makes sense. The third prince was dazed for a moment. He nodded after he regained his senses because he could not refute Duanling Tian at all. From their past experience, indeed, Chu Yan had shown tremendous self-control. However, it was not valid to conclude that Yang Jin was impatient. Ha ha ha! Zhouan laughed aloud and stopped immediately when he noticed the third prince right in front of him. He proceeded to look at Duanling Tian scornfully and said, Although it makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin will be the first to lose his cool? Considering his opponent is on par with him, I'm sure anyone in his shoes will definitely give his all and be extremely cautious. Indeed, Duanling Tian had a point, but it was insufficient to say that Chu Yan would ultimately defeat Yang Jin. Besides, Yang Jin was not easy to deal with. Even the guests of honor thought so too. They were left in disappointment because they had anticipated compelling reasons from him. Alas, he failed to fulfill their expectations. Revered Elder Tianling, you're being impulsive, said Huang Guangji via voice transmission. Although Duanling Tian had a point, Huang Guangji felt that Chu Yan only had a slightly higher chance of winning against Yang Jin at 60%. Why would the revered Elder Tianling say he's 90% confident? He could not figure it out. Duanling Tian continued via voice transmission. Deputy Sect Leader Huang, patience. Even if I lose, I'm not using the sect's prominent celestial stones. That's not what I meant. Huang Guangji forced a smile. By this moment, the third prince had returned back to his luxurious seat behind the curtains. I thought that the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of Flying Sect Dragon was able to convince me. But it seems like Chu Yan's only slightly at advantage. It's not worth betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones on him, said the disappointed third prince, shaking his head. Not necessarily, King Qin disapproved. HM? What do you mean, big brother? Asked the third prince curiously. In this match, there's a 90% chance that Yang Jin will lose, said King Qin. 90%? Why would you say so? The third prince continued to ask. Even after Duanling Tian had explained his point, the third prince still felt that Chu Yan had only a 60% chance of winning the match. However, now King Qin said that it was 90% instead. If it was true, increasing the bet would be a smart move. At this moment, Qinyu, who was indifferent toward the betting and commotion that were happening outside, had become curious as to why his eldest uncle would claim the secret weapon from Fair Mountain County and that there was a 90% chance that Yang Jin would be defeated. If the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention how Chu Yan displayed his composure, I thought it'd be a 50-50 chance of winning between Chu Yan and Yang Jin. King Qin sighed. I've observed Yang Jin's every single match. Indeed, he's much more impatient compared to Chu Yan. His previous opponents were far weaker than him. That's why it wasn't obvious when he's impatient. Hence it didn't cross my mind at all. I reckon the primitive celestial alchemist, revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, sensed it earlier, continued King Qin. His eyes were fixated on the black figure seated among the guests of honor. Is that so? I would have determined that Yang Jin's inferior to Chu Yan if I'd sensed it. But how did the primitive celestial alchemist, revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, manage to sense it? Could his cultivation level be higher than mine? Said the third prince in disbelief. As long as one has a keen eye for detail, even a yellow stage great overarching golden celestial can sense it easily, said King Qin. This primitive celestial alchemist, revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, is not as simple as he seems to be. He finally came to a conclusion. Soon an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yang Jin were still competing and they were still equally matched. Fighters, watch out. Behold my attack, announced the presider of the martial competition of the 16 counties, much to the audience's thrill. The moment had come for the victor to finally emerge. The presider of the martial competition of the 16 counties was a great overarching golden celestial sent by King Qin's mansion. Fighters, watch out. Behold my attack. As he finished his sentence, a powerful and imposing pressure surged out from his body and swept down upon Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of an intense battle, and overwhelmed their bodies. Instantly, they felt under great pressure. They continued to fight against each other while defending against the pressure brought upon them by the presider's imposing manner. Nevertheless, they were still evenly matched. Humph! After realizing that they were not greatly affected, the presider snorted. The celestial origin energy in his body surged out and turned into an invisible force. Like a surging river, it followed through the course of his pressuring aura and shrouded Yang Jin and Chu Yan. All of a sudden, the pressure increased tremendously. At this very moment, all eyes were focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Yang Jin, the Fair Mountain County Governor Wang Qiling, watched in anticipation. He anticipated that Yang Jin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he won the competition, Fair Mountain County would obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, from King Qin's mansion. With the possession of 3 great overarching pills, the county could then produce 3 great overarching golden celestials. Yenner, the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian, could not contain himself anymore. His gaze was glinting with anticipation and desire for the lad to defeat Yang Jin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. He had thought that if the 9 Spectres County's secret weapon, Duanling Tian, were to appear after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, Chu Yan would still maintain his position in the second rank of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, on behalf of the Soaring Wind County. He had planned to take the pills himself to successfully break through and achieve the earthly stage great overarching golden celestial. On the other hand, the Fair Mountain County Governor Wang Qiling was not afraid of Duanling Tian. It was not because he felt Yang Jin could beat Duanling Tian, but because he knew that Duanling Tian would not stand a chance to survive if he appeared. Apparently, he had a different plan in mind. The man in gray robes standing by his side was here for a reason. He was waiting for the hair Duanling Tian to show itself and make the kill. Therefore, as Long Yangjin defeated Chu Yen, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties would definitely belong to him. Fair Mountain County would then receive the generous reward from King Qin's mansion. All 3 great overarching pills. Finally, he's lost it. Seated among the guests of honor, Duanling Tian was fully focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yen. However, in a moment of thought, as if he had seen something, he withdrew his gaze and never glanced at them anymore. Boom! A loud and deafening noise exploded. In a flash of light, Yang Jin had blown his cool and revealed his flaws. Chu Yan's eyes were dead cold and the corner of his mouth curved up slightly as he knew this was the chance he had been waiting for. When Chu Yen raised his palms, a vast amount of energy blasted out and struck Yang Jin directly, sending him flying out of the arena. Arg! Blood came spurting out of Yang Jin's mouth, and he had sustained serious internal injuries. Although he survived the attack, his face was as pale as a sheet. His aura that was powerful and prosperous had become feeble. It was impossible for him to continue anymore, as that would be asking for an insult. Damn it! As reality dawned on him, it was a bitter pill for him to swallow. His face was sour whilst his eyes revealed hints of refusal to give in. Reluctant as he was, it was clear to him that he had been defeated. Do you still want to continue? Asked Chu Yen in high spirits after he had seriously injured Yang Jin with his strike. I'll challenge you once more after I've fully recovered, and I'll never be careless as I was today, replied Yang Jin while he glanced at him coldly and returned to where the members of Fair Mountain County were sitting. He went straight to his county governor, Wang Qiling, with his head held down and apologized earnestly. County Governor, I'm sorry I let you down. Wang Qiling sighed. It's all right. Although you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you fought well and secured at least 2 great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. That's just 1 pill less. Truthfully, deep down inside, he was very displeased with Yang Jin. County Governor, isn't it too early to say so? It's uncertain if Duanling Tian is going to appear. If he does, Yang Jin will only rank 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties, said an elder from Fair Mountain County with a reluctant smile. Duanling Tian may not appear. Even if he does, it may not be his fate to win the martial competition of the 16 counties, sneered Wang Qiling. He spoke with confidence as if he was 100% assured that whether Duanling Tian appeared or not, it would not affect the outcome of Yang Jin ranking 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Upon hearing what Wang Qiling said, the elders, revered elders, and the young powerhouses of Fair Mountain County glanced at the mysterious person covered in gray robes standing beside him in unison. This gray-clad man, could he be a hitman hired by the county governor to kill Duanling Tian? Quite impossible. The 3rd prince is here, and so is King Qin. The man in gray might not have a chance to kill Duanling Tian. Even if he does, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. In fact, we, the Fair Mountain sect, will definitely be implicated. I feel it's impossible too, to say the least, even if this man in gray manages to kill Duanling Tian and escape. King Qin's mansion firmly believes that we intended to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. By that time, forget about the reward. It will be graceful of King Qin's mansion to not punish us instead. If he wasn't hired to kill Duanling Tian, why is the county governor so confident to say even if Duanling Tian's here, he won't have the fate to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The Fair Mountain sect members were secretly discussing among themselves via voice transmission. Still, they were unable to figure out why their county governor was confident that Yang Jin would still rank 2nd even if Duanling Tian appeared. Chu Yen won. I didn't expect Chu Yen to win in the end. Soaring Wind County has made it big this time. I saw clearly what happened just now. Yang Jin couldn't hold back and Chu Yen seized the opportunity to strike him out. Whatever happens, if you lose, you lose. Chu Yen is the ultimate winner. Ultimate winner? Don't you think it's too early to say that? After all, the 9 Spectres County's secret weapon, Duanling Tian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right. If Duanling Tian shows up, the ultimate winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will definitely be him. However, if he doesn't show up, then Chu Yen will be the ultimate winner. It doesn't matter if Duanling Tian shows up or not. Xu Yan has made his mark in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, he made his mark by defeating Yang Jin. The spectator seats surrounding the arena were bustling with noise and excitement. The county governors from other counties had taken the initiative to congratulate the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian, for their remarkable win. County Governor Chu, congratulations to your son for ranking first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, before this, we knew that you've got a daughter who's outstanding capabilities. Who would have thought that your son would surpass his sister? We are envious indeed. County Governor Chu, my daughter has reached the age of marriage. Why don't we arrange for their marriage? The group of county governors that were flattering the Soaring Wind County Governor Chu certainly made his spirits soar. Back in the seats for the guests of honor, the noises were short-lived compared to the bustling noises that seemed to be endless out there, and soon silence set in. This was because someone said, "Since Chu Yan has won, the primitive celestial alchemist, revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, has won as well, right?" As the word spread among them, people started to recall a bet between two men earlier, with the third prince being the mediator and safekeeper of their wagers. Deputy sect leader of the King Poison sect, Zhouan has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. 50,000 stones. Soon, their attention shifted onto the deputy sect leader of the King Poison sect, Zhouan. His expression turned gloomy. He could not help but stare fiercely at Duanling Tian, who was surrounded by the Flying Dragon sect members congratulating him right now. Duanling Tian was now a hero in their eyes. Congratulations, revered Elder Tianling. Revered Elder Tianling, you've won. Revered Elder Tianling, you've avenged us. One by one, the elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect congratulated and celebrated his triumph. Even the deputy sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji, was smiling brightly. He was filled with pride and satisfaction when he looked at Zhouan again. Humph, that's just an accidental fortune. That's right. Does he think he really predicted Chu Yan would win? Ridiculous. The Poison King sect members seemed to have their mouths full of sour grapes, and they were green with envy as they watched the Flying Dragon sect members celebrating their victory. After Duanling Tian received the 2 spatial rings through the air sent out by the third prince from behind the curtain, he instantly turned to look at Zhouan, the vice sect leader of Poison King sect, and said with a smile, "Thanks, vice sect leader Zhu." Zhouan was so furious that his expression turned unsightly, as though he had just eaten a fly. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly rose to his feet. He looked at Duanling Tian and asked in a low voice, "Do you dare to bet with me again?" Again. Duanling Tian was startled. Then, he asked, "What do you want to bet?" Meanwhile, the people from the VIP seats looked at Zhouan in unison, wondering what Zhouan wanted to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Behind the curtain, the third prince laughed. It looks like the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat. No one could hear any sound from behind the curtain. The curtain was designed in a way that no noises from inside could be heard, whereas the sounds from outside could be heard by the people inside. "I'm curious what he wants to bet at this moment," Qin Yu said. A knowing look flashed in King Qin's eyes, and he said, "At this moment, what else can he bet on apart from whether Duanling Tian, the ace of 9 Spectres County, will show up?" It was as though he could read Zhouan's thoughts. Bet on whether Duanling Tian will show up? Qin Yu was startled. Upon hearing King Qin's words, the third prince narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, he'll definitely bet that Duanling Tian won't show up. After all, it's already the 11th hour, and yet, Duanling Tian's still not here. It's highly likely that he's not going to show up. Zhouan is too shameless," Qin Yu said indignantly. Although he wished Duanling Tian would not show up, he still thought Zhouan was shameless. He continued to say, "Even if he wants to make that bet, will the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agree to it? He'd only agree to that bet if he has lost his mind." Duanling Tian would have been rendered speechless if he were to hear Qin Yu's words. What did Qin Yu mean by saying he must have lost his mind if he agreed to the bet? Was Qin Yu cursing him? It's just as you said. Unless the primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he definitely won't agree to that bet, the third prince said with a chuckle. Meanwhile, at the VIP seats outside the curtain, Zhouan said, let's bet if Duanling Tian will show up for the martial competition of 16 counties. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Many of the VIPs shook their heads. What kind of bet is this? Exactly. What a meaningless bet. It's already so late, but Duanling Tian still hasn't shown up. It's likely that he won't be showing up. Unless Vice Sect leader Zhou bets that Duanling Tian will show up. Is there even anyone who would bet with him? You think he's going to bet that Duanling Tian's going to show up? Someone scoffed. As the VIPs discussed among themselves, they looked at Zhou curiously as well. They wondered if he was going to bet that Duanling Tian would show up at the martial competition of 16 counties? Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhou as well. Faced with the burning gaze from the crowd, Zhou did not seem embarrassed. He said, I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duanling Tian, the ace of 9 Spectres County, won't show up. Upon hearing Zhou's words, everyone felt that he was shameless. Nevertheless, Zhou continued to say without an ounce of shame, naturally, since the probability of me winning is higher, you'll only have to pay 50,000 prominent celestial stones if you lose. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, could not help but say contemptuously, shameless. Zhou, you're extremely shameless. Most people from the Flying Dragon sect began to chide Zhou as well. All of them felt he was being shameless as well. Shameless? He's too shameless. Only people from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. It's likely that Duanling Tian won't show up since it's so late now. What does it matter if Zhou pays 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Even if he pays 200,000 celestial stones, revered Elder Tianling would still lose the 50,000 prominent celestial stones since Duanling Tian probably isn't going to show up. Only an idiot would agree to such a bet. Even the members of the Poison King sect felt that their vice sect leader was being shameless as well. However, how could they agree with outsiders and condemn their vice sect leader? Therefore, many of them looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, twisting facts to suit them. What do you mean by shameless? If you daren't agree to the bet, then just refuse it. It's not like we're holding a knife to your neck and forcing you to agree to the bet. That's right. Just refuse if you don't dare. The members of the Flying Dragon sect are just cowards. When the people from the other factions heard the Poison King sect's members' words, not only did they think Zhou was shameless, but they thought the entire Poison King sect was shameless. Shameless? This is too shameless. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, Qin Yu felt indignant on the Flying Dragon sect's behalf. The members of the Poison King sect are too shameless. The third prince shook his head and said, there are many shameless people in the world. In fact, this is nothing. We all know Zhou is shameless. No one would agree to this bet. At the same time, the master of ceremony for the martial competition of 16 counties hovered in the air as he looked at the area where the people from 9 Spectres County were seated. He looked at Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and asked categorically, County Governor Tian, is the participant you selected showing up or not? Sir, I hope that you'll wait a little longer, Tian Jiyu said stiffly. Although he was also of the opinion that Duanling Tian would not be showing up, he still subconsciously held onto the hope that Duanling Tian would show up. For this reason, he tried his best to stall for time, hoping Duanling Tian would show up. As soon as Tian Jiyu finished speaking, most of the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Most of them did not think Duanling Tian would show up. Wait? What's the point of waiting? Someone scoffed. Duanling Tian's the supposed ace of 9 Spectres County. If he was going to show up, he would have been here by now. It's just a waste of everyone's time to wait for him. He's definitely not going to show up. Meanwhile, the master of ceremony frowned slightly when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. After a moment, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused his celestial origin energy into it, sending it into the area behind the curtain. He was asking for the opinion of the third prince who was in charge of the martial competition of 16 counties. When the third prince received the communication celestial talisman, He looked at King Qin, who was next to him, and asked, "Big brother, do you think that we should wait? Let's wait for an hour. After all, he's a peerless genius. It's rare for our region to have such a person," King Qin said with a gleam in his eyes. The third prince nodded and sent his reply to the master of ceremony. When the master of ceremony received the third prince's reply, he announced, "King Qin has decided to wait for another hour for Duanling Tian to show up since he appreciates a peerless genius such as Duanling Tian. If he doesn't show up after an hour, Chu Yen from the Soaring Wind County would be declared the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties." Although the crowd felt that it was a waste of time to wait for an hour, none of them dared to object. After all, this was King Qin's wish. To all those under the rule of King Qin's mansion, King Qin's words were absolute since he stood at the peak. "Thank you, King Qin." Tian Jiyu bowed toward the area hidden behind a curtain and thanked King Qin. However, inwardly he became even more anxious. In fact, he felt somewhat regretful trying to stall for time for Duanling Tian. After all, just as the others said, it was highly unlikely that Duanling Tian would show up. "Lord County Governor, is it necessary to wait?" "Duanling Tian is certainly not coming," Pang Bing, the inner estate elder, said. Even the inner estate, Xianxia, who had been supporting Duanling Tian, remained silent. After all, he did not think Duanling Tian would show up as well. He thought to himself, something must have happened to Duanling Tian. Otherwise, with his personality, there's no way he wouldn't show up. "It looks like I'll have to reveal myself," Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. When Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had tried to secure additional time for him, he had already decided to reveal himself and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties if Tian Jiyu was successful in buying him time. If Tian Jiyu had failed to buy him time, he had decided to repay Tian Jiyu and Xianxia in the future. After all, he had made a promise to them to win them the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. Since Tian Jiyu managed to buy him time, he felt that it was all fated. On the other hand, Zhou En was still insisting on betting with the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He asked smugly, "So what is it going to be? Do you dare to bet with me?" Since King Qin had agreed to wait an hour for Duanling Tian, it made the bet slightly less meaningless. Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhou En shameless. Then he turned to Duanling Tian and said, "Revered Elder Tianling, ignore him. He's just like a barking mad dog. He's just trying to win back his pride and celestial stones from losing the earlier bet and came up with this meaningless bet." He looked at Zhou En with a knowing look. "Huang Guangji, it's a bet between me and him. Why are you poking your nose into this matter?" Zhou En said angrily. "Revered Elder Tianling is from our Flying Dragon sect. It's only natural that I won't let him suffer any losses," Huang Guangji said righteously. Everyone in the VIP seats was certain Duanling Tian would not show up. However, at this time, Duanling Tian said in a feigned hoarse voice, "Fine, I'll accept your bet. However, we'll have to change the rules since this bet is unfair to me." Everyone fell silent upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. They were shocked that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhou En's bet. They wondered if he had gone mad. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at him in confusion. They did not understand why their revered elder would accept Zhou En's shameless bet. Zhou En, who initiated the bet, was also bewildered when Duanling Tian accepted the bet. To be honest, he did not think Duanling Tian would accept the bet. After all, he was sure to win. He looked at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you sure? Are you really sure you want to agree to this bet? As I said earlier, you can only bet on Duanling Tian showing up if you decide to accept the bet." After all, he was worried Duanling Tian would also bet that Duanling Tian would be a no-show. Duanling Tian scoffed contemptuously before he said, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you are?" Zhou En was not angered by Duanling Tian's words. After all, he could already see the 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duanling Tian would soon have to pay him. He said, "You said something about changing the rules since the bet is unfair to you. Anyway, since you bet Duanling Tian will show up, I'll make it fair and increase my stakes to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough? Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard Zhou En's proposal. Then he said with a sneer, Vice Sect Leader Zhou, you have just given me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Not to mention 200,000 prominent celestial stones. I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones. The Poison King sect possessed more wealth than any county under the King Qin's mansion. However, it was unlikely that a vice sect leader would have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhao and did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. He said derisively, if vice sect leader Zhou wishes to bet with an empty shell, I'm sorry, but I won't agree to your bet. Zhou En's face flushed red. After all, Duan Lingtian had revealed his intention. Indeed, he did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but he did not think it mattered since he was certain Duan Lingtian would not show up. Eventually, he calmed down and said, Yes, I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. However, there's no need for you to worry since our Poison King sect has it. Are you qualified to make such a decision for the Poison King sect? Duan Lingtian sneered. What a joke. I'm the vice sect leader of the sect. Moreover, I'm the biological younger brother of the sect leader of Poison King sect. Do you still think I'm not qualified to make this decision? Zhou En replied in a low voice. It looks like I have underestimated you. Duan Lingtian said flippantly. Stop wasting time. Accept or refuse the bet now. If you refuse, then just admit you're a coward, Zhou En said coldly. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhou En meaningfully and said indifferently, I will certainly accept the bet. However, don't you think you're still taking advantage of me by betting only 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't we do it like this? I'll bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian will show up, and you raise your stakes. Tell me then how many prominent celestial stones should I bet? Zhou En asked. He had no qualms with agreeing to Duan Lingtian's change of rules. After all, he was certain Duan Lingtian would not show up. If Duan Lingtian were to show up, he would have been here by now. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Okay, I'll bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Zhou En said, confident he would win. Alas, he was unaware that the man hidden in the black robes were laying a trap for him. Step by step. Duan Lingtian added, I have another condition. Zhou En frowned and said rather impatiently, What's it? You'll have to invite the third prince or King Qin to be the witness to our bet. Otherwise, with your shamelessness, I wouldn't put it past you to go back on your words, Duan Lingtian said. You! Zhou En was furious that Duan Lingtian called him shameless and that he would go back on his words. At this moment, the third prince emerged from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, I'll be the witness for your bet. He could not understand why the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhou En's shameless bet. Could he not see that Zhou En was sure to win? Nevertheless, his interest had been piqued, and he wanted to see the primitive celestial alchemist's reaction after he had lost. Your Grace, the third prince, thank you, Duan Lingtian said. Then, he handed the spatial ring containing 200,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. Yes, the total amount is correct, the third prince confirmed. Then, he looked at Zhou En and said indifferently, If you lose, King Qin's mansion will take the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King sect to hand it over to revered Elder Lingtian from the Flying Dragon sect. Zhou En replied flippantly, clearly unconcerned. If I lose, our Poison King sect will send 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion immediately after I return. It did not even occur to him that he would lose. That's good. The third prince nodded. He was not worried the Poison King sect would break the promise. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a fool. However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian took off his black robes that hid his face and revealed his handsome, smiling face. He had revealed his true identity. He smiled at Zhou En, and his voice was no longer hoarse as he said to Zhou En, Thank you for your 500,000 prominent celestial stones. The people in the VIP seats were shocked. They had thought the primitive celestial alchemist was an old man based on his hoarse voice. They did not expect him to fake his voice. Who would have thought a handsome and tall young man was hidden under the black robe? This is how revered Elder Tian Ling looks like? I've always assumed he's an old man based on his voice. I didn't expect him to be so young. Not even in my wildest dreams would I have imagined this. The people of the Flying Dragon sect, including vice sect leader Huang Guangji, were shocked. This was their first time seeing their revered Elder Tianling's true appearance. Bang! Duanling Tian stomped on the ground loudly and launched himself into the air, causing the ground to crack. He made his way to the master of ceremony of the martial competition of 16 counties in just an instant. Then, he said calmly as he hovered above the arena, "I'm Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County." He looked at Chu Yen, the selected participant from the Soaring Wind County. As soon as Duanling Tian introduced himself, the audience was shocked. Some were so surprised that they rose from their seats abruptly while some gasped loudly, filled with incredulity. Duanling Tian had kept the Yin Celestial Master's robe when he had revealed himself, hence he was once again dressed in his purple robes. Apart from the people in the VIP seats who were still in a daze by this turn of events, the spectators in the common seats were busy discussing among themselves. Some of them turned to look at Tian Jiyu, but most people's eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian as though they were afraid he would disappear. In fact, even before he arrived, he was already the focus of everyone's attention. After all, many people had been saying that Duanling Tian was sure to win first place. Chu Yen would not stand a chance if Duanling Tian came. Now that Duanling Tian had shown up, how could he not be the center of attention? Duanling Tian came? He's Duanling Tian? I thought the martial competition of 16 counties would end after Chu Yen defeated Yang Jin. Not only did I not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County to be able to buy time for Duanling Tian, but even more so, I didn't expect Duanling Tian to show up. Well, it seems like the county governor of 9 Spectres County knew beforehand that Duanling Tian would definitely show up. That's why he stalled for time earlier. Yes, looks like it to me as well. So he's Duanling Tian who became famous in the entire region governed by King Qin's mansion a few months ago? And he's as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, although he's less than 100 years old. In all the areas under King Qin's mansion, I don't think we've ever had such a genius, right? About a year ago, he was already stronger than Inner Estate Elder Pang Bing of 9 Spectres County. Pang Bing was the strongest below great overarching golden celestials. Pang Bing must have felt embarrassed for a junior to surpass him. Now that a year has passed, Duanling Tian should be even stronger, right? Who knows if he has already become a great overarching golden celestial? A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. I think such a person is rare even in those high-rank celestial kingdom, let alone our mediocre celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Meanwhile, from behind the curtain, Qin Yu stood up abruptly from his luxurious chair as he exclaimed, "Duanling Tian?" He was delighted to see Duanling Tian safe and sound. But he could not help but worry about the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial sect now that Duanling Tian was here. According to his uncle, the powerhouse was a celestial duke who was much stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If the celestial duke unleashed all her strength, she would be capable of destroying King Qin's mansion. He thought to himself, "Duanling Tian, why did you suddenly show up at this moment? You should have told me about your plans." He felt a hint of bitterness and helplessness at this moment. He did not try to speak to Duanling Tian through voice transmission because he knew it was too late to do so. If Duanling Tian was the target of that celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, even if he warned Duanling Tian now, it would still be useless. On the other hand, if Duanling Tian was not the celestial duke's target, he would only be distracting Duanling Tian while he fought with Chu Yen. Qin Yu prayed fervently inwardly, "I really hope Duanling Tian isn't the target of the Celestial Duke of Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect," he sighed. "I really didn't expect Duanling Tian to be sitting so close to me in the VIP seats. Why didn't he tell me through voice transmission that he's here?" If he had done so, I could have told him about the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and asked if they have enmity between them. He did notice the noise outside at the VIP seats, and many people blocked his view when Duanling Tian first revealed himself. Therefore, he was a step too late to react. When he regained his senses, Duanling Tian had revealed his identity to everyone present on the scene. King Qin, who was sitting next to Qin Yu, looked at Duanling Tian as he asked, so this is Duanling Tian? Yes. I didn't know he came, let alone that he was the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He's good at hiding himself, King Qin said. At the same time, he wondered why Duanling Tian only showed himself now. After all, if he did not agree to Tian Jiyu's request to wait for a while more, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. It would have been meaningless if Duanling Tian had appeared after the competition ended. Moreover, Duanling Tian did not just show up now, he had been here all along, hiding among the people in the VIP seats. He thought to himself, this is King Qin's mansion. It's reasonable that he doesn't have to worry about the others from the 15 counties harming him here. However, why did he only show up at the 11th hour? Is it possible that he's also aware that he's the target of the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? That still doesn't make sense. If he knows he's a target, why would he show himself now? Even if we can tell if the powerhouse has left, there's no need for him to take such a risk, right? The more he thought about it, the more confused he was. Then, he looked at the people from Fair Mountain County before his eyes eventually landed on a gray-robed figure next to Wang Qiling. The gray-robed person was a core elder and a celestial duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior, Duanling Tian has shown up. Why aren't you attacking him yet? Wang Qiling asked anxiously. After all, it seemed like the person next to him had no intention of attacking Duanling Tian. If the powerhouse only killed Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian had defeated Chu Yan, it meant Fair Mountain County would only receive one mediocre celestial pill, the Great Overarching Pill, since Yang Jin would be demoted to the 3rd place. He had expected the powerhouse next to him would kill Duanling Tian as soon as Duanling Tian appeared. Who knew that was not the case? The gray-robed figure rebuked Wang Qiling coldly. It is not up to you to tell me what to do. Wang Qiling was so terrified that his face turned pale. He quickly lowered his head and fearfully apologized. Senior, I apologize. I was just too anxious. Although Wang Qiling did not know the real identity of the old lady, he noticed that even King Qin had to compromise during the confrontation between King Qin and the old lady earlier. At that time, King Qin had demanded him to say that the old lady was deaf so King Qin would not be embarrassed. How could the old lady be an ordinary person if even King Qin had to give in to her? Even King Qin did not dare offend her. How could someone like him dare to provoke that old lady? If the old lady killed him, he would just die in vain. He was certain King Qin would not avenge him. For this reason, when he heard the displeasure in her words earlier, he was frightened out of his wits. Meanwhile, the old lady's eyes flashed coldly as she studied Duanling Tian intently. So this is Duanling Tian? He's the one who took away Miss Binger's virginity. Although Duanling Tian had shown up, the old lady was not in a hurry to take action. Since he had already appeared, she knew he would not be able to escape from her. He would die sooner or later anyway. On the other hand, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, was very anxious. Naturally, he no longer dared to urge the old lady. All he could do was stew in his own anxiety. Duanling Tian actually came? The elders and revered elders from the Fair Mountain County smiled bitterly. We thought Yang Jin would win 2nd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and will get 2 great overarching pills. However, that doesn't seem possible now. Since Duanling Tian has appeared, Yang Jin can only win 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This means instead of getting 2 great overarching pills, we'll only get 1. This Duanling Tian really showed up at a bad time. The elders and revered elders of Fair Mountain County felt helpless. They knew there was nothing they could do. Why did Duanling Tian choose this time to appear? Yang Jin said through gritted teeth as he sat at the side. He had slightly recovered from his earlier battle. Although it was his first time meeting Duanling Tian, his eyes were brimming with hostility as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was to be expected. After all, with Duanling Tian's sudden appearance, he would be demoted to third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Not only would Fair Mountain County receive one less pill from King Qin's mansion, but even his reward would be lessened as well. How could he not feel displeased? The situation among the people from Soaring Wind County was about the same as Fair Mountain County. When the few elders and revered elder who came together with their county governor, Chu Tingxian, saw the appearance of Duanling Tian, they could not help but sigh. It seems like instead of 3 great overarching pills, we'll only get 2 since Duanling Tian has come. Perhaps this is fate. Chu Tingxian shook his head. It's not bad to have 2 great overarching pills. We should be grateful. Chu Yu, who was standing next to Chu Tingxian, was dressed valiantly. She looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of admiration in her eyes. So he's Duanling Tian? Although she had an easygoing manner and acted like a boy most of the time, she was still a girl after all. In the past, the only person she admired was her brother, Chu Yan. She felt she only deserved someone stronger or as strong as her brother. When she heard about Duanling Tian's feats in Nine Spectres County, she finally realized there was someone who was stronger than her brother. Although Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County was quite strong, he was about 20 years older than her brother. However, his innate talent was much lower than her brother, so she was not interested in Yang Jin at all. On the other hand, although Duanling Tian was about the same age as Yang Jin, his innate talent was much better than her brother. Therefore, even before she had met Duanling Tian, she already had a crush on him. This might sound ridiculous, but it was a fact. A woman like her, who had been strong since she was a child, had never developed any feelings for any man. In fact, she had thought she would end up alone all her life, since she had not met any man whom she had special feelings for. However, when she learned about the existence of such a brilliant man in Nine Spectres County, her heart had moved. Naturally, since she had never seen him before, regardless of his prowess, she knew there was a chance she might not be attracted to his appearance or personality. This was something similar to online dating in Duanling Tian's past life. 2 people could get along well chatting online, but when they finally met, they might not get along at all. Nevertheless, when Chuyu saw Duanling Tian, his handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing attracted her even more. Her heart was thumping so fast that it felt as though it was going to jump out of his chest. Chuyu will only marry him. Chuyu swore inwardly as she looked at Duanling Tian. Before she met him, she had had a crush on him. However, now, after seeing him, she had thoroughly fallen in love with him. Sometimes, emotions worked in mysterious ways indeed. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that he had unintentionally captured the heart of a beautiful maiden who happened to be Chu Yan's younger sister. If he knew about it, he would definitely be rendered speechless and feel helpless. After all, he already had 2 wives and a partner. Now, he even had Murong Bing, whom he had sex with and was adamant about taking responsibility for. This had already caused him a headache. How could he have thoughts to mess with another woman? Damn it! Why did he come? Whether it was the county governor of the overarching floating county or Xingdong, its selected participant, both their expressions had darkened. If Duanling Tian did not show up, Xingdong would still be in the 10th place. However, with Duanling Tian's arrival, Xingdong would be kicked out of the top 10. With that, the overarching floating county and Xingdong would not receive any reward from the King Qin's mansion at all. Most importantly, they would have to pay a fine to King Qin's mansion. Unlike the tense atmosphere that loomed over the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and overarching floating county, the originally tense atmosphere that loomed over the Nine Spectres County had vanished and was replaced with joy. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. His teeth were all exposed as he laughed loudly. Duanling Tian has finally arrived. I knew he's not someone who would go back on his words. Xianxia, the inner estate elder, said. He was delighted as well. Pang Bing scoffed and only said coldly, well, at least he has a conscience. Needless to say, the others from the Nine Spectres County were extremely happy as well. Meanwhile, at the VIP seats, everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Zhou and as though he was an idiot. It was clear to them that Duanling Tian had been laying traps step by step for Zhou and to fall into. No wonder he agreed to the unfair bet with Zhou. As it turns out, the primitive celestial alchemist is Duan Ling Tian himself. Who knew revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect is Duan Ling Tian, the selected participant of Nine Spectres County. This time, Vice Sect Leader Zhouan is going to suffer a huge loss. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. I was so sure he would win. It seems like he went out for wool but came home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stone isn't little. Even if the Poison King sect has the celestial stones, I'm afraid it'll seriously affect the sect. This time, the Poison King sect has truly suffered a great loss. At this moment, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, laughed loudly as he looked at Zhou and Zhouan. You lost 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you are going to talk to your sect leader about this? The people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhou with ridicule. They seemed to have forgotten they had doubted Duan Ling Tian's sanity as well when he had first agreed to the bet. Earlier, Zhou looked at revered Elder Tian Ling as though he was an idiot. However, the real idiot is Zhou. He thought he'd definitely win. Who could have guessed that revered Elder Tian Ling is actually Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian sure plays the role of a swindler well. Zhou probably feels worse than if he had eaten a fly. Of course. He has lost 500,000 prominent celestial stones after all. Meanwhile, the others from the VIP seats looked at Zhou sympathetically. As for the people from the Poison King sect, they only looked at their vice sect leader quietly. If he were not their vice sect leader, they would have cursed at him. Meanwhile, Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. He recalled when the primitive celestial alchemist accepted his bet. He could see the celestial stones he had lost during the first bet coming back to him. Who knew the primitive celestial alchemist was Duan Ling Tian? When he regained his senses and saw the pitying gazes from the crowd, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He seemed insane as he shouted, "No. This bet is nulled. It can't be counted. After all, he's Duan Ling Tian. He's cheating. He's cheating." It was 500,000 prominent celestial stones after all. If the Poison King sect were to lose 500,000 prominent celestial stones because of him, even if he was the sect leader's younger brother, he would still be severely punished even if they would not kill him. Those elders, revered elders, and two supreme elders who were as strong as his brother would definitely not let him go so easily. The third prince, who had yet to return to behind the curtain, scoffed. Upon hearing this, Zhou was so frightened he almost fainted. Third prince. Zhou, who had regained his senses, looked as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion and said fearfully, "Your Grace, the third prince, I know you're the witness between our bet, but I didn't know he's Duan Ling Tian from the Nine Spectres County. If I knew he's Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have proposed that bet even if the bet is only 5,000 prominent celestial stones. This bet isn't fair at all." He became more riled up as he spoke. He knew the only person who could make the bet void was the third prince. He could go back on his words if it was just Duan Ling Tian alone, and he did not request for the third prince to bear witness to their bet. Before the third prince could reply, Huang Guangji could not hold back and exclaimed, "This is ridiculous." He scoffed before he said, "Zhou, don't you feel embarrassed for saying such words? Don't forget you're the one who initiated this bet. You felt delighted when he agreed to your bet, didn't you? You thought you'd be able to regain your 50,000 prominent celestial stones and some more. Why didn't you think the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you learned he's Duan Ling Tian and you'd lost the bet, you're saying the bet is unfair." A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he spoke. Then, he turned to the people in the VIP seats and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask for your opinion if this bet is unfair? Do you think this bet should be voided?" Huang Guangji did not know why the genius Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County would join their Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist and became a revered elder. However, since Duan Ling Tian had joined their sect, he had never done anything harmful to their sect. Instead, he had even refined a batch of extremely high-quality pills for their sect. For this reason, he wholeheartedly supported Duan Ling Tian. The people from the other forces in the VIP seats had no enmity nor a good relationship with the Flying Dragon sect or the Poison King sect. Their words were spoken from a neutral point of view. All of them unanimously felt that Zhou was shameless and the bet should not be voided. I have seen shameless people before, but I haven't seen someone as shameless as Vice Sect Leader Zhou of Poison King Sect. Exactly. How shameless. He's the one who proposed the bet. Now that he is lost, he wants to go back on his words. How preposterous. I really don't know why the Poison King Sect would have such a person. Moreover, he's a Vice Sect Leader. Didn't he say his brother is the Sect Leader? So did he become the Vice Sect Leader by relying on his brother? The Poison King Sect is really getting worse. It seems like anyone can be a Vice Sect Leader. What a disgrace to the sect. The third prince looked at Zhou and asked indifferently, so, do you still think the bet can be voided? Thud. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, Zhou, whose face turned even paler, trembled and fell to the ground. He was so frightened that his legs had lost all strength to stand. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince expressed his stance, he knew clearly that the Poison King Sect would have to pay the 500,000 prominent celestial stones no matter what. Otherwise, they would risk offending the third prince and even King Qin's mansion. Although the Poison King mansion was relatively strong, it was not worth mentioning compared to King Qin's mansion. Not to mention King Qin himself, even the third prince alone was enough to destroy the Poison King Sect. The third prince said threateningly, if the 500,000 prominent celestial stones aren't delivered here in a month, I'll personally lead a group to take it from your Poison King Sect. At that time, the matter wouldn't just be settled by 500,000 prominent celestial stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the hidden area behind the curtains. After the third prince left, Zhou rose to his feet as he shuddered. He barked to his subordinates, "Let's leave." He no longer wanted to stay and watch the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could already guess the outcome of the competition, but it was more important for him to speak to his elder brother about what had happened. Seeing the people from the Poison King Sect leaving in a hurry, the people from Fly Dragon's sect felt smug and satisfied. I'll definitely tell all the junior sisters and brothers about this when I return to the sect. They'll certainly feel happy. After all, how often can we make the Poison King Sect turn tail and flee? A disciple of the Flying Dragon Sect smiled proudly. Well, it's all thanks to revered Elder Tianling. Without him, we wouldn't have this satisfaction. But I really didn't expect revered Elder Tianling is Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County, who recently became famous. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an excellent primitive celestial alchemist. He's truly a peerless genius. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duanling Tian is also a primitive celestial alchemist. Not only is he strong, but he's also a celestial alchemist who's less than 100 years old. He's a truly peerless genius among all geniuses. When the group of Flying Dragon Sect's disciples looked at Duanling Tian, who was standing above the arena, their eyes shone with admiration. Above the arena. After keeping quiet, Chu Yan broke the silence first. He said in a low voice, "Duanling Tian, I heard you're much stronger than me, but I still want to fight you. If you defeat me, then you'll win first. I hope your reputation isn't unearned." Battle intent shone in his eyes when he spoke. The celestial origin energy that had been brewing underneath his skin surged out immediately, forming a circle of air currents around his body. "Please attack," Duanling Tian said indifferently. Although he asked Chu Yan to attack him, there were no signs of him mobilizing his celestial origin energy at all. It was as though he was not bothered by Chu Yan's attack at all. Upon seeing this, Chu Yan felt greatly humiliated. Flames of fury rose in his heart as he lunged toward Duanling Tian like a lightning bolt. He took out his celestial weapon and cast all his celestial methods and divine abilities without any restraint. However, he was not foolish. Although reputation could be faked, seeing how flippant Duanling Tian when faced with his attack, he knew Duanling Tian was probably as strong as a great overarching golden celestial as rumored. For this reason, he did not hold back at all when he attacked Duanling Tian. Otherwise, who knew if he would even have a chance to use his techniques later? Boom! Chu Yan, who lunged at Duanling Tian with all his might, was like a furious beast. The void shook in his wake, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan appeared before Duanling Tian, his mighty attack that was as vast as the sea and as loud as thunder crashed down. Just as his attack was about to land on Duanling Tian, he discovered Duanling Tian still did not show any signs of retaliation or defending himself. Duanling Tian, with no hints of celestial origin energy at all, stood motionlessly in the air. Upon seeing this, he felt humiliated again. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this. In just an instant, Chu Yan's bulged as if he had transformed into an angry Vajra. His attack turned even more explosive, and thunderclouds that seemed to be striking down with tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared. What's Duanling Tian doing? Does he not plan to do anything at all? Although it's Chu Yan's first attack, based on his battle with Yang Jin earlier, it's obvious he's unleashing all his strength now. It seems like Duanling Tian is a bit reckless, right? If I'm not mistaken, even a common violet sun golden celestial might not dare to underestimate Chu Yan's ultimate attack, right? The spectators watched rapturously at the thunderclouds that loomed over Duanling Tian. The thunderclouds that loomed over Duanling Tian suddenly parted. Boom! A loud noise rang in the air. A force that seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth swept out. Whoosh! In the next moment, a crisp and clear sound of sword cries rang in everyone's ears. A dazzling bright light dispersed the thunderclouds. It seemed like the bright light was formed by countless sword rays. A figure could be seen in the midst of the light, as though being protected by the light of sword rays. Not bad. It's a pity that it's useless against me. Duanling Tian stood in the midst of the sword rays, completely unharmed. Even his purple robes were intact. Chu Yan had unleashed all his strength, and yet, he did not even manage to harm a single hair on Duanling Tian's head. He paled immediately. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, an expression of fear appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Even peak golden celestials wouldn't have been able to easily deflect my attack. Don't tell me he has a breakthrough and has become a great, overarching golden celestial. He felt himself shuddered as these thoughts appeared in his mind. Remarkable! Xiu exclaimed in her heart. She was Chu Yan's biological sister. The look on each and every member of the Soaring Wind County was grim, but she was the only one who seemed impressed with Duanling Tian's strength. She was staring intently at him, her eyes as bright as stars in the night sky. It's impossible for someone below great overarching golden celestials to deflect brothers' attacks so easily. It seems like he has successfully become a great overarching golden celestial. His strength has improved again. Pang Bing, an interstate elder in Nine Spectres County, thought to himself when he saw Duanling Tian standing there shrouded by sword rays like a god of sword. He was genuinely shocked. Duanling Tian has become a great overarching golden celestial? Another interstate elder, Xianxia, was all smiles. He was sincerely happy for Duanling Tian's achievement. Tian Ji was delighted and laughed openly. He was similarly shocked by Duanling Tian's remarkably fast improvement. In just less than a year, Duanling Tian had improved tremendously. Extraordinary. Naturally, he was also happy because Duanling Tian winning the martial competition of the 16 counties meant that the 9 Spectres County would be rewarded with 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills from King Qin's mansion. It did not matter to him how strong Duanling Tian was. After all, with Duanling Tian's innate talent, even King Qin's mansion would be just like a small pond to Duanling Tian in the future, let alone the 9 Spectres County. He knew from today onward, Duanling Tian would be able to use King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and go to better places. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. It seemed like there was only one person like that in the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago, I think. Eventually that genius had left the kingdom and joined a formidable sect that was much more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Tian Ji thought to himself. How powerful! Duanling Tian is remarkable. Seems like he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base and has become a great overarching golden celestial, right? The martial competition of the 16 counties is just a walk in a park to him. You're right. Moreover, he still fulfills the requirement to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Unbelievable. I can't believe such a monster would appear in King Qin's mansion. It's the first time that such a monster appears in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one that appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Similar remarks could be heard among the spectators. Meanwhile, the third prince said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, indeed, already has strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial indeed. Indeed. King Qin nodded in agreement. Great overarching golden celestial? Qin, you remained silent. A year ago, Duan Ling Tian had already possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian capture the 9 Spectres County's strongest revered elder, Shou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial. He even delivered Shou Tong to the Blood Spectre City's city governor to be killed. If I'm not mistaken, at that time, when his sword rays weren't 7 colors, he still couldn't defeat Shou Tong. Only when his sword rays emitted 7 colors was he able to completely subdue Shou Tong. Naturally, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed a Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. He only knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of transforming his sword rays into the 7-colored sword rays that increased his strength tremendously. However, Duan Ling Tian did not use that technique today. He continued musing inwardly. He didn't even use the 7-colored sword rays today, and yet, his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. He's definitely even more powerful if he uses that technique. He inhaled sharply when he thought of this. A year ago, Duan Ling Tian would not have strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without the 7-colored sword rays. Currently, even without using that method, his strength was almost equal to a great overarching golden celestial. In only a year, Duan Ling Tian made such a tremendous progress, Qin Yu thought to himself. Hovering above the arena, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention again. He was shrouded by hundreds of thousands of sword rays. The sword rays seemed to make the air around him ripple. He who had remained silent from the beginning finally calmly said, "Now it's my turn to attack." His tone was apathetic, but it was loud for everyone present on the scene to hear. Everyone was stunned. Duan Ling Tian is going to attack? The spectators' eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. They could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial when he easily deflected Chu Yan's attack. Moreover, it was likely that he had become a great overarching golden celestial. They had yet to witness his attack, so they were, naturally, excited to see him attack. None of them dared to move their eyes away from him, as though they were afraid they would miss even the smallest details. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chu Yan was stunned. He had wanted to surrender. He was well aware that Duan Ling Tian's strength was far superior to his. He would only be asking for trouble if he allowed Duan Ling Tian to attack. Just as he was about to speak up to surrender, the imposing energy from Duan Ling Tian seemed to cause a disruption in his blood flow, causing him to be unable to speak. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian had raised his hands, and a sword battle formation appeared. The light from the formation grew brighter and brighter with each passing minute. Boom! Then, the sword battle formation transformed into a gargantuan sword that was 100 meters long. It seemed to appear out of thin air and was about to land on Chu Yan. Duan Ling Tian had only dropped the gigantic sword on Chu Yan. He did not intend to kill Chu Yan, so he did not use his blade. After all, the martial competition of the 16 counties prohibited killing. Even if it were allowed, he still would not kill Chu Yan. After all, they had no enmity between them. Moreover, although Chu Yan did not hold back when he attacked earlier, there was no killing intent in his attack. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions continued to ring in the air. When the gargantuan sword fell, it split the currents in the air just like how Moses had parted the Red Sea. The gargantuan sword was surrounded by a thick and dense sword energy that seemed to be able to cut anything it came in contact with. Moreover, for its size, it was extremely fast as well. It was so fast that Chu Yan could not avoid it at all. Chu Yan tried everything in his arsenal to avoid the gargantuan sword from hitting him, but to no avail. Alas, he was sent flying out of the arena. He flew back a few feet before he retched and spat out a mouthful of blood. Thank you for showing mercy. Chu Yan could barely steady himself and his face was extremely pale. It was almost similar to his battle with Yang Jin earlier. The difference was he was now in Yang Jin's position and in a sorry state. When Chu Yen was sent flying by the sword energy, Duan Ling Tian quickly withheld his strength. If he did not do so, one strike would be more than enough to kill Chu Yen. My pleasure. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chu Yen. She left her seat and rushed to her brother's side. She asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chu Yen shook his head. A hint of disappointment for losing could be seen in his eyes, along with a hint of doting for his beloved sister. In fact, before Chu Yu approached Chu Yen, she had already sent him a voice transmission, asking him to introduce her to Duan Ling Tian. As for her brother's injuries, she did not seem very concerned about them. He realized that after a woman had come of age, they could not be kept from marriage. He did not take offense. After all, he really loved his sister. Moreover, he admired Duan Ling Tian for his strength as well. For this reason, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and pointed to his sister before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, this is my sister, Chu Yu." "Miss Chu Yu." Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chu Yu out of courtesy. "Hello, big brother Duan." Chu Yu was normally a carefree person, but faced with Duan Ling Tian, she was much more restrained. A blush could be seen on her cheeks. It was a rather rare sight that even Chu Yen was surprised. Chu Yen did not expect his sister, who usually acted like a boy, would have such a ladylike side to her as well. He lamented inwardly. So, it's true that a woman changes her expression for the one she likes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was so discomfited with Chu Yu's adoring gaze that he had to turn away. The master of ceremony of the martial competition of the 16 counties saved Duan Ling Tian from the awkwardness as he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian?" According to the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Ling Tian is now ranked first. All participants who are ranked from the 3rd to the 10th places are free to challenge Duan Ling Tian if they so wish. The spectators rolled their eyes upon hearing the master of ceremonies' words. Are you kidding me? Won't the other participants be digging their own graves if they challenge Duan Ling Tian? Exactly. All 8 of them were defeated by Chu Yen. However, Chu Yen was defeated by Duan Ling. How could they stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian? None of them is a match for him. Well, I'm sure the master of the ceremony knows that no one would dare to challenge Duan Ling Tian. It's probably just a formality and a procedure he has to follow. It'd be unfair to directly declare Duan Ling Tian as the winner without asking if anyone wants to challenge him. Right? That's true. Naturally, there were people who were wiser. They knew the master of ceremony only said these words as a formality. When nobody made a move, the master of ceremony said, "Since no one's challenging Duan Ling Tian, the final rankings of the martial competition of the 16 counties are decided." With that, the martial competition of the 16 counties came to an end. The final rankings were as followed. First was Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County. Second, Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County. Third, Yang Jing from Fair Mountain County. Fourth, Zhong Ju-ming from Ataraxia County. Fifth, Renfei from Red Cloud County. Sixth, Zhang Jianhong from Plum Blossom County. Seventh, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Eighth, Mo Chiu from Chiu Li County. Ninth, Tong Yuan from Horse Teeth County. And finally, 10th, Yen Shi-hu from One Heart County. Wang Qi-ling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, remained silent. He repeatedly looked at the gray-clad figure next to him furtively. He was confused as to why she did not make a move yet. Her target was clearly Duan Ling Tian, right? He thought to himself, "Don't tell me the old lady can't bear to make a move because of how good-looking he is?" Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had ended, the spectators still remained in their seats, discussing among themselves. Naturally, their discussions revolved around Duan Ling Tian. Most of them were curious about his potential and how far he would go. Would he become a peak celestial duke? Just as expected, Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County won the martial competition of the 16 counties. He appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he would have missed winning the competition. To be able to witness Duan Ling Tian's strength really made the trip here worthwhile. Based on his strength, he'll definitely go far beyond expectations. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be a problem for him to go beyond the cloudy rock celestial kingdom. With his innate talent, if everything goes well, he'll be a celestial duke at the very least and won't have a problem settling in a high-rank celestial kingdom. A celestial duke is much stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's said that even among the high-rank celestial kingdoms, there might not even be one celestial duke. To most of the people present on the scene, a celestial duke was someone they only heard about in rumors. At least, in the territories under King Qin's mansion, a celestial duke had never publicly appeared before in the last few hundred years. Seems like the old lady isn't here. Duan Tian sighed in relief as he checked for her presence from the air. However, just as he was about to turn and join the people from Nine Spectres County, a hoarse and cold voice rang in the air. Although the voice was not loud, it drowned out all the spectators' voices. Duan Tian. Are you Duan Tian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City? The spectators were momentarily stunned before they began to search for the mysterious speaker. Who was it? In just a moment, a gray figure emerged from the group of people from Fair Mountain County. What does he want to do? The members of Fair Mountain County were confused. Only the county governor, Wang Lingqi, looked at Duan Tian with a gloating expression. The gray figure discarded its robe and revealed an old lady in plain robes. She seemed to be in her 70s. She did not waste any time and stepped into the air, making her way to Duan Tian. She must be the old lady that City Governor Lu mentioned. She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. She's, at least, comparable to King Qin from King Qin's mansion, Duan Tian thought. When the old lady had called out to him earlier, he had tried to escape immediately but to no avail. An invisible and powerful force seemed to have surrounded him and bound him. Although the force did not seem particularly dense, he was no match for its power at all. An ordinary overarching heaven supreme celestial would not be capable of making him feel this way. Only someone stronger than an overarching heaven supreme celestial could render him so helpless. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, exclaimed, "It's you." He was shocked by the gray figure's true identity. His previously elated expression had changed to one of fear when he saw the old lady. The old lady had come to see him a year ago in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, looking for Duan Tian. With just her aura, she had injured him. Due to this, he estimated the old lady was at least on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Sage, she's here all this time? She's even hiding among Wang Qiling's people. He did not expect the old lady was the gray figure who stood with Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain Count. The old lady suddenly came to a halt. She tilted her head and looked at Tian Jiyu with a glint in her eyes. She said lightly, "Oh, I've almost forgotten about you. When I last saw you, I remember you said Duan Tian wouldn't be competing in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right?" Her cold eyes were narrowed as she spoke. As senior, Tian Jiyu clearly sensed her killing intent. He panicked and hastily replied, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know Duan Tian would appear. I swear." Although he was in King Qin's mansion and King Qin was present, he did not feel safe at all. King Qin was an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the old lady was likely stronger than King Qin. Even if their strength was on par with each other, King Qin probably would not make a move to save him. After all, he was a mere insignificant subordinate. "Is that so?" The old lady smirked coldly when she heard Tian Jiyu's reply. "I remember you requested to wait for an hour for Duan Tian's arrival. If you didn't know he'd appeared, why would you make such a request? Do you think I'm a fool?" The old lady's voice turned icier as she spoke. Tian Jiyu felt as though winter had arrived. Blood drained from his face, and he turned pale. He stammered, at a loss for words, "Senior." The old lady scoffed with a glint in her eyes. However, she remained motionless. In the next moment, Tian Jiyu shuddered for a brief moment before a bloody hole bloomed on his glabella, and just like that, he was dead. Boom! Tianji Yu's corpse fell to the ground with a loud boom. The sound echoed through the deathly silent arena. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was dead. The crowd inhaled sharply as they witnessed Tianji Yu's death. No one expected the county governor of Nine Spectres County would die in the presence of King Qin in King Qin's mansion. County governor! The people from Nine Spectres County cried out when they regained their senses. The inter-estate elders, Pang Bing and Xianxia, glanced at Tianji Yu's corpse before turning to look at the old lady who had continued making her way to Duanling Tian in the air. Their expressions were extremely grim at this moment. Pang Bing asked through voice transmission, "Xianxia, it's impossible even for King Qin to kill Lord County Governor in such a manner, right? This old lady is stronger than King Qin." Xianxia replied through voice transmission, "Do you recall when King Qin appeared earlier? She did not even greet or pay respect to him? Now that you mentioned it, at that time, the tension was palpable between King Qin and the old lady. However, it seemed that King Qin had let the matter go after Wang Qiling said the old lady was deaf and mute." Pang Bing said, "Deaf and mute? Do you think as a subordinate of King Qin, the county governor of Fair Mountain County would dare lie to King Qin because of an outsider? In my opinion, he was instructed by King Qin to say the old lady's deaf and mute," Xianxia replied. Instructed by King Qin? Pang Bing was puzzled. Why would he do something like that? It's likely King Qin knows the old lady is stronger than him, or she has an extraordinary background. He ordered Wang Qiling to say the old lady is deaf and mute to save himself the embarrassment. After all, there are so many people present on the scene, Xianxia said knowingly. No wonder King Qin didn't make a move even after the old lady killed Lord County Governor, Pang Bing said with a sigh as he glanced at the curtained area. Hidden behind the curtains, Qin Yu's expression turned grim as he watched the old lady make her way in the air toward Duanling Tian. He knew this celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had come for his friend, Duanling Tian. Based on his uncle's words, it seemed like she had come to kill Duanling Tian. Every step the old lady took was like a heavy stomp to his heart, and it made him tremble in fear. Not only was Duanling Tian his friend, but Duanling Tian had even saved his life before. Now that Duanling Tian was in danger, all he could do was watch helplessly. It made him feel terrible. He turned to look at King Qin and pleaded, "Eldest uncle, please help Duanling Tian." As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince forced a smile on his face and said helplessly, "The old lady is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If your eldest uncle has 2 breakthroughs and ascended 2 levels, he still wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner. The power of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination." Although the third prince was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was peerless among those below overarching heavenly supreme celestials, in front of a celestial duke, he was just like an ant. The old lady could kill him as easily as she had killed Tianji Yu. King Qin sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to help him, but I can't." There was no doubt that it was humiliating to him that the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, he could not even muster up any anger because he knew it was pointless. Not only was he not a match for the celestial duke, but the sect she was from, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was not a force he could afford to offend either. That sect was even stronger than a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Swoosh! As soon as King Qin finished speaking, Qin Yu had left the area like a gust of wind, appearing in front of Duanling Tian to shield him. Unlike Duanling Tian, who was bound by the old lady's energy, he could move freely since he was not bound. "Qin Yu," Duanling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Then he quickly said through voice transmission, "Qin Yu, leave at once before she vents her anger on you." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Although he knew Qin Yu would not be able to help him out of his predicament, he was still touched by Qin Yu's actions. He knew Qin Yu must have pleaded with his eldest uncle, King Qin, to help him. However, seeing that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin refused to help. However, it was more likely that King Qin could not help because he knew he was no match for the old lady. Qin Yu, naturally, did not believe Duanling Tian when he said he was fine. He had seen the killing intent in the old lady's eyes. It was clear she could not wait to kill Duanling Tian, grind his bones into ashes, and scatter them in the air. He was certain the old lady would not grant Duanling Tian an easy death like how she had killed Tian Jiyu. He was, naturally, trembling inwardly in fear when faced with the old woman. He said haltingly, "Senior, in what way did Duanling Tian offend you? If you're willing to let him go, I'd promise you anything that's within my capability. Even if you want my life, I won't have any complaints." How could he not be afraid? He was just an ordinary golden celestial. Let alone a celestial duke, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial or overarching heavenly supreme celestial could crush him like an ant. The old lady probably needed to blow at him with her celestial origin energy and he would die. Despite all that, he steeled himself and spoke up for Duanling Tian. The old lady was prepared to kill Qin Yu for obstructing her way. However, she paused when she heard Qin Yu was willing to trade his life for Duanling Tian. She temporarily dismissed the idea of killing Qin Yu. She asked, perplexed, "You're willing to trade your life for his?" The Devata realms were places where the strong was revered and the weak were prey. It was a dog-eat-dog world. It was extremely rare for someone to sacrifice themselves for another person. Moreover, humans were inherently selfish. "As long as you promise me that you won't kill him, I'm willing to die in his place," Qin Yu replied solemnly. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the old lady's eyes turned ice-cold. "Since you wish to trade your life for his, then so be it." Whoosh! A powerful energy surged out of her body and violently swept toward Qin Yu before it shrouded him. As a celestial duke, just her plain energy was enough to severely injure or kill an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, let alone an ordinary golden celestial. "Senior, please show mercy. Please show mercy." As soon as the old lady's energy shrouded Qin Yu, two voices cried out in unison from behind the curtains. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures flew out from behind the curtains. They were none other than King Qin and the third prince from King Qin's mansion. Both men had swiftly come out to rescue Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu's father was their fourth brother. Moreover, Qin Yu's father had saved their lives more than once. Now that their fourth brother's son was facing death, how could they stand aside and do nothing? Whoosh! Whoosh! King Qin and the third prince soared into the air toward Qin Yu to save him. The old lady snorted. She raised her hand, and a vast and tremendous energy swept out, leaving ripples in its wake. It could be seen how powerful the force was based on the ripples of shockwaves that swept through the surroundings. The stability in Devata realms was much more stable compared to the mundane realms. One needed to be much stronger than an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial to create a ripple in space. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions rang in the air as King Qin and the third prince who were heading toward Qin Yu were sent flying back at a high speed. They were severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The dignified and noble air around them seemed to have disappeared at that moment. The spectators could only watch in disbelief and fear. Those who were seated in the normal area were all subordinates of King Qin's mansion, whereas those who were seated in the VIP area, like the Flying Dragon sect, were forces to be reckoned with in the territories of King Qin's mansion. Unbelievable! King Qin and the third prince. They can't even take a strike from the old lady. This is not happening, is it? King Qin was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in all the territories of King Qin's mansion. He was generally acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse and revered like a god by many under King Qin's mansion's rule. And yet he was easily defeated by the old lady with just a strike. Who was this old lady? Qin Yu. Duanling Tian cried out. He wanted to save Qin Yu as well, but his reaction was much slower compared to King Qin and the third prince. Moreover, he was bound. Duanling Tian, if there's an afterlife, I hope to be your friend again. Qin Yu grinned. Then, he closed his eyes and stepped out to meet the old lady's attack without flinching. He felt relieved that, at this moment, he was finally able to repay Duanling Tian for saving him. Qin Yu! Duanling Tian cried out in despair. He regretted his selfish decision. Why did he not leave when he had the chance? If he had left, Qin Yu would not have to die in vain. In just a brief moment, he could clearly sense the old lady's energy that had shrouded Qin Yu seemed to have been dispersed. Boom. Even then, the remnants of her dispersed energy were still powerful enough to send Qin Yu flying back a dozen steps. His face was pale after he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, his injuries did not seem to be life-threatening. Qin Yu, are you all right? Duanling Tian asked worriedly as he held onto Qin Yu. I am fine. Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the old lady in confusion. Why did the old lady disperse her attack at the last moment and did not kill him? You're really willing to die for him, the old lady sneered. Despite that, she was quite impressed by Qin Yu. When she was young, she had a friend who had sacrificed his life to save her. For this reason, she had a deep respect for people like Qin Yu. She had only attacked Qin Yu to test his sincerity. Senior, you won't renege on your promise, will you? Qin Yu was afraid the old lady would go back on her words and kill Duanling Tian. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, King Qin and the third prince arrived near Qin Yu and Duanling Tian. Although they were severely injured, it did not stop them from shielding Qin Yu and Duanling Tian. Senior, although I don't know how my nephew's friend has offended your respected sect leader, I'm willing to do anything to resolve the enmity between your sect leader and him if it's within my capability. Sect leader. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This old lady's from a sect? Then, based on King Qin's words, she's sent by her sect leader to kill me. The old lady completely ignored King Qin and looked at Qin Yu as she spoke. Boy, if there's enmity between us, I would spare your friend's life based on your sincerity to die on his behalf. However, I came to kill him on the order of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, he must die today. No one can stop me. Her voice grew colder and colder as she reached the end of her sentence. The compassionate celestial traveler sect? Is that Murong Bing's sect? This old lady must be from the same sect as her, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he shuddered. The spectators were astonished as well when it was revealed that the old lady was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the sect was well known among them. The compassionate celestial traveler sect? This old lady is a powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? The compassionate celestial traveler sect is a formidable sect that's even stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. They have many powerhouses who are celestial dukes. So, a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came all the way to King Qin's mansion in Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom just to kill Duanling Tian? Who is Duanling Tian? The spectators heatedly discussed this among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian curiously. Duanling Tian's background is questionable. Like I said, how's it possible for such a peerless genius to appear in King Qin's mansion? Indeed, never in the history of King Qin's mansion was there a powerhouse who was younger than 100 years old with strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In my opinion, Duanling Tian must belong to an opposing faction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He somehow ended up in King Qin's mansion as he was hunted by powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. That must be it. The spectators' speculation was naturally wrong. However, they could not be blamed. After all, this was the most logical reason they could come up with. With this, it even explained how a peerless talent had appeared in their insignificant kingdom. Moreover, there were many great overarching golden celestials who were less than 100 years old in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, the opposing sect of a sect like the compassionate celestial traveler sect would have many peerless geniuses as well. Duanling Tian was about to ask the old lady if Murong Bing was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when Qin Yu said, Senior, is there a misunderstanding between my friend and your respected sect leader? Although he could see the old lady was determined to kill Duanling Tian, he could not help but try his luck again. As far as I know, my friend is not a native of the spirit overarching heaven. He has only ascended here less than 5 years ago. How's it possible for him to provoke your respected sect leader? He was truly baffled. How did Duanling Tian, who had just ascended less than 5 years ago, manage to provoke the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? By right, it should be impossible for them to cross paths. He only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years? The old lady was shocked and baffled by Qin Yu's words. Even King Qin and the third prince were shocked. The spectators were abuzz again upon hearing Qin use words. What? Duanling Tian had ascended here, and he's only been here for less than 5 years. How is that possible? From his aura, there's no doubt he's younger than 100 years old. If he had just ascended, he should only be a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial when he first arrived here. For a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial to possess the strength of a great overarching Golden Celestial in less than 5 years is just a joke. Even if a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial has mastered celestial methods, divine abilities, and were given the best cultivation resources and environment King Qin's mansion has to offer, it's still an impossible feat. Qin, you must be lying. He must be lying so the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial would spare Duanling Tian. In the end, all of the spectators came to the conclusion that Qin Yu was only lying to save Duanling Tian's life. After all, his words were too preposterous to believe. The old lady stared at Qin Yu coldly as she said pointedly, "Boy, I admire your courage, but it doesn't mean you can treat me as a fool." "Senior, I'm not lying." Qin Yu forced a smile as the old lady gazed at him coldly. He felt helpless as the old lady refused to believe him. Duanling Tian had only transcended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Qin Yu can attest to that," Qin Yu said earnestly. The old lady continued to stare deeply into Qin Yu's eyes, in search of even the slightest hint of guilt, as he met her gaze unflinchingly. Soon enough, she decided he was not lying. She wondered skeptically, is what this young lad said true? At this moment, Duanling Tian asked in a low voice, "Do you know Murong Bing?" Murong Bing. The old lady instantly shifted her attention to Duanling Tian. She glared at him and sneered. "It seems like you do know Miss Bing is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after all. You should know the reason for your death then." Her killing intent spiked as she reached the end of her sentence. "So she's from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." Duanling Tian smiled. He had been looking for information about Murong Bing ever since they had separated. Then he asked, "Does she know you came here to kill me?" "A man who's about to die doesn't need to know much." The old lady snorted coldly. Her celestial origin energy surged out like a beast on a rampage and caught the 4 men off guard, sending flying back in the distance. After Qin Yu stabilized his footing, he discovered something was amiss. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Duanling Tian!" Although Duanling Tian was sent flying back as well, a grin remained on his face and he did not lose his composure at all. He thought to himself, it seems like she's unaware of this. The expression on the old lady's face was unsightly when she saw Duanling Tian was still able to smile in this situation. She was naturally displeased. She exclaimed with an earth-shattering voice, "Die! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!" The old lady's celestial origin energy began to surge out from her body again and loomed like dark clouds over Duanling Tian before they shrouded him. At this moment, he was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the dark clouds began to shrink as though it was being compressed by an invisible force. Its power was rising with every passing second. Without any warning, the force crashed onto Duanling Tian. "You shouldn't dawdle here," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Go back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and tell your sect leader that one day, I'll personally bring betrothal gifts to the sect and marry Murong Bing." The old lady frowned as she had sensed something was amiss. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "The shadow void escaping talisman?" At the same time, the rolling clouds from the old lady's celestial origin energy that had been brewing had reached its peak. Boom! It exploded. A huge mushroom cloud appeared immediately. "Oh no! Arg!" Terrifying shockwaves rippled out from the mushroom cloud in all directions. The shockwaves swept through the arena, killing most of the young powerhouses that were less than 100 years old from the 16 counties. Only a handful of them managed to survive. Even the elders and revered elders from the 16 counties could barely save themselves as they were severely injured. Only those county governors who were great overarching golden celestials were capable of protecting the young powerhouses. Nevertheless, they had their limitations as well. When push came to shove, they only protected those with high potential. At the spectator seats, the elders and revered elders of the Soaring Wind County were gravely injured. Their county governor, Chu Tingxian, could only protect his children, Chu Yan and Chu Yu. The rest of the young powerhouses that came along had all died. The other counties all shared the same fate as well. Their elders and revered elders were severely injured, and the young powerhouses with the highest potential survived under the protection of their county governors. Apart from Duanling Tian, the remaining top 9 powerhouses of the martial competition of the 16 counties were the only young powerhouses who managed to survive. All 16 counties sitting at the spectator seats had suffered a great loss, however, none suffered greater than 9 Specters County. After all, Tian Jiyu, their county governor and the only great overarching golden celestial in their county, had died. Only a few elders, revered elders, and interstate elders such as Pang Bing and Zheng Qiu survived. The rest of the young powerhouses had died from the backlash. The people at the VIP seats were fortunate since there were no deaths among them. Only a few people suffered minor injuries. Seated among the VIPs were members from different sects and clans that were in the territories of King Qin's mansion. They were stronger and more resourceful than the 16 counties of King Qin's mansion and had more great overarching golden celestials among them. The crowd at the VIP seats owed their lives to those great overarching golden celestials. Meanwhile, those from King Qin's mansion were safe as well. King Qin and the third prince had protected Qin Yu with ease. The master of ceremony for the martial competition of the 16 counties was a great overarching golden celestial as well. It would have been easy for him to protect himself if not for the fact that he was standing closer to the point of explosion. For this reason, he sustained minor injuries. The members of King Qin's mansion who were sitting behind the curtains in the VIP area were unharmed. Even 9 snow-white horses with strength comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestial were unharmed due to the protection from a few great overarching Golden Celestials from King Qin's mansion. Boom! 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 In the sky above the arena, the shock waves continued to ripple out to all directions from the mushroom cloud, leaving destruction in its wake. The spectators' seats were in ruins. Only rubble and debris were left. The spectators were forced to take flight into the sky due to this. After a while, as the mushroom cloud slowly dispersed, a strong gust of wind blew past. Finally, everything became deathly still. The damage done was devastating. Everything was in ruins except for the arena and the area concealed behind the curtains. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to the old lady in plain robes who was hovering in the sky. She looked just like an unassuming old lady, who knew she would cause everyone present to be filled with fear. The powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect is truly terrifying. Such destructive power. It's really terrifying. Most importantly, it wasn't even a direct attack at us, it was just the backlash from the attack to Duanling Tian. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial isn't this strong, right? This old lady should be a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? The spectators whispered to one another. It was clear she was stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so she had to be a celestial duke at least. Is he dead? Chu Yu from the soaring wind county looked at the sky anxiously, and yet, she could not see the figure she longed to see. He must have survived the attack. If he's dead, there would be traces left behind. Didn't you see there's no blood at all? Chu Yan said as he shook his head. Chu Yu surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, there was no blood. If Duanling Tian was killed, even if he was blasted into ashes, there would still be a mist of blood left behind. Since there was none, it was likely that Duanling Tian did not die. Before the old lady's celestial origin energy peaked, she seemed surprised. I think I heard her say, "Shadow Void Escaping Talisman." If I'm right, during the critical moment, Duanling Tian had used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman and escaped. Chu Tingxian said in a hushed voice. The gentle and elegant scholar had a gloomy expression on his face since 28 of his young powerhouses had died from the shockwaves. Up in the sky, Qin Yu, who was protected by his uncles, King Qin and the third prince, finally regained his senses. He searched around frantically with his eyes for his friend, Duanling Tian, as he called out urgently, "Duanling Tian, Don't worry, he's fine. King Qin patted Qin Yu's shoulder as he said, during the critical moment he used a shadow void escaping talisman to escape from here. Shadow void escaping talisman? Qin Yu sighed in relief when he learned that Duanling Tian managed to escape. However, at the same time he could not help but look at King Qin skeptically. After all, it was his first time hearing about the shadow void escaping talisman. Shadow void escaping talismans are celestial talismans that celestial kings inscribe with great difficulty. The success rate of inscribing one was quite low. Possessing a shadow void escaping talisman is the same as one life-saving opportunity against a celestial king or below. As long as your opponent is not stronger than a celestial king, as long you're able to activate it before they kill you, they can only watch helplessly as you escape. King Qin explained as he looked at the old woman standing in the distance. At this moment, the expression on the old lady's wizened face was extremely sinister. She suddenly turned around and looked at King Qin pointedly as she asked, "The shadow void escaping talisman. Was it your work?" She looked as though she was ready to kill him as soon as he answered in the affirmative. "Senior, do you really think I possess a shadow void escaping talisman?" King Qin smiled bitterly with a hint of helplessness. As the lord of King Qin's mansion, he was usually aloof and revered by all. However, at this moment, this old man had to soften his attitude because the old lady was too strong. She was a celestial duke after all. It would be as easy as flipping a palm for her to kill him. At this moment, most of the spectators also realized that Duanling Tian did not die. Duanling Tian didn't die? How's that possible? He was shrouded in that terrifying energy. How could he not die? How did he even survive? Duanling Tian didn't die. It seems like he used the shadow void escaping talisman. The shadow void escaping talisman? That talisman can only be inscribed by celestial kings or those who are stronger. Moreover, the success rate of inscribing one by a celestial king is less than 1%, right? Right? It said if one uses the talisman, one can easily escape from celestial kings and those who are weaker. The talismans are extremely rare and precious. These celestial talismans are a rarity even in a high-rank celestial kingdom. How did Duanling Tian get his hands on one? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Duanling Tian possessed a shadow void celestial talisman and had even used it to successfully and easily escape. It seems like Duanling Tian really didn't come from a normal background. Not only did he escape the elite from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but he had escaped using a priceless talisman like the shadow void escaping celestial talismans. There's no doubt he must be from an opposing faction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. You're right. I wasn't certain before. However, after seeing this, I'm convinced Duanling Tian's from an opposing sect of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, the sect he's from isn't weak as well, and he must have a high status in the sect. Exactly. Even in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm certain disciples below 100 years old don't have a celestial talisman as precious as the shadow void escaping talisman. At this moment, the old lady who was hovering above the arena turned her cold gaze to Qin Yu and asked with a sneer, "Earlier you said he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago?" "Senior, I really didn't lie to you." Although he was in a predicament now, he was still glad Duanling Tian was able to successfully escape. How's it possible for someone who had just ascended less than 5 years ago, has strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, and also possesses a shadow void escaping celestial talisman? Do you think I'm a fool? The old lady's voice and eyes turned increasingly cold, causing Qin Yu to turn pale and feel as though winter had arrived early. "Senior, I'm really not lying to you." The bitter smile on Qin Yu's face deepened even more. The old lady's eyes did not look away from Qin Yu's face, trying to see if he was lying. However, to her surprise, she discovered there were no signs of him lying. Even when she increased her pressure on him, he had unexpectedly remained steadfast and did not look the slightest bit guilty. This made her mood darken. Is it possible that Brat really only ascended less than 5 years ago? If it's true, then with his future potential, I'm afraid even our sect can't deal with him later. The old lady knew it was not impossible for a peerless genius to appear in a Devata realm and achieve strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in less than 5 years after his ascension. However, geniuses like that were extremely rare in all Devata realms. This kind of monstrous genius usually received some inheritance, techniques, or weapons from a Devata realm while they were in the mundane realms. From the get-go, these individuals had to be extraordinary. After all, there were many people in the mundane realms. Even if one obtained high-rank techniques or weapons from an outstanding faction in a Devata realm, one might not necessarily be able to obtain strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial within 5 years after ascending while being younger than 100 years old. Since Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old, there was no way he was a bodiless celestial when he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Bodiless celestials instantly became golden celestials as soon as they ascended, while non-bodiless celestials became heavenly celestials when they ascended. If I find out that you lied to me in the future, I won't only cut your body into 1,000 pieces, I'll grind your bones to dust, and let the entire King Qin's mansion accompany you to your grave, the old lady said to Qin Yu icily. As soon as she finished speaking, her body blurred for a fleeting moment before she disappeared without a trace. Let alone the high-ranking officials from King Qin's mansion, the old lady's parting words caused King Qin and the third prince's expressions to change greatly as well. All of them, without any exception, felt that Qin Yu had lied to the old lady. After all, they did not think it was possible that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Qin Yu must think he's so smart for successfully lying to the old lady. I'm afraid he's going to drag the entire King Qin's mansion down to hell with him. He's really too much. How can someone who's younger than 100 years old and had only ascended less than 5 years ago possess this kind of strength? That compassionate celestial traveler sex elite had already warned that she would kill him and everyone in King Qin's mansion if she finds out that he's lying. This Qin Yu is simply a jinx to King Qin's mansion. As soon as he returns, he puts the mansion in unprecedented danger. Moreover, the level of danger is the threat of annihilation. In the surroundings, everyone in the VIP areas, except for Flying Dragon sect, began to blame and condemn Qin Yu. They all thought he was the cause of King Qin's mansion being on the verge of annihilation. Even the members of King Qin's mansion felt the same. Qiner Yu? King Qin and the third prince only looked at Qin Yu with a helpless expression on their faces. If it had been their sons or daughters who brought such danger to King Qin's mansion, they would have already slapped their children at the very least. However, Qin Yu was their fourth brother's son. Eldest uncle, third uncle. Since the elite from the compassionate celestial traveler sect has left, is there still a need for me to lie to you? Duan Lingtian truly only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Qin Yu could only explain bitterly as he saw the apprehension in King Qin and the third prince's eyes. He did not blame them for having a hard time believing his words. After all, it truly sounded far-fetched. He did not dwell on the old lady's warning since he had a clear conscience and did not lie. Qiner, you're really telling the truth? The third prince frowned. He did not expect his nephew would continue to insist that Duan Lingtian had only ascended less than 5 years ago. It was just like Qin Yu said. Now that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had left, there was no need for Qin Yu to lie to them. Qin Yu studied the surroundings before he said, "Eldest uncle, third uncle, why don't you deal with the matters here first? I'll tell you all I know about Duan Lingtian once you're done attending to your businesses." There were too many people around, which meant there were many ears around. He had no intention of revealing Duan Lingtian's secrets in front of so many people. Previously, he had brought up that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago in hopes of convincing the old lady that she had found the wrong person. Let alone having enmity, how did Duan Lingtian and the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's paths even intersect? However, afterward, when Duan Lingtian mentioned a girl named Mu Rongbing, he knew then that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not mistake Duan Lingtian for someone else. However, apart from that, he had no idea what caused the hostility between the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Duan Lingtian, and Qin Yu had no idea Duan Lingtian had a shadow void escaping talisman inscribed by celestial kings. If he had known this, he would have never outed the fact that Duan Lingtian had only ascended less than 5 years ago if he had known this. After all, because of the reveal, he had brought on more danger to Duan Lingtian. A way Qin Yu simply panicked earlier, that was why he had blurted out the fact that Duan Lingtian had only ascended less than 5 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have done it. After all, revealing that fact would only bring more harm than good to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Qin use words, although King Qin and the third prince still felt a bit skeptical, they nodded before sweeping their gazes at the people in the surroundings. Apart from the guests in the VIP seat who hardly suffered, most of the people in the general seat who came from the 16 counties barely survived. The third prince stepped forward and said apologetically, "Ladies and gentlemen, King Qin's mansion did not expect a disaster like that to happen today. We'd like to offer our apologies." "Your Grace, the third prince is being too polite." Seeing the second-in-command of King Qin's mansion personally apologizing, many people from the big sects and clans in the territories of King Qin's mansion waved their hands dismissively. Today's accident was not something King Qin's mansion could have expected, nor was it something the mansion would have liked to see happen. For these reasons, there's no need for you to apologize. Right? Third Prince, today's accident is all because of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's powerhouse. It's understandable that King Qin's mansion couldn't intervene. After all, the sect is even more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Third Prince, do you know what's the cultivation base of that powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? She's a celestial duke, right? Based on their words, it was clear they did not blame King Qin's mansion for the incident today. In fact, it seemed like they were more curious about how powerful the old lady was and her cultivation base. Faced with everyone's questions and expectant expressions, the third prince sighed and somewhat helplessly said, "That senior is a core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She's indeed a celestial duke." Celestial duke. As soon as the third prince's words died out, the entire place fell silent. Although many of them had speculated the old lady was a celestial duke, to have it confirmed was a different story. After they regained their senses, some of them inhaled sharply and some gulped audibly. Those from the big sects and clans in the territories of King Qin's mansion discussed among themselves excitedly. To them, being able to see a celestial duke in action was something to brag about. So, she's really a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It's been over 100 years since a celestial duke made an appearance in King Qin's mansion, right? This trip to the mansion isn't a waste after all. To think we would encounter a celestial duke during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Someone chuckled. "Wait until we return. I'm going to tell everyone I saw a celestial duke in action. I bet many people are going to feel envious and regret not coming." Seeing this scene, the third prince stared blankly at them for a moment before he finally cleared his throat to get their attention. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, King Qin's mansion has a few matters to attend to. If any of you prefer to rest for a few days in King City, please let us know, and we'll make arrangements for it. If you plan to leave now, I'll see you off King City." Someone laughed before saying, "Third Prince, I'm in a hurry to return to my sect, so I won't be staying. There's no need to trouble yourself to see us off." Many people echoed this person's words as laughter rang in the air. Soon after, many figures flew up into the sky, swiftly leaving King Qin's mansion. "Third Prince, I'm also in a hurry to return. Farewell." "Farewell, Third Prince." It did not take long before most people had left. Seeing a celestial duke in action made these members of big sects and clans excited to return so they could recount what happened. Soon after, the only people left in the ruins were the members of King Qin's mansion and his subordinates from the 16 counties. King Qin looked at the 15 county governors and the revered elders, 2 inner estate elders, and elders from 9 Spectre City before he said solemnly, "Today's accident was surely not this king's will. Each county has suffered a great loss. For this reason, apart from the previously promised reward for the top 10 participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I will also bestow a mediocre great overarching pill to each county." Upon hearing his words, the people from the 16 counties who had dejected expressions on their faces brightened up immediately. Their eyes shone, and their breathing began to quicken in excitement. Since the people from the 16 counties were the direct subordinates of King Qin's mansion, it was easy to deal with them via the carrot-stick approach. After making temporary arrangements for them to stay in the guest rooms in King Qin's mansion, King Qin and the third prince led Qin Yu to the central main hall of the mansion. The central main hall of King Qin's mansion was exceptional with dazzling decorations and displays, causing Qin, who came here for the first time, to fall into a momentary daze. When had he ever seen such an extravagant hall? There are only 3 of us here now. No matter what you have to say, you can speak without any hesitation here, the third prince said to Qin. Although King Qin remained silent, he nodded along when the third prince spoke, clearly showing Qin his approval and encouraging him to speak. Qin nodded slightly before he recounted everything he knew about Duanling Tian without concealing anything. At this point, he knew he could not conceal anything. Otherwise, his uncles would only suspect him even more. After hearing Qin's words, King Qin and the third prince exchanged a glance and could see the shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. If they did not hear this from Qin, they would have a hard time believing it. How was it possible that someone who had just ascended less than 5 years ago and was not even 100 years old capable of such astonishing feats? Based on your words, it's probable that Duanling Tian had an extremely fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm. This also explains why and how he possesses a shadow void escaping talisman that has to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least, the third prince said. Duanling Tian's future is boundless. Qiner, it's your good fortune for being able to become his friend, King Qin said as he looked at Qin. Although King Qin and the third prince still felt Qin's words were outrageous, they no longer doubted him. After all, it would take little to no effort to verify Qin's story. They had no reason to believe he was lying. Moreover, he had also encouraged them to verify his words. Qin said worriedly, currently, I'm only worried if he'll be caught by that powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It's unlikely for him to have a second shadow void escaping talisman. Right? Although Duanling Tian had managed to escape from right under the nose of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he still could not help but worry about Duanling Tian. Don't worry. The third prince patted Qin's shoulder and said with a smile, the shadow void escaping talisman is a celestial talisman that has to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least. These talismans aren't simple. Once it's activated, it would carry the person 1,000,000 miles away. Apart from that, it would leave traces of users in many directions to mislead the pursuers. For this reason, there's no need for you to feel worried. Qin nodded slightly. I feel assured hearing this. After a brief pause, Qin's eyes flashed as though he had just recalled something. Eldest uncle, third uncle. What's the real objective of the martial competition of the 16 counties? You're not letting them return just like that after deciding on the top 10 participants, right? Of course not. The third prince shook his head and smiled. Do you really think King Qin's mansion has prepared such generous rewards without any rhyme or reason? Qin asked curiously. Then, what's the reason? 1,000,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion, on a desolate mountain. What's this place? A wretched-looking purple-clad young man flew out of the mountain as he surveyed his surroundings. His robes were incredibly tattered as though he had just escaped from some big battle. However, this did not detract from his handsome appearance and exceptional bearing. This young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had just escaped from King Qin's mansion under the nose of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's expert. Duanling Tian lamented to himself when he thought about the shadow void escaping talisman he had just used. My life-saving measure is gone. Until I'm able to obtain another shadow void escaping talisman, I absolutely can't put myself in such a dangerous situation again. About half a year ago, right before Duanling Tian left Nine Spectres County, he had visited Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City was the place he had ascended to when he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Before he left Nine Spectres County for good, he had decided to visit Lu Fenggu, the county governor of Bloody Spectre City. It was also from Lu Fenggu that he had learned that an old lady had come to the city to look for him with ill intention. Most importantly, he learned that the old lady was extremely powerful. For this reason, when he left Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectre County, he had decided to back out of participating in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Duanling Tian chanced upon a celestial talisman gathering dust on a roadside stall in a small city in Horseteeth County, which was also under King Qin's mansion's rule, and paid for it at a mere cost of 10 prominent celestial stones. The celestial talisman turned out to be a shadow void escaping talisman. He only managed to pay such a small price for the treasure due to the vendor's ignorance of the talisman's value. Ever since Duanling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, whether he was in Bloody Spectre City or the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had been studying memory celestial talismans to gain a better understanding of the Devata realms. That was how he had recognized the talisman as a shadow void escaping talisman through some specific markings in the roadside stall. Duanling Tian knew that shadow void escaping talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least. Even then, the success rate was only 1%. Apart from that, the materials needed were rare and expensive as well. Once activated, he knew it could carry the user 1,000,000 miles away. It could help one to escape from celestial kings and those who were weaker. For this reason, after Duanling Tian obtained the shadow void escaping talisman, he changed his mind and decided to attend the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even then, he did not plan to participate in the competition. He was only going to watch the show. Duanling Tian then decided to attend with a fake identity. For this reason, he joined the Flying Dragon sect and became a revered elder in the sect. With that, he joined the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect to attend the martial competition of the 16 counties. Apart from that, Duanling Tian truly did not expect the old lady would be lying in wait for him there. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, as long as he did not participate in the competition, he would not be exposed. In any case, even if he decided to participate in the competition and exposed himself, he had felt reassured since he had the shadow void escaping talisman. Let alone a mid-rank celestial kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, even the high-rank celestial kingdoms might not even have a single shadow void escaping talisman. Duanling Tian knew how precious the celestial talisman in his possession was. Therefore, if it was not absolutely necessary, he would not use it. At that time, as Duanling Tian watched the martial competition of the 16 counties, he found himself vacillating between participating and not participating in the competition. However, it had to be said that he was leaning toward not participating since he would be taking a huge and unnecessary risk. It was when Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, managed to buy an hour for him that he decided to participate in the competition. If the old lady was not present, then all would be well. If the old lady was present, well, he thought, worst-case scenario, he would just use the Shadow Void Celestial Talisman. Thinking about everything that happened, Duanling Tian said with a sigh, I suffered a great loss this time. In any case, I've already fulfilled my promise to County Governor Tian and Elder Xianxia. Although Duanling Tian felt regretful, he did not let it bother him for long. After all, he knew there was no cure for regret in this world. Since things had turned out this way, there was no point in thinking about the what-ifs. Duanling Tian lamented inwardly, it's pity that County Governor Tian died and didn't manage to get his hands on the great overarching pills. He was not particularly saddened since he was not friends with Tian Jiyu. They only had a business deal between them. He had no doubt that if Tian Jiyu could obtain a great overarching pill by killing him, Tian Jiyu would not hesitate to act at all. Therefore, he was not saddened over Tian Jiyu's death. He only felt Tian Jiyu's death was unfortunate. Just as the great overarching pills were almost in Tian Jiyu's grasp, Tian Jiyu had died. After a while, Duanling Tian's thoughts took a different direction. I can't say the trip is a complete loss. After all, I managed to find out where Murongbing is from. As far as he was concerned, his greatest gain from this trip was not winning the competition but finding out where Murongbing was from. Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. I'm sure we'll meet again soon, Duanling Tian murmured to himself as that figure from years ago flashed in his mind. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts at this moment. In fact, he had no feelings for Murongbing. However, since he and Murongbing had sex, and it was also her first time, he felt that as a man, he should take responsibility for it. Since they had sex, Murongbing could only be his woman. He would not allow any other man to take her away. Even if Duanling Tian did not find out where Murongbing was from today, he was certain he would still be able to find her in the future. After all, as his strength improved, he would definitely be able to find her. It might just take a little longer. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt it was not too big a loss to exchange the Shadow Void escaping talisman for Murongbing's location. As far as he was concerned, A shadow void escaping talisman was nothing compared to Mu Rongbing, whom he had already seen as his woman. Duanling Tian had been flying for a long time when he suddenly muttered to himself, "What the hell is this place? After flying for so long, there's no end in sight." Even after several days, he was still flying above the desolate mountain. There was no end and beginning in sight at all. Duanling Tian saw something flickered in his sight. In just a brief moment, a vast expanse of snow appeared before his eyes. It was as though he had entered a world of ice and snow. He could see snowy peaks in front of him. It looked extremely dazzling. An illusory realm? It did not take long for Duanling Tian to realize he had entered an illusory realm. Moreover, it seemed like an extraordinary illusory realm. If it were not extraordinary, he would have long seen through it and would not have wandered aimlessly in the desolate mountain for days. Let's see if I can break out of it. Illusory realms, like their names suggest, were illusory. To break the illusion, one would have to find the realm's core. Once the core was broken, the illusion would break. This illusory realm is really not simple. After traveling several days and several nights, the scene before Duanling Tian changed again. The world of ice and snow vanished and Duanling Tian found himself in a boundless grassland. A green expanse laid before him with no end in sight. To find the illusory realm's core in such a place was even harder than finding a needle in the ocean. Therefore, he decided to wait it out. Ascending the heavens. Duanling Tian was quite confident that such a brilliant illusory realm definitely had more than 3 illusions. Indeed, it was just as he had expected. After traveling for another few days and nights, a new illusion appeared. This time, he found himself in a lush forest. It was so lifelike that the forest even had beasts that would vanish like smoke as soon as he touched them. He searched the forest thoroughly. Whether it was the plants, flowers, trees, birds, or beasts, he left no rock unturned. He had to find and break the core if he wanted to leave. However, days and nights passed again and the illusion changed again. And yet, Duanling Tian still did not find the core. How can I be so unfortunate? The first time I used the Shadow Void escaping talisman, I ended up in this awful place. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary illusory realm, but it just happens to be an extraordinary one. Duanling Tian felt somewhat helpless. Although he had smoothly escaped from the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect with the help of Shadow Void celestial talisman, he ended up in this confusing and extraordinary illusory realm. As time passed, the illusions continued to change as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally realized he had no way of finding the location of the core with his current ability. He sighed. It seems like I have no way of breaking out for the time being. At this point, Duanling Tian calmly accepted this and no longer struggled. He was aware that his current cultivation base was simply not enough for him to leave this place. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is quite good. Although it's lacking compared to the stone chamber I had in the latent dragon abyss, it's still much better than most places. Let's just cultivate here for the time being until I have a breakthrough before I try to leave the illusory realm again. Duanling Tian sat down cross-legged in the air, uncaring of the changing illusions in his surroundings. He took a celestial pill before a celestial stone appeared in his hand, and he began to cultivate using the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duanling Tian's body and circulated around his 99 heavenly veins before it was converted into celestial origin energy. He continued cultivating without giving thought to the passing time as his cultivation base continued to improve. Based on my current cultivation base, it won't take long for me to break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial. In the past year, before he had left Nine Spectres County, after eating the primitive celestial pill, the golden gilded pill, and becoming a green sun golden celestial, he was only a step away from becoming a blue sun golden celestial. His fast progress was all due to the golden gilded pill. Not only did the golden gilded pill help him become a green sun golden celestial, but it also helped him take a step closer to becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, since the surroundings were ever-changing, Duanling Tian was not completely immersed in his cultivation. Every time his surroundings changed, he would be woken up from his immersive state. The illusions would change every few days. After half a month had passed, the illusion changed into a moonlit ruin and stopped changing completely. Rubble and debris could be seen everywhere. There were tombstones erected before dilapidated houses as well. All of the tombstones had no names on them. After a month had passed, the illusion still remained the same. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew across the ruin, causing debris and dust to rise in the air. Soon after, a snow-white figure appeared like a ghost before a purple-clad figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the air. The figure studied the purple-clad figure who was immersed in cultivation with limpid eyes. Duanling Tian was completely immersed in cultivation, so he was not aware of the ghost-like figure who had appeared before him. However, if he had seen the figure, he would have snapped out of his cultivation and regarded the figure with wariness as though he was facing his enemy. Time gradually passed as Duanling Tian continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, the ghost-like figure continued standing in front of Duanling Tian, observing him motionlessly. It looked like a white statue. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Duanling Tian discovered that he was only one step away from becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, it was difficult to cross this final step. I've reached a bottleneck. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. He finally stretched his limbs before he slowly opened his eyes. The sight that greeted his eyes caused his expression to change drastically as he inhaled sharply. He had seen the white figure standing in front of him. The figure seemed ethereal, as though it did not belong in this world, and had a lonely air about it like a ghost drifting in the wilderness. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he narrowed his eyes and asked, "You? Who are you?" He studied the white figure before him that carried an unworldly air about it. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally saw the white figure clearly under the illumination of the clear moonlight. The moment he saw the white figure clearly, his eyes widened immediately. A hint of amazement could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he had seen a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The white figure belonged to a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. Prior to this, he did not think a beauty like her existed in this world. Her features seemed to be carved by a master artisan. With just her looks alone, she could topple multiple nations. She wore a flimsy white robe that fluttered in the air. At this moment, Duanling Tian found it difficult to tear his eyes away from her. He had seen many women, and among them, many were stunning with their own unique bearing. However, until now, he had never seen a woman like the woman standing before him. Although the woman's features were extremely seductive, at the same time, she exuded a pure aura. The contradiction made her even more attractive, and it was something that Duanling Tian had never seen before. She seemed like a young girl who had just matured into a woman and stepped out into the world for the first time. Too beautiful. This world actually has such a beauty? Although Duanling Tian was usually calm when faced with beauties and had no intention of entangling himself with more women, his heart could not help but skip a few beats when he saw her. It took him a few moments before he finally managed to calm himself down with the help of his strong will. After all, his response to her was just an instinctual male response. Duanling Tian could imagine if this woman went out into the world, the men would all fight over, leaving a bloody carnage in her wake. Men would definitely find it difficult to resist her charm. A stunner. An absolute stunner. These words appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Under Duanling Tian's watchful eyes, the white-robed woman's limpid eyes flashed briefly as she finally said, "Who are you?" As soon as she spoke, Duanling Tian felt himself weakened again. Her voice was as melodious as she was beautiful. After a few moments, Duanling Tian forced himself to calm down before he said, "Duanling Tian, what about you?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's question, the white-robed woman thought about it for a few moments before her lips curved slightly into an indifferent smile. "Me? Ever since I was born, Mother called me Huaner. You can call me Huaner as well, I supposed." "Huaner." Duanling Tian nodded slightly before he asked, "What about your mother?" Hearing Duanling Tian's question, Huaner lowered her head and sighed. "Mother left long ago. She told me to stay here before she left. She said the first person I don't dislike can bring me out. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting until you came." As she spoke, she looked at Duanling Tian with keen eyes. She continued to say, "Mother told me the outside world is very fun, but she had never taken me with her. Later, she had left. However, because of her words, I didn't dare to leave this place. After all, if Mother finds out I left this place, she would get very angry with me. A fearful expression appeared on her face as she said, Mother can be terrifying when she's angry. Duan Lingtian was baffled. Your mother said before she left that it doesn't matter who, as long as you don't dislike them, they can bring you out? After a moment, he asked again, don't tell me nobody has come here before? No, there were, Huaner said as she turned her limpid eyes toward the nameless tombstones. Every one of these tombstones represents the people who came here. Amongst them were women like Huaner and men like you whom Mother told me about. 1 woman and 8 men. Mother told me that woman's gaze was filled with envy. Huaner disliked that gaze, so Huaner killed her. Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly when he heard Huaner's words. Apart from a select few confident women, were there any women who would not be envious of Huaner? Huaner continued to say, the gazes of the 8 men disgusted Huaner, so Huaner killed them as well. From the beginning until the end, when Huaner spoke about her killings, it seemed as though she was talking about the weather. Only your gaze is clean and pure. Huaner doesn't dislike you, so you must be the person Mother said who can bring me out. Will you take Huaner out? Huaner wants to see the world outside. Mother said that the world outside is marvelous and very interesting. Huaner seemed like a half-grown child now whose only thoughts were about having fun. When Duan Lingtian heard Huaner talking about those 8 men, he smiled wryly. With her unique beauty given by the heavens, it was only natural that she would arouse the interest of a normal and vigorous young man. Most of these men would be tempted to take her for their own. Since he had lived 2 lifetimes and experienced many things, his heart was able to remain calm and prevent him from losing self-control like ordinary men. Fortunately, I didn't lose my self-control with her Huaner. Otherwise, she'd have killed me like how she did the other 9 men. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the 10 nameless tombstones. If that happened, I'll end up here forever with a nameless tombstone of my own as well. He felt rather blessed at this moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, Right, I forgot I'm stuck in an illusory realm before I began cultivating. Before this, I couldn't find and break the core of the illusory realm. I cultivated in hopes of improving my strength so I can break out of the illusory realm. Due to Huaner's sudden appearance, he had momentarily forgotten about this. Is this place also part of the illusory realm? And, Huaner, is she real? With these thoughts in mind, he reached out to touch Huaner to verify if she was real. When he touched her, he could feel a softness that electrified him. Realizing he had touched the wrong place, he hastily withdrew his hand and awkwardly apologized, I am sorry. Meanwhile, he could not help but worry if the stunningly beautiful woman would kill him because he had accidentally molested her. Although Duan Lingtian was not certain about Huaner's cultivation base, he could sense she was no weaker than him. Based on her ability to appear in illusory realm and to trap him here, it was clear she was not weak. He thought to himself, didn't she say she has always been here? This illusory realm must have been made by her mother. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner were looking at each other after he had quickly withdrawn his hand, she reached out with both hands and touched his chest, gently squeezing a few times. Why are they as hard as stones and so difficult to squeeze? Huaner frowned slightly as she touched and squeezed her breasts. Mine's soft. This must be the difference between men and women that Mother told me about. It doesn't seem fun to be a man, she muttered to herself as she reached out and tapped Duan Lingtian's muscular chest like a playful child. Huaner. Duan Lingtian gulped and removed Huaner's hands from his chest with great difficulty. If he did not see the purity and innocence in her eyes, he would have thought she was deliberately teasing and seducing him. He took a deep breath to suppress the burning flame in his lower abdomen and changed the subject. Huaner, did you say you can leave this place? Yes. Huaner nodded. Then, she asked, Duan Lingtian, are you bringing me away from here? Her eyes lit up, filled with anticipation and excitement. She was like a playful child stuck at home who was finally allowed out to play. I can't even get out of here. How can I take you away? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Why can't you get out of here? Huaner asked skeptically. Hearing Huaner's reply, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered he was no longer in the illusory realm. The ruin beneath his feet was real and not just another illusion. What happened? I'm no longer in the illusory realm. He was shocked. Oh, the illusory realm. I removed it when I appeared in front of you. Huaner waved her hand in front of Duan Ling Tian, and a small white pearl appeared in her hand. White light swirled in the white pearl like a bottomless abyss. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the pearl, he felt as though he was going to be caught in a daze. When he regained his senses, he asked, "You removed it?" He was surprised. He could not do anything about the illusory realm, but she had broken it. He was rendered momentarily speechless. Yes, the illusory realm is created by this illusory pearl my mom gave me. In order to appear before you, I had to remove the illusory realm. Huaner nodded with a childish expression on her face. So that's why, after a while, he asked, "Huaner, what's your current cultivation base?" Huaner furrowed her brows slightly, looking cute, as she replied, "Cultivation base? I don't know. However, out of those 9 men I killed, half of them were stronger than you." Half of them were stronger than me? Duan Ling Tian was not thoroughly convinced. After all, his strength was much greater than his cultivation base. He was only Blue Sun Golden Celestial, but his true strength was comparable to a great overarching Golden Celestial. If he were to attack with all his might and use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, his strength would be comparable to an Earth-rank great overarching Golden Celestial or even a common Heaven-rank great overarching Golden Celestial. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that when Huaner spoke about his strength in comparison to the other men, she had been using the time he had unleashed all his strength with the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, to break out of the illusory realm as a reference. "Duan Ling Tian, where are we going now?" Huaner asked while looking at Duan Ling Tian with her beautiful eyes that were brimming with anticipation and curiosity. "I don't know where we are now. Let's just go with the flow." When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked around and randomly decided on a direction. Just like that, someone had helped Duan Ling Tian get rid of the illusory realm. Moreover, the person who had done that was a woman who was now following him. While they were wandering aimlessly, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Huaner, other than your mother, do you have any other relatives?" Most men might feel incredibly lucky for having a woman like Huaner following them, but he felt she was like a hot potato and thought it would be better to get rid of her as soon as he could. Naturally, he was not going to just abandon her. He could tell she was unwise to the ways of the world. Despite her stunning appearance, no one had seen her face except her mother, him, and those people whom she had killed. Based on what she said, her mother made her wait for someone there. Her mother telling her only to leave with someone she doesn't dislike is just a way of protecting her from going off with strangers that might harbor ill intentions. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. He felt that Huaner might have mistaken him for someone else and that her mother might have meant for someone else to come and get her. No, Huaner shook her head. Duan Ling Tian nodded and sighed to himself. He knew he would not be able to get rid of this stunningly beautiful woman so soon. After traveling for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally came across 5 men. The 5 men consisted of 3 young men and 2 old men. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner next to him and said, "Huaner, can you cover your face with a veil?" Huaner tilted her head to the side and asked in confusion, "Why?" A surprised voice cried out, "What a beautiful woman!" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian knew it was too late to conceal Huaner's appearance. Out of the 5 people approaching them, the 3 young men were all dressed in brocade robes. Based on their behavior, Duan Ling Tian could tell they were sons from rich families who were used to indulging in hedonistic lifestyles. One of the brocade-clad young men who looked like the leader of the group said with bright eyes, "I'll have this lady." He looked at her lecherously without attempting to disguise it. "Since Brother Li wants her, she's naturally yours." "Brother Li, you're so lucky this time," the other 2 brocade-clad young men replied when they heard the other man's words. Despite their words, their eyes flashed with reluctance and resentment. They were from the same clan, but the man who had spoken first had higher status than them. Moreover, they could only come out today because of this man. It was not that they could not come out if they wished. However, they did not have two great overarching golden celestials as bodyguards like this man.
Even when the two old men following the three young men saw Juana, their eyes flashed briefly. They had lived for a few thousand years, and yet this was their first time seeing such an attractive and beautiful woman whose face seemed to be sculpted by the gods themselves.
They had frequently seen the most beautiful woman in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, but they had never been moved like they did when they saw Juana. Young Master Li, one of the two old men said to the brocade-clad man who had spoken first, "If you bring such a beautiful lady back with you, you'll certainly bring disaster to the clan if you bring her out. Let alone the others. If the sixth prince finds out that you didn't offer such a beauty to him, he'll definitely be displeased." The sixth prince. Young Master Li felt a jolt of fear as cold sweat formed on his forehead when he heard the old man's reminder. Indeed, he was filled with desire and thoughts of how to possess the beauty before him. After all, she was unnaturally beautiful. However, the old man's words were like a cold bucket of water being splashed on him. He knew there was no way he would be able to possess the beautiful woman before him. He thought to himself self-mockingly, "I, Nangong Li, am blessed enough to encounter such a beauty, and yet, I'm unable to possess her." The sixth prince mentioned by the old man was the sixth son of the king of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and Nangong Li's leader. Nangong Li was just an insignificant follower. Who knew if the sixth prince even remembered his name?
The second old man suggested, "Young Master Li, if you offer this beauty to the sixth prince, perhaps His Royal Highness might pay attention to you and consider you one of his close confidants. It's not a total loss even if you can't possess her."
You're right. The sixth prince won't treat someone who brings benefits to him badly. If I offer His Royal Highness this beauty, he will certainly be pleased and might even place more value in me. Nangong Li's eyes shone now that he had been enlightened by the two old men's words. Then he said, "Two elders, please kill that man first before capturing that lady. Remember not to hurt her. Otherwise, if the sixth prince is angered, not only I, but both of you will be affected as well." He looked at Duanling Tian as though Duanling Tian was a dead man walking. Then, he turned to look at Juana with undisguised sexual thoughts. Meanwhile, when the other two brocade-clad young men heard Nangong Li planned to offer the beauty to the sixth prince, the resentment and reluctance in their eyes vanished. However, that did not stop them from looking at Juana lecherously. It was only natural since Juana seemed so flawlessly beautiful. Most ordinary men would be attracted to her. "Yes, young Master Li," the two old men replied in unison. Then they looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh. When the two old men made their moves, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. It was not because the two old men's speed was as fast as great overarching golden celestials. After all, based on their speed, they were only yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials at most. Their strength was comparable to Zhou Tong, the revered elder from the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He could easily kill Zhou Tong back then, let alone now. His expression had darkened because Nangong Li wanted to kill him. He had no enmity with Nangong Li, but Nangong Li wanted to kill him even though this was their first meeting.
When the two old men charged toward Duanling Tian had also mobilized his celestial origin energy. However, before he had a chance to act, a melodious voice said, "I prohibit you from killing Duanling Tian." Although the voice sounded melodious, it was icy cold.
When Duanling Tian heard it, he felt as though he was listening to the most melodious music in the world. Nangong Li and the two brocade-clad young men were mesmerized by her voice as well.
Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is melodious as well.
It's such a pity that we're only able to see but not touch. All three of them lamented.
When the two old men heard Juana's melodious voice, they paused briefly before they continued to charge at Duanling Tian at lightning speed to kill him.
Whoosh! In just an instant, before Duanling Tian and the two old men could react, Juana seemed to vanish into thin air before she reappeared before the two old men. She said coldly, "I've already said, you're not allowed to kill Duanling Tian." A palpably cold killing intent surged out from her body in all directions at this moment. It caused Duanling Tian and three young men standing in the distance to feel as though they had fallen into an icy pond during winter. They were chilled to their bones.
In fact, with their cultivation bases, it was impossible for them to be frozen even if they fell into a pond during winter. However, the cold aura from Juana seemed capable of freezing them. All of them were shivering, and their lips had turned blue from the cold.
After a while, Duan Tian discovered that the chill that shrouded him seemed to have disappeared. He sighed in relief. He could not dispel the cold even when he released his celestial origin energy earlier. The cold was truly terrifying. Duan Tian was taken aback when he lifted his head and looked at the two old men. They had been transformed into ice sculptures, and it seemed to be snowing. Moreover, cracks were forming on them. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks grew longer and longer, and it did not take long before the two old men shattered into icy shards.
Duan Tian inhaled sharply. His gaze toward Juana, who was standing in the snow with her thin white robes fluttering in the air, had changed at this moment. She looked like a goddess of ice and snow at this moment, like someone who could not be desecrated.
Suddenly, Duan Tian seemed to have noticed something. He turned to look at Nangong Li and the two brocade-clad men. Nangong Li seemed to be hurriedly crushing a celestial talisman.
Whoosh! In just a second, Nangong Li seemed to vanish into thin air. Duan Tian had clearly seen and recognized the markings on the celestial talisman. He exclaimed, "It's a drifting light and shadow talisman."
The drifting light and shadow talisman could only be engraved by celestial dukes or those who are stronger. Moreover, the success of inscribing was less than 1%.
In comparison to the shadow void escaping talisman that Duan Tian had used that could only be inscribed by celestial kings or those who were stronger, the drifting light and shadow talismans were more common. It was available in most intermediate rank celestial kingdoms. Naturally, these were only affordable to those rich clans and families. However, since they could not afford too many of them, only members and disciples with high status would receive one.
"No. Don't kill me.
Spare my life, fairy. Please spare my life." The two brocade-clad young men pleaded in unison when Juana turned her sights on them. Nevertheless, as soon as they had spoken, their bodies were frozen immediately when Juana appeared before them. Like the old men, they were turned into ice sculptures and shattered.
After killing 4 men consecutively, Juana returned to Duan Tian's side as though nothing had happened. She said, "Duan Tian, I can't catch up to the other one. He used the drifting light and shadow talisman, so his speed is as fast as a celestial duke. It's only natural that you can't catch up to him," Duan Tian said knowingly. Although the drifting light and shadow talisman was far inferior to the shadow void escaping talisman, it could grant the user with speed comparable to that of an ordinary celestial duke, bringing the user 100,000 miles away. Duan Tian looked at Juana and said with a sigh, "Juana, I think it's better that you put on a veil. If her extremely beautiful face was not covered, she would attract many people's attention after this." "Why?" Juana sounded rather reluctant. "If you don't put on a veil, there'll be a lot of people looking for trouble with us like those people." Duan Tian replied helplessly. He did not want any trouble. Moreover, he was being targeted by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If the sect's powerhouses learned that he was being followed by a beautiful woman, it would not be able for them to track him down, since Juana would definitely attract attention wherever she went. "We'll just kill them as they come," Juana said flippantly, as though killing came easier to her than eating. In the end, Duan Tian said sternly, "Juana, if you don't put on a veil, please don't follow me around anymore." In all honesty, he was not extremely confident when he had spoken. Who knew if she would be offended by his words and kill him? Based on her attack earlier, he could finally discern her strength. She was, at the very least, a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial or a peak great overarching golden celestial, since she had killed the 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials before they could even react. On the other hand, his strength was, at most, only comparable to common heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial after he unleashed all the methods and techniques he knew. If Juana was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, could she be a common one? Although he did not know her background in detail, based on the illusory realm built by the illusory pearl given to her by her mother, it looked like her mother's background was not simple. For this reason, he suspected her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were extraordinary as well. Therefore, he concluded that he was probably no match for her even if he used his Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, and attacked unreservedly. A thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. In fact, when she attacked earlier, she didn't use any celestial weapon. He gasped inwardly. It seems like I've underestimated her. She's probably a peak great overarching golden celestial or an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Overarching heaven supreme celestial. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin alone was an overarching heaven supreme celestial. While Duanling Tian worried about Huaner's reaction, her solemn gaze turned playful as she said, "Okay, I got it. It must be because you don't want others to see my face, right?" Duanling Tian was speechless. "Am I right?" Huaner asked while looking at him. "Well, you can consider it that way if you want to. Anyway, just please put on a veil," Duanling Tian said rather helplessly. "Since you don't want others to see my face, I'll put on the veil. From now on, my face is only for you to see, all right?" Well, my mother can see my face as well." Huaner lifted her hand, and a cold celestial origin energy drifted out and turned into a white veil, which matched her robes, that covered most of her face. Duanling Tian felt his face turned hot when he heard her flirtatious words. However, when he saw her innocent eyes, he knew she had no other meaning. She was clearly unaware of the relations between men and women. He sighed in relief before he smiled. "Huaner, you're a good girl." At the same time, he reached out and touched her head. He felt her long and smooth hair with his fingers and smelled the fresh and feminine fragrance on his hand after he withdrew them. After a brief moment, Duanling Tian said, "It's still better to get you a real veil. I don't think a veil transformed from celestial origin energy is very dependable. After all, those with a higher cultivation base than Huaner would be able to easily see her appearance." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Huaner nodded obediently. She was just like a simple and obedient child. Compared to the goddess of ice and snow who had easily killed 4 men, she seemed like a completely different person. Duanling Tian was puzzled. "I really wonder who she is?" he asked. "Huana, do you know who's your mother? Where did she go?" "My mom is not a human but a celestial beast. She's the Phantom Fox. As for her whereabouts, she didn't tell me, so I don't know," Huana replied. "A celestial beast?" Duanling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Then, he looked at her and asked, "So, you're not human as well?" "Yes," Huaner nodded. "I'm not completely human. My mom told me I'm a rare 1,000 phantom ice fox that only appears once in a million years in our phantom fox clan. A 1,000 phantom ice fox is a child from the union between a phantom fox and a human. Generally, the union between a phantom fox and a human will either produce a phantom fox or a human. The probability of 1,000 phantom ice fox appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. 1,000 phantom ice fox looks like a human baby when born and can turn into 1,000 phantom ice fox only by continuous cultivation. "So, you're half human," Duanling Tian said. "Yes," Huaner nodded. "Huana, do you plan to look for your mother?" Duanling Tian asked. "Yes," Huaner nodded again. Then, she looked at Duanling Tian with wide eyes as she said, "Duanling Tian, can you please accompany me to look for my mother? I haven't seen her for a long time now. I really miss her." Tears began to stream down her cheeks, making her look heartbreakingly beautiful. Seeing the pitiful expression on her face, Duanling Tian could not help but soften. For this reason, he agreed to her request. "Okay, I'll accompany you to look for your mother." "I really miss my mother." Huana cried even harder. Without any warning, she rushed into Duanling Tian's arms, causing his lower body to react. It took him a moment to suppress his urge. He was, after all, a normal man who would react when faced with such a unique beauty who rushed into his embrace. After suppressing the urge, he gently patted her back and comforted her like a child. "Don't cry, Huaner. Don't cry." After a while, Huaner's cries gradually softened before it stopped completely. "Fallen asleep already?" He was rather shocked when he discovered she had fallen asleep in his arms. However, seeing her in deep slumber, he did not dare to move. At the same time, he began to think about the incident earlier.
Those few men mentioned the sixth prince earlier and something about the most beautiful woman in the capital. The young man who escaped is called Nangong Li. He continued thinking to himself, I used the shadow void escaping talisman and escaped 1,000,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. For that reason, I'm certain I'm no longer in King Qin's mansion's territories. However, I'm still in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, I'm near the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Indeed, I've heard about a Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although it's considered a second-tier clan, it's as rich as various kings' mansions governed by the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I've long heard that the sixth prince is the most outstanding prince among the princes of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's emperor. He's a brilliant military strategist, and his vice is women. With this, he managed to have a rough idea of his current location. I wonder if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect only sent that old lady to kill me? If she sends a couple of them, I don't think it'll take her long to find me. He thought to himself decisively, when Huaner wakes up, we'll leave this kingdom. As he instinctively lowered his head, he fell into a daze as he saw the indistinct features of Huaner's face. Swoosh! 1,000 miles away from where Duanling Tian and Huaner were, a figure flew past. The figure belonged to Nangong Li, who managed to escape using the drifting light and shadow talisman. He was the son of the current clan leader of the Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was the great young master of the Nangong clan. A frightened expression could still be seen on his face as he thought to himself, who's that flawless beauty? How can she be so strong? The two elders were yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials, but with just her cold aura alone, she managed to freeze the two elders and kill them. She only used her celestial origin energy to kill them and didn't even use any celestial weapon. Nangong Li gulped audibly as he muttered to himself. Generally, only a peak great overarching golden celestial could instantly kill two yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials at the same time without the need of a celestial weapon. That flawless beauty is actually so strong. His burning flame of desire was instantly out as though an ice-cold bucket of cold water had been poured on him when he thought about Huano again. When Nangong Li regained his senses, he looked around and discovered he was in a majestic mountain range. Where's this place? I have to find a place to hide first before sending a message to my father to send someone to escort me back. He was not confident he could safely return to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom on his own. With his cultivation base, if he tried to go back alone, he might be killed by some robbers along the way. Therefore, he decided to look for a cave to hide in first. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused his celestial origin energy into it. It turned into a streak of light that flew in the direction of the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom at lightning speed. In the message, apart from asking his father to send men to escort him back, Nangong Li also briefly described the place he was in. He was not sure the direction he was in, but he was confident his father would be able to figure out his location based on the direction the communication celestial talisman came from. After all, communication celestial talismans only flew in a straight line. As the son of the clan leader of the Nangong clan, the communication celestial talisman he possessed was inscribed by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, the communication celestial talisman's speed was comparable to a common overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It should arrive in the capital with no problems unless someone stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial deliberately stopped it. Meanwhile, Huaner, who was in Duanling Tian's embrace, seemed to have woken up from her nap. She tapped his chest gently with her left hand and said with a smile, Duanling Tian, although your body part here is harder than mine, it's quite comfortable. When she smiled, it was so charming that it seemed like a field of flowers was blooming. Duanling Tian fell into a daze for a moment upon seeing her smile. He regained his senses when he felt a burning sensation in his lower body again, when Huaner repeatedly shifted her body against him, pushing her soft breasts against him. What a seductive woman! Duanling Tian took a deep breath and gently pushed her away. He was worried he would lose his self-control if she continued to move around in his embrace. In fact, this was his first time being aroused by a woman in such a manner. He had always deliberately avoided other women after all. Now, with such a unique beauty leaning against him,
It would have been abnormal if he had no reactions. Finally, he said, "Huaner, let's look around to see if there's a town nearby. Let's plan where to go once we find out where we're at." "Okay, we'll do as you say." Huaner slightly nodded. Since she was born, she had only met 10 people, apart from her mother. Most importantly, she had killed all 10 of them because she had been disgusted by their gazes. Only Duan Ling Tian's gaze did not disgust her. Since he fulfilled the condition her mother had set for her to leave, she decided to follow him. Huaner had never been in the outside world. She knew not about the dangers of the world. In many ways, she was even more innocent than maidens who were protectively raised in their homes. At least, those maidens were aware of some of the rules of propriety. Since she had decided to follow Duan Lingtian apart from her mother, he had become her everything even if she knew nothing about friendship or love. She only knew Duan Lingtian met the criteria her mother had set for her. For this reason, she would not let anyone harm him. Those who wanted to harm him deserved to die. This was also why she did not hesitate to kill those people from the Nangong clan. At this moment, Huana was like a blank sheet of paper. As to what would be painted on the paper, it would depend on her experience and Duan Lingtian's guidance. "Let's go then." Duan Lingtian beckoned. Then he flew into the air. Huana followed very closely next to him as though she could bear to be separated from him for even a moment. Duan Lingtian could, naturally, feel Huana's attachment to him, but he did not dwell on it because he knew she was just inexperienced and naive. After she gained more experience and learned about the ways of the world, she would learn about the differences between men and women and a sense of propriety. At that time, she would naturally know it was not appropriate for her to stick to him. After a few days, Duan Lingtian finally saw a city ahead of them. As soon as they entered the city, he bought an exquisite white veil for Huaner. It was an opaque veil to cover her face to prevent others from being attracted to her looks. Nevertheless, even with the veil on, she still attracted many men's gazes when she walked down the streets. Even some women were attracted by her beauty. Huana followed closely beside Duan Lingtian. When other people were around, her expression was not one of innocence, it was cold. She had an extremely unapproachable air about her with her cold expression and thin white robes. It made others feel ashamed and that she was extremely pure. Although that lady is wearing a veil, I can tell she's great beauty based on her eyes and bearing. Yes, I agree. Although I couldn't see her face, I'm certain she's not ugly. Perhaps she's wearing a veil to conceal some flaws on her face? After all, women love to look beautiful. Why would she cover herself up if she's really beautiful? How I wish I can see what she looks like. Wherever Duan Lingtian and Huaner went, people in their surroundings would fall silent, in awe of Huaner beauty. They would only start discussing among themselves once the duo had walked away. Most of them were attracted by Huaner cold but pure temperament. Just from her beautiful eyes, most of them were certain she was beautiful. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian and Huaner had just walked past a wide street, a voice rang from behind them. "Please wait for a moment." Huaner did not seem to be aware of it until she discovered Duan Lingtian had stopped and turned to look back. She followed suit. The person who had called out to them was a young scholar who was holding a folded fan. He had a handsome appearance and a gentle smile on his face. However, there was a slight hint of wickedness in his smile that was contradictory to his scholarly and gentle appearance. An old man followed behind him. Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was no weaker than the two elders from the Nangong clan despite how ordinary the old man looked. "Both of you aren't locals, right?" The young scholar's smile deepened. A hint of wickedness could still be seen in his smile. His eyes were mostly trained on Huaner rather than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the young scholar indifferently and asked, "Is there something you need?" A hint of jealousy flickered in the young scholar's eyes when he saw how close Huaner was standing near Duan Lingtian. He said with a smile, "Sir, I wonder if your companion would take off her veil?" "Of course, I'm willing to pay for it. If your companion is willing to remove her veil, I'm willing to pay each of you 10,000 prominent celestial stones just to have a look at her face. If she takes off her veil, you'll give YS 10,000 prominent celestial stones each?" Duan Lingtian repeated the young scholar's words as his eyes narrowed into slits and his expression darkened. Huana's expression beneath the veil had turned icy cold as well.
Only when Duanling Tian gently tapped her hand and told through voice transmission that he would deal with the matter that her expression returned to normal. She only nodded in response to his voice transmission. That's right. The young scholar smiled since he thought Huaner had agreed to it when she nodded. It seemed like he was not aware of the dark expression on Duanling Tian's face. Only he knew if he really was unaware or if he pretended to be unaware of it. At this moment, the passers-by on the street had gathered to watch the commotion. It did not take them long to recognize the young scholar.
Isn't he Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi clan?
That's him. He's willing to pay 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to take a look at a woman's face. No wonder they say the second young master of Qi likes to squander money. Seems like the rumor is true. I wonder if the woman will take off her veil?
The city Duanling Tian and Huana had come to was called Qiliu City. There were two ruling clans in the city, the Qi clan and the Liu clan. The two clans were equally matched, so they had ruled Qiliu City together.
For over 1,000 years, although both clans had numerous disputes, neither could destroy the other. 20,000 prominent celestial stones. Any man would be moved by that, right?
I guess she'll take off her veil.
I think she might not. Can't you see the dark expression on her male companion's face?
You're right.
Many passers-by saw Duanling Tian's darkened expression and felt the tension in the air. Duanling Tian looked at Qiyu and said coldly, "What if I give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones to strip naked and go around the streets of Qiliu in that state? Will you accept it?"
As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Qiyu's smile froze while the old man behind Qiyu looked at Duanling Tian coldly.
The passers-by on both sides of the street were in an uproar. They looked at Duanling Tian as though he was a dead man walking.
Heavens! What did he say?
Is this man insane? He's the second young master of the Qi clan, and that man dares to verbally assault him. He's going to die. There's no doubt he's going to die. When Duanling Tian saw the hostile expression on Qiyu and the old man's face, he looked at them meaningfully and said indifferently, "Both of you can attack if you think you can bear the consequences." Then, he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, let's go." Huaner obediently followed after Duanling Tian as Duanling Tian turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qiyu and the old man were thoroughly shocked. However, when they regained their senses, they were filled with rage.
Someone clicked their tongue and said, "Second young master Qi, how embarrassing.
You can't even get a mere woman to remove her veil." As soon as this voice that was brimming with ridicule rang out, a young man dressed in luxurious robes who was holding two beads in his hand that kept spinning appeared. A tall and strong bearded man followed behind him. He's the great young master of the Liu clan. What a day! I actually ran into the young masters of the Qi and Liu clans. Both of them are outstanding members of the respective clans.
These two rivals are probably going to butt heads again.
Many passers-by whispered among themselves furtively when they saw the luxuriously dressed young Liu Wenbin. When Qiyu saw Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan, his expression darkened immediately. Then he said with a cold smile, "Since you said I can't even get a woman to take off her veil, do you think you can do any better? If not, you should stop annoying me." Qiyu was annoyed due to Liu Wenbin's interruption since he wanted to attack Duanling Tian. However, also due to Liu Wenbin, his anger toward Duanling Tian subsided slightly, and he began to calm down. After thinking further about the cold and pure temperament of Huaner and Duanling Tian's boldness, he thought it was possible that Duanling Tian was truly not afraid of the Qi clan. Therefore, he had intentionally provoked Liu Wenbin, hoping Liu Wenbin would test Duanling Tian's strength on his behalf. "Qiyu," Liu Wenbin smirked coldly. "Watch carefully as I take the woman's veil off and kill her male companion." Then he ordered the man following him, "Liu Nan, kill that man and bring that woman here. I want to see how she looks. If she's good-looking, I don't mind bringing her back to the Liu clan to enjoy for a few days." As soon as Liu Wenbin finished speaking, Liu Nan, the bearded man behind Liu Wenbin, did not waste time and made his move. Seeking death, a thunderous and cold voice rang in the air, sending chills up Liu Nan's body before he could even attack.
The voice belonged to Duanling Tian, who had overheard Liu Wenbin's words. He was clearly angered at this moment. After he spoke, his celestial origin energy surged out like a furious dragon after circulating through his 99 heavenly veins. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy turned into millions of sword rays, and they grew swiftly as he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before turning into a few dozen sword formations that merged into one. It looked like the blazing sun from a distance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword formation shot toward Liu Wenbin in just a blink of an eye before a shower of swords rained down on him. "Young master!" Liu Nan cried out. However, he was too late. The swords had thoroughly covered Liu Wenbin. When the shower of swords vanished, the only things that remained where Liu Wenbin stood was a dazzling pool of blood that resembled red roses. Liu Wenbin, the great young master of Liu clan and the future clan leader of the Liu clan, was dead. The entire place fell silent for a moment. Qi Yu was the first to regain his senses. He inhaled audibly, clearly frightened. If Liu Wenbin did not show up to provoke him, he would have ended up like Liu Wenbin and turned into a pool of blood. The old man standing behind Qi Yu looked at Duanling Tian with a grim and fearful expression. This purple-clad young man is a great, overarching golden celestial. However, he was not certain what rank of a great, overarching golden celestial Duanling Tian was. Apart from that, he was also not certain he could defeat Duanling Tian. How dare you kill my young master?" Liu Nan bellowed when he regained his senses. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he raised his hand. A wolf-tooth club appeared and charged toward Duanling Tian with his weapon in hand as his celestial origin energy surged out. Boom! 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 The wolf-tooth club was a primitive celestial weapon. It seemed alive in Liu Nan's hand. Although it looked big, his movements were agile. In an instant, it had woven what seemed like a net above Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian scoffed. With just a thought, he retrieved a celestial sword from his spatial ring. Then, he merged the celestial sword with his sword formation that was shooting toward the net that was woven by Liu Nan's wolf-tooth club. The sword formation effortlessly destroyed the net that hovered above him. Liu Nan used his wolf-tooth club to try and retaliate. However, to his shock, his wolf-tooth club struggled free from his grip and no longer seemed to be under his control. Swoosh! 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 The shower of rain lasted for a moment before it disappeared again. Similarly, only a pool of blood was left where Liu Nan had stood earlier. The passers-by who just regained their senses gasped in fear when they saw how easily Duanling Tian had killed Liu Nan. The old man standing behind Qi Yu exclaimed in shock. His strength is, at least, comparable to an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing the old man's words, Qi Yu sighed in relief. He felt fortunate he did not attack Duanling Tian earlier. Liu Nan is one of Liu clan's great overarching golden celestial, but the purple-clad young man defeated him so easily. Liu Wenbin was the Liu clan's great young master and was supposed to be the future clan leader. He's also the current clan leader's favorite son. However, the purple-clad young man killed him just like that. Who is he? Isn't he afraid of the Liu clan seeking revenge from him? The onlookers whispered among themselves in shock and disbelief by Duanling Tian's strength and his boldness as to kill Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan in Qi Liu City. Fortunately, the second young master of the Qi clan didn't act. Otherwise, it would have been him and the Qi clan's elder who died. Actually, they were about to strike before the great young master of the Liu clan showed up. If that's the case, in a way, the great young master of the Liu clan had saved the second young master of the Qi clan, right? Yes. Many of the onlookers thought Qi Yu was really fortunate. As soon as Qi Yu regained his senses, his expression turned neutral. He quickly bowed and cupped his fists together as he apologized. "Dear sir, please forgive my earlier transgression." The old man behind Qi Yu followed suit and bowed as well. He would not have bowed if Duanling Tian had merely killed Liu Wenbin. However, he had witnessed how easily Duanling Tian had killed Liu Nan. He knew very well that his strength was on par with Liu Nan. This meant Duan Tian was much stronger than him.
For this reason, he no longer dared to act recklessly.
After you used me, you intend to pacify me with a mere apology? Duan Tian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes at Qiyu.
Qiyu lowered his head and asked anxiously that, "What else do you want?"
As the saying went, a wise person never sails against the wind. Although there were powerhouses in the Qi clan who were stronger than this purple-clad young man, they were not here. Hence, Qiyu knew he had to admit defeat at least temporarily.
Duan Tian looked at Qiyu pointedly as he said, "Bring me to the Qi clan, we'll talk on the way."
All right. Although Qiyu did not know why Duan Tian would want to go to the Qi clan, he did not care since this was beneficial to him. Heh! And I was worried because the other elites from the Qi clan aren't here. Since you want to go to the clan to seek death, I'll grant you your wish. His head was lowered when this thought appeared in his mind. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes for a moment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Tian and Huaner followed Qiyu and the elder behind him to the Qi clan. The onlookers made way for them as they walked. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the onlookers' sight. They heaved a sigh of relief and began to discuss among themselves with gusto.
Why is the purple-clad young man following the second young master back to the Qi clan?
It seems like the second young master was going to compensate him earlier, but he asked to go to the Qi clan. Does he think he still can call the shots there? He's just seeking death by going to the Qi clan. Although he's strong, I'm afraid it's far from being able to take on the entire Qi clan. The Qi clan is a powerful clan with 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials.
Most of the onlookers were puzzled by Duan Tian's decision to go to the Qi clan. Was this not bringing trouble upon himself?
All of a sudden, someone speculated. Do you think it's possible that the purple-clad young man and the lady are actually secretly hired by the Qi clan? Someone's eyes glinted knowingly. It's possible that everything that happened earlier was just for show, and a plot to kill the great young master of the Liu clan. That's right. They only put on a show to confuse the Liu clan. Those two must be returning to the Qi clan to receive their payment before leaving Qiliu City. As long as those two leave, the Liu clan won't have any evidence of the Qi clan being the mastermind of Liu Wenbing's death. The Liu clan won't act against the Qi clan without concrete evidence. The majority of the people present on the scene agreed with these words.
It makes sense. Although the second young master of the Qi clan is a well-known prodigal son, I don't think he would have spent 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to have a look at a woman's face.
That's right. Although he squandered money recklessly in the past, it was never to this extent.
Spending 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to ask a woman to remove her veil is outrageous indeed.
Fortunately, Qiyu was not around and did not hear the discussions in the surroundings. He would definitely lose his temper otherwise. After all, the Qi clan was completely innocent in regard to this matter. If the Qi clan had hired those two people, would he have felt so anxious to lead them back to the clan?
During the journey to the Qi clan's estate, Qiyu broke the silence first. He looked at Duan Tian nervously and asked, "What do you want, dear sir?"
I want a detailed map of the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the neighboring celestial kingdoms.
Upon hearing this, Qiyu was calm. This was a small price to pay. In fact, it was almost insignificant. The Qi clan could easily produce a map like that.
Duan Tian continued to say, in addition, the Qi clan should compensate me with 1 million prominent celestial stones. Upon hearing that, Qiyu's calm expression changed drastically. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Although the Qi clan could afford it, it was not a small sum.
Even the elder from the Qi clan's expression had changed. Although they had expected Duan Tian to ask for compensation, this was a blatant extortion.
1 million prominent celestial stones.
Was he so confident they would give in to his demand? In the end, Qiyu took a deep breath and said, "I can't make this decision. I'll have to speak to my father once we return to the Qi clan." Duan Tian nodded indifferently. "That's all right, I'll wait for you at the Qi clan. However, you only have an hour once we arrive at the Qi clan.
If I don't get 1 million prominent celestial stones by then, don't blame me if something unfortunate happens." He narrowed his eyes at Qiyu when he reached the end of his sentence.
Qiyu trembled inwardly when he saw the killing intent in Duan Tian's eyes. He quickly looked away, afraid to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze.
The elder behind Qiyu said through voice transmission, "Second young master. This young man is too greedy. How dare he ask for 1,000,000 prominent celestial stones?"
"Well, we'll see if he's able to live long enough to enjoy the fruit of his greed," Qiyu replied through voice transmission as he sneered inwardly.
He doesn't look like a reckless person though. The Qi clan's strength is no secret in Qiliu City. I'm sure he knows about our clan. The elder from the Qi clan said warily through voice transmission. Qiyu's voice turned grim immediately. "Are you saying that he's bold enough to follow us back to the Qi clan, even though he knows our strength because he isn't afraid?"
"Yes. Either he was hiding his true strength earlier or he has an extraordinary background," the elder replied.
"Regardless, I'll ask Father to investigate him. I can also ask the old ancestor to probe him," Qiyu said. The Qi clan had the protection of 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. These 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials were, naturally, the most powerful in the Qi clan. One of them was Qiyu's father, and the other one was the old ancestor of the Qi clan. Although both of them were heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the old ancestor was more powerful than the clan leader of the Qi clan. Upon entering the Qi clan's main door, Huaner said disgruntledly through voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian? Why are we following him? I don't like them. I don't want to be with them. We're here to demand celestial stones from them. All the items I bought for you in the city were bought with celestial stones. We'll run out of them eventually.
For this reason, we're here to acquire more. As long as we have celestial stones, we'll be able to buy fun and unique items," Duan Lingtian said to Huana as though he was pacifying a child.
"Wow!" Huaner's eyes lit up instantly. "Then we should demand all the celestial stones they have. If they refuse, I'll kill them." Killing intent flashed in her eyes at the end of her sentence. If the other two could hear Huaner's words, they would have been thoroughly shocked.
Upon hearing Huaner's words through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why did he not realize earlier that she had the potential to become a bandit?
Naturally, he knew Huaner only said such words because she was not properly educated about right or wrong since she was not brought up in the outside world. He felt he should educate her about right and wrong. After all, if she was not taught properly, not only would she bring harm to herself, but she would harm others as well. "Huaner, that's not right. Even if we want to take celestial stones, we must have a good reason for it. For instance, these people provoked us first. That's why we're taking celestial stones from them." "Understood. If others don't bother me, then I shouldn't ask for celestial stones from them. If they bother me, then I should demand celestial stones from them." Huaner nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's teachings. When she recalled the 4 men from the Nangong clan whom she had killed, she felt a hint of regret and asked, "Previously, I killed those people from the Nangong clan. Was I too rash?"
"I didn't demand celestial stones for them."
"Well, who said you didn't get any celestial stones from them?"
"After you killed them, I took their spatial rings. All the celestial stones they owned are in there." "Huana, do you know what spatial rings are?" When Duan Lingtian realized Huana did not know about spatial rings, he began to patiently explain to her what they were and the method of establishing and removing ownership of a spatial ring. At the same time, he gave her a spatial ring and said with a smile, "Take this. There are 10,000 prominent celestial stones in this spatial ring." "Okay." Huana wore the spatial ring on her finger and stared at it as though it was some rare treasure. It seemed as though the ring was even more important than Duan Lingtian.
When they finally arrived at the Qi clan, Qiyu said, "Please wait here. I'll go and get my father to meet both of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took his leave.
The elder who had followed Qiyu out stayed behind to serve the duo. He instructed a servant from the Qi clan to wait on them while Qiyu went to look for his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan. Meanwhile, the Liu clan was in chaos.
Great young master died? He was killed by an outsider?
Is it possible that the outsiders are hired by the Qi clan? The father of Liu Wenbin, the clan leader of the Liu clan, had called for an emergency meeting with the high-ranking officials of the clan as soon as he discovered his son's death. Even the old ancestor, the former clan leader, was summoned.
Similar to the Qi clan, the Liu clan had 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. One of them was the clan leader's father, and the other was the old ancestor of the Liu clan who had the highest seniority in the clan. What?
Bin Er is dead. Liu Wenbin's grandfather was furious when he learned of Liu Wenbin's death. He was eager to rush to the Qi clan to avenge his grandchild.
Old ancestor, what do we do now? The current clan leader did not bother to seek the advice of the high-ranking officials. He instantly directed his question to the old ancestor. After all, nobody would object to the old ancestor's decision. Your father and I will go to the Qi clan with you. If that person is still there, we will kill him to avenge your son.
If he's gone, we'll demand an explanation from the Qi clan. However, be prepared that you might have to let the matter go, the Liu clan's old ancestor said as he looked at the current clan leader of the Liu clan.
I understand. The clan leader of the Liu clan nodded with a bitter expression on his face. Even if there was evidence of the Qi clan hiring someone to murder his son, it would nigh impossible for the clan to go all out against the Qi clan, let alone that they did not any concrete evidence right now. If they were to wage a war against the Qi clan, both sides would only suffer losses, and outsiders would only benefit from it. Naturally, this was not an outcome the Liu and Qi clans wanted. If they had concrete evidence that the Qi clan hired someone to kill their great young master, they could force the Qi clan to hand over Qi Yu without waging a war. The Qi clan would have to pay for their crime with Qi Yu's life. It's good that you understand it, the Liu clan's old ancestor said. In that case, let's make our way to the Qi clan now. The more we delay this, the higher the chances that the murderers have already left. All right, the clan leader of the Liu clan nodded. Along with his father and the old ancestor, he brought a few strong elders with him to the Qi clan's estate.
In the Qi clan's estate,
at this moment, Duan Lingtian was seated next to Huaner.
Apart from the elder who had followed Qi Yu out, Qi Yu and two other men were present as well. One was dressed in luxurious robes and he was a middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion. He had a majestic air about him as well. The other man was dressed in a long gray robe. His hair and eyebrows were white, but he looked young.
All four men from the Qi clan, at this moment, were begging on their knees. Their heads were lowered as their bodies trembled. They could feel the cold that permeated the air at this moment. An overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. The lady with a veil covering her face is an overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. Qi Yu thought to himself with a frightened expression on his face. He had lost his dignified appearance as the young master of the Qi clan at this moment. Initially, he had thought that with his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and their old ancestor present, he would not have to pay 1 million prominent celestial stones to Duan Lingtian and Huaner even if they could not kill the duo.
However, when Qi Yu's father and the old ancestor arrived at the main hall with their celestial origin energies surging furiously from their bodies, they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian and Huana's strength.
Alas, all Huaner did was slightly lift her hand, and a cold breeze immediately froze his father and the old ancestor from the waist down. They could not even move an inch. Only when Duan Lingtian had spoken to Huaner did she release his father and the old ancestor. As soon as they were released, the clan leader and old ancestor of the Qi clan fell to the ground, and their movements became sluggish from the extreme cold. When they regained their senses, they hurriedly kneeled before Huaner and profusely apologized.
Upon seeing this, Qi Yu and the Qi clan's elder fell to their knees as well and began to apologize. Both of them were horrified when they discovered the woman was stronger than all of them.
We didn't know you're an overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. Please forgive our transgression. I really didn't think that Huaner is an overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian had assumed Huaner was a peak great overarching golden celestial, but he was not overly surprised to find out she was an overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. Finally, he looked at Qi Yu and said indifferently, 1 million prominent rank celestial stones. Have you prepared it?
Don't forget about the map as well.
I'll prepare it now. Qi Yu answered hastily as he looked at his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan.
The clan leader of the Qi clan hurriedly produced a spatial ring with the number of celestial stones Duan Lingtian had requested and passed it to Duan Lingtian. He said, "My lord, there are 300,000 prominent celestial stones and 70,000 supreme celestial stones."
70,000 supreme celestial stones? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened. He checked the content of the spatial ring before claiming ownership of it. Right? There are 70,000 supreme celestial stones.
Duanling Tian, what are supreme celestial stones? Didn't you ask for 1 million prominent celestial stones? Why did he only give us 370,000 celestial stones? Although Huane was not wise to the ways of the world, she knew basic mathematics since her mother had taught it to her. The 4 men from the Qi clan were bewildered when they heard Huaner's question. The clan leader of the Qi clan stammered, "My lord, I—" His body shook violently when he spoke. He thought Huaner was intentionally looking for trouble with him. After all, 1 supreme celestial stone equaled 10 prominent celestial stones. This was general knowledge in Devata realms. How could there be anyone who did not know this is?
Clan leader Qi. There's no need to be nervous. She's unaware that 1 supreme celestial stone equals 10 prominent celestial stones. The clan leader of the Qi clan sighed in relief upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, he was baffled and somewhat skeptical that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was unaware of this fact.
Duanling Tian began to patiently explain to Huana after he turned to look at her.
I see. Huaner nodded after listening to Duanling Tian's explanation. Huaner, don't you use celestial stones when you cultivate? Duanling Tian asked with a bitter smile on his face. In his opinion, since she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should have used celestial stones when she cultivated. Otherwise, how did she obtain such a profound cultivation base? He had checked her physical condition with his divine consciousness earlier and discovered she was, similar to him, not older than 100 years old. No. Huaner shook her head innocently in response to Duanling Tian's question. Upon hearing that, all 4 men from the Qi clan were speechless. This woman did not use celestial stones to cultivate? How had she been cultivating then? Even without celestial stones, she managed to cultivate into an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Huaner, isn't your cultivation progress slow since you didn't cultivate with celestial stones? Duanling Tian asked with a frown. Logically, your mother should have given you celestial stones and celestial pills to cultivate. Otherwise, your cultivation speed would be very slow. Although he had never met Huaner's mother, he knew she was not simple since she was able to leave behind an illusory realm that was capable of trapping him. Even if Huaner's mother was not human, she was definitely not an ordinary celestial beast. Logically, Huaner's mother should have given her daughter celestial stones and celestial pills to cultivate with.
Mother had given me celestial pills and the medicinal properties still remain in my body. She didn't give me celestial stones, but she gave me this, Huana said innocently as she reached out and revealed the necklace she wore. Everyone's attention fell on the pendant of the necklace. The pendant of the necklace was fully concealed in a circular contraption. When Huaner pressed on a button, the contraption opened up, revealing a flash of blinding light. Whoosh! 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 Waves and waves of vast and almost palpable heaven and earth spirit energy surged out from the pendant immediately into the main hall. In just a blink of an eye, the main hall in the Qi clan's estate had turned into the perfect cultivation spot. The heaven and earth spirit energy is unbelievable. Duanling Tian was shocked when he sensed the dense heaven and earth energy that filled the Qi clan's main hall. The heaven and earth spirit energy was hundreds and thousands of times better than the last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County. He tried absorbing the heaven and earth energy and discovered that he had reached the limit of heaven and earth energy that he could absorb. Generally, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy, the better it was for cultivation. However, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth energy one could absorb. He thought to himself, with how dense the energy is, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would reach the limit of heaven and energy they can absorb. In other words, the heaven and earth energy released by the pendant was sufficient for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to cultivate. However, it was probably not enough for a celestial duke to cultivate. Oh right, I forgot about cultivation methods. In Devata realms, higher-grade cultivation methods would allow one to absorb more heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, the speed of absorption would be faster as well. His previous assumption was made based on yellow-grade cultivation methods. At this moment, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself, in fact, the heaven and earth spirit energy is less dense since it has surged out into the surroundings. If Huaner were to absorb it straight from the pendant without releasing the energy into the surroundings, he did not dare to continue that line of thought. It was too terrifying to think of. Even if Huaner was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial with a heaven-grade cultivation method, she would still easily reach the limit of energy she could absorb if she absorbed it straight from the crystal. Huaner, close the contraption, Duanling Tian said. Upon listening to Duanling Tian's words, Huaner obediently closed the circular contraption, stopping the heaven and earth spirit energy from flowing out immediately. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi clan's main hall gradually became thinner and thinner until it returned to its original state. Duanling Tian had taken a clear look at the pendant hidden inside the circular contraption. It was a completely transparent crystal that looked quite similar to diamonds in Duanling Tian's past life. Naturally, the biggest difference was the diamonds on Earth did not contain heaven and earth spirit energy. Celestial crystal. That's a celestial crystal. The old ancestor had greedily absorbed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that surged out from the pendant earlier. He had a dazed expression on his face as he looked at Huaner's necklace covetously. Duanling Tian scoffed, causing the old ancestor from the Qi clan to return to his senses. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly looked away from the necklace. The three other men from the Qi clan also regained their senses. They cowered on the ground, afraid to make even the slightest noise. All of them were reminded that the owner of the celestial crystal was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duanling Tian looked at the old ancestor of the Qi clan and coldly asked, "You said it's a celestial crystal? As far as I know, not even supreme celestial crystals have such effects, right?" He had learned about celestial crystals from memory celestial talismans. He knew celestial crystal would appear in supreme celestial stone's vein. However, the probability of finding one was extremely low. It was lower than finding a supreme celestial stone in a prominent celestial stone's vein. A celestial crystal was equivalent to 1,000 supreme celestial stones. The heaven and earth spirit energy in a celestial crystal was equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy in several hundred of supreme celestial stones. The celestial crystals Duanling Tian had learned about were primitive celestial crystals. Similar to celestial stones, celestial crystals were also divided into different grades. The grades were primitive, mediocre, prominent, and supreme. Primitive celestial crystals could be found in primitive celestial crystals veins that would also produce a mediocre celestial crystal once in a while. However, the value between the grades of celestial crystals was different from celestial stones. For example, the exchange rate between the grades of celestial stones was 1 to 10. One supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones, 100 mediocre celestial stones, or 1,000 primitive celestial stones. On the other hand, the exchange rate between the grades of celestial crystals was 1 to 100. One supreme celestial crystal was equivalent to 100 prominent celestial crystals, 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals, or 1 million primitive celestial crystals. As far as Duanling Tian knew, in a mediocre celestial kingdom such as the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was no primitive celestial crystals vein. In fact, even the high-rank celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystals veins. On the other hand, the number of supreme celestial stones veins in a high-rank celestial kingdom was higher than mediocre and low-rank celestial kingdoms. "You're right, my lord." The old ancestor of the Qi clan nodded hurriedly in response to Duanling Tian's question. "If I'm not mistaken, the celestial crystal in this lady's possession is a divine crystal that would only appear once every 10,000 years in a supreme celestial crystal's vein. A divine crystal." Upon hearing this, the three other men from the Qi clan gasped. A divine crystal was legendary to them. They could not even hope to obtain something like that. The clan leader of the Qi clan said with a sigh, "I, Qi Yunsheng, have no regrets now that I've personally seen a divine crystal and felt its power." The old ancestor said, "Indeed, even if we die now, we would have no regrets."
A divine crystal that only appears once every 10,000 years in a supreme celestial crystal's vein? Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he heard the words of the Qi clan's old ancestor. As far as he knew, the number of supreme celestial crystals veins in each of the 87 Devata realms did not exceed 10. In other words, on average, a Devata realm would only have one divine crystal every 1,000 years. Who is Huaner's mother? I'm afraid the phantom foxes are no ordinary celestial beasts. How could an ordinary celestial beast bequeath a divine crystal to her daughter? He recalled Huana had said her mother was a phantom fox while she was a rare 1,000 phantom ice fox. There were 87 Devata realms altogether. In each Devata realm, there were no more than 10 supreme celestial crystals veins. A supreme celestial crystal's vein needed 10,000 years to produce a divine crystal. In other words, on average, each Devata realm would need at least 1,000 years to produce one divine crystal. Despite its rarity and preciousness, Huana possessed one. Duanling Tian thought to himself, she's definitely not that simple. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang from outside. Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, is here along with our two old ancestors to meet with the clan leader of the Qi clan and old ancestor Qi. The voice resounded throughout the Qi clan's estate. Shi Yunxing, the clan leader of Qi clan, narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself, it's Liu Quan. Those from the Liu clan are here. Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes that glinted with delight as he said in a low voice, My lords, the Liu clan is here to avenge the death of their great young master, Liu Wenbin. In his opinion, the Liu clan was just seeking death by coming here. Qi Yunshang, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and old ancestor Qi who were kneeling on the floor had the same thought as well. In fact, they even thought if Duanling Tian and Huaner were to kill those from the Liu clan, the Qi clan would be able to dominate Qiliu City. At that time, Qiliu City would have to change its name to Qi City. Liu clan? Just in time. Duanling Tian scoffed and rose to his feet immediately as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. He used his Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword and 7-color sword rays began to appear. They began to multiply as he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Simultaneously, the tens of thousands of 7-color sword rays formed sword formations that gradually merged into one formation. The light from the sword formation lit up the entire main hall in the Qi clan's estate with 7-color lights. How strong! This purple-clad young man is not weaker than an ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. Qi Yunshang and old ancestor Qi thought to themselves, their hearts thumping wildly. Qi Yunshang knew he would not win at all if he were to fight Duanling Tian. The most he could hope for was a tie between them. He hid his strength earlier? It did not take long before Qi Yu and the elder discovered this. Although Duanling Tian had unleashed his power, Qi Yunxing and old ancestor Qi did not put up their defenses. After all, they thought Duanling Tian's attack was directed at the people from the Liu clan. Moreover, the lady who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial showed no signs of making a move. It was likely the duo did not intend to kill them. Xiao! 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 It was not until when the sword cries intensified and the 7-color sword formation shot toward Qi Yunxing, old ancestor Qi Yu and the elder that they realized Duanling Tian intended to kill them. Their expressions changed drastically and they instinctively tried to resist. Alas, it was futile. Before they could even mobilize their celestial origin energies, they were already killed. At this moment, a river of blood flowed in the main hall of the Qi clan. Huana was taken aback when she saw Duanling Tian killing the 4 men. She asked curiously, Duanling Tian, didn't you say not to kill them since they did not offend us? Moreover, they'd given in to our demands. Duanling Tian could tell Huaner did not care about the bloodshed. She was more curious about why Duanling Tian had gone against what he had said earlier. He explained with a grave expression. Yes. However, I had to kill them because they knew you possess a divine crystal. If word of this leaks out, it would only bring trouble to us. After all, many people would covet the divine crystal in your possession. Having lived 2 lives, Duanling Tian knew possessing something valuable could land one in trouble. For that reason, he had acted without any hesitation and killed the 4 men from the Qi clan to nip the problem in the bud. Initially, he had no intention of harming the people from the Qi clan since they had complied with his demands. However, the situation went out of his control when Huaner revealed her divine crystal. Covet this. Huaner touched the pendant of her necklace as her expression turned icy cold. My mother gave this to me. I will kill whoever dares to come after it. Huaner, the world is vast. Duanling Tian sighed. There are a lot of powerful people in this world. You can't stop them if they come after your things. Therefore, we have to keep this a secret for now. All right. Mother did tell me that there are many people stronger than her in this world as well. I'm not even as strong as my mother. Huana nodded. It's better that you don't open the circular contraption that hides your divine crystal. Even if some people might not be powerful enough to take them away from you, they could still spread word about it. Who knows if someone stronger would come looking for it? At that time, you can only watch as your divine crystal gets snatched away, Duanling Tian said. All right. Huaner nodded obediently. She understood the severity of the matter. In the meantime, Duanling Tian collected the spatial rings of the 4 men from the Qi clan. His eyes lit up when he saw the contents in the ring. The old ancestor's ring has hundreds of thousands of supreme celestial stones. There are hardly any low-grade stones. The clan leader also has tens of thousands of supreme celestial stones. As for Qi Yu and the elder spatial rings, Duanling Tian was not bothered with them. Duanling Tian turned to look at Huana and said, Huaner, let's meet the people from the Liu clan. We can earn celestial stones from them before leaving Qi Liu City. Along with Huana, Duanling Tian flew out from the Qi clan's main hall. His eyes narrowed as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Are we snatching their celestial stones? Huana's eyes brightened, her eagerness was apparent. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded before he said, however, how many celestial stones I can get out of them will have to depend on your performance. If you scare them enough, we can ask for any number of celestial stones. Duanling Tian and Huaner finally met with the people from the Liu clan in the sky above the Qi clan's estate. Although the voice of the clan leader of the Liu clan had resounded throughout the entire Qi clan's estate, no one else came out since they knew this matter could only be solved by their clan leader or old ancestor. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar figures, the people from the Liu clan could not help but frown. Who are you? They had expected the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor to come out to greet them. They did not expect to see a young man and a young woman instead. A veiled woman? Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, narrowed his eyes as he recalled something. His eyes shone with killing intent as he looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner. You're the ones who killed my son. Upon hearing this, the others from the Liu clan looked at Duanling Tian and Huana warily. After all, since the duo was bold enough to meet them, it either meant they were not afraid or they had a death wish. Based on the duo's stance, it did not seem like they had a death wish. Are you the ones who killed my grandson, Liu Wenbin? One of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan, Liu Wenbin's grandfather, looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner as though he was going to kill them at any given moment. Duanling Tian remained unaffected when faced with the fierce glares of the people from the Liu clan. He only said softly, Huana, show them what you're capable of. The members of the Liu clan instinctively turned to look at Huaner, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Huaner's eyes turned icy cold in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! In the next moment, Huaner casually waved her hands, and a bone-biting cold appeared in the air and shrouded the people from the Liu clan before they could even react. Her control was precise, and she had only frozen them from the waist down. Following that, the cold intensified even more as a stage made purely of ice appeared in the sky, accompanied by rumbling noises. Thud! 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 The people from the Liu clan fell on the ice stage immediately. Since they had been frozen and unable to mobilize their celestial origin energies, they naturally lost their abilities to fly. Fortunately, the height was not too high and they did not fall too hard. Otherwise, they would have been paralyzed from the fall. It took a while for the people from the Liu clan to regain their senses after they fell on the ice stage. The two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials and the clan leader of the Liu clan were the first to regain their senses. They had a panicked and fearful expression on their faces as they looked at Huaner.
An overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
This woman is actually an overarching heaven supreme celestial. The two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials were thoroughly shocked by this. Since they could not respond in time to her attack, they had no doubt she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, even a peak great overarching golden celestials would not have been able to take them by surprise like that. How could they not be fearful when an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could annihilate the entire Liu clan in just a blink of an eye? We're here for the Qi clan, Lord overarching heavenly supreme celestial. We hope you'll forgive you if we've offended you earlier. Please forgive us.
The two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan hastily begged for forgiveness as they kowtowed to Huaner with trembling bodies.
Liu Wenbin's grandfather, the former clan leader of the Liu clan and one of the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials in the clan, who was clamoring to seek revenge for his grandson, had changed his tune completely. Although he wanted to seek revenge for his grandson, it would have to depend on the situation as well. Based on the current situation, regardless of how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to give up on the idea of revenge. Moreover, he knew that even if he sacrificed his life, he still would not be able to seek revenge. After living for so long, he could naturally see the bigger picture. Overarching heaven supreme celestial? This woman is an overarching heaven supreme celestial? Liu Quan and the elders of the Liu clan were greatly shocked by their heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial's words. It made sense why they were kowtowing to the woman.
I offer my respect to Lord overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I offer my respect to Lord overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Following Liu Quan's lead, the elders kneeled and kowtowed to Huaner. Not a trace of their domineering attitude from before could be seen at this moment. Their bodies were trembling violently as well. How could they not be afraid of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? If she wanted to, she could kill all of them with just a wave of her hands.
Duan Lingtian, how did I fare? Huana asked eagerly as she looked at Duan Lingtian when the people from the Liu clan kneeled before her. It was as though she was expecting Duan Lingtian to compliment her.
Very good. You did well, Huaner. Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Huaner's head. He then continued, Huaner, seal their powers completely.
Okay. Huana nodded obediently as she lifted her hands. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew toward the ice stage in the air. The Liu clan's members were no longer frozen from the waist down, but their bodies were radiating a bone-chilling cold.
The two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan continued to kneel as they looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Although Duan Lingtian might be weaker than them, based on how happily Huaner took orders from him, they knew they could not offend him as well. The clan leader and the elders of the Liu clan remained kneeling as well. The clan leader is right. Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Quan as he said in a deceptively gentle voice, I'm the one who killed Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan. If you wish to avenge him, this is your chance.
No. I don't dare. I don't dare. Liu Quan hastily lowered his head and shook it vehemently when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was it not akin to committing suicide if he tried to avenge his son?
What a joke.
Even if Duan Lingtian was weaker than him, apart from the blind, everyone could see the woman who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial gladly took the orders from Duan Lingtian. The woman would probably kill him before he could even touch Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian asked, Does this mean you have no intention of seeking revenge, clan leader Liu?
Yes. I don't intend to seek revenge. My unfilial son had offended you. I have no one to blame for not properly educating him. Liu Quan hastily replied. How about you? Based on your words earlier, you plan on avenging your grandson. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan. It's my unfilial grandson's fault for offending you, my lord. He only had himself to blame for this. The former clan leader knew what he had to say to survive, even if he was resentful that he could avenge his grandson. Very well. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Strictly speaking, The Liu clan needs to thank me. The people from the Liu clan almost passed out from anger when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Not only did they have to prostrate themselves before him, but they still had to thank him for killing their great young master. Naturally, they did not dare to show their dissatisfaction. Just a few moments ago, I personally killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. I suppose this is good news to the Liu clan, right? Duanling Tian said. All the members of the Liu clan straightened their bodies when they heard Duanling Tian's words.
My lord, you're joking, right? Liu Quan asked as his breathing quickened. Not only was his anger gone, but the resentment of not being able to avenge his son had disappeared as well.
Is there a need for me to lie to you? Duanling Tian looked at Liu Quan and said, Since I've killed them, the Liu clan will be the most powerful clan in Qiliu City from now on. There's no doubt that I've done all of you a favor. Their auras are no longer detectable. When the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan extended their divine consciousness, they discovered the absence and were able to confirm the absence of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. Moreover, usually there would be at least 1 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial in the Qi clan's estate.
Upon receiving the confirmation from the Liu clan's 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, bowed at Duanling Tian. A hint of delight and excitement could be seen on his face as he said, The Liu clan thanks the benefactor for his kindness. He acted as though Duanling Tian was a benefactor who had given him a new lease on life instead of an enemy who had killed his son. Thank you, benefactor. The people from the Liu clan expressed their gratitude to Duanling Tian as well. Similar to Liu Quan, they could not conceal their delight and excitement as well. The 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan had died. This matter was greatly significant. This meant the Qi clan was no longer an obstruction to them. With their 2 strongest powerhouses gone, the Qi clan was no match at all for the Liu clan. Duanling Tian glanced at Liu Quan indifferently as he brought up the old matter again. However, it's a fact that I've killed your son. Benefactor, you've given us the entire Qiliu city. Not to mention 1 son, but if you desire, I would have a few more sons so you could kill them if you wish. Liu Quan said, somewhat losing himself in his excitement.
He had said these words not because he feared Duanling Tian and Huaner. He was truly grateful. If he knew the Liu clan could rule Qiliu City without the Qi clan with just the death of his son, he would have killed his son with his own hands. After all, it was not difficult to see which one was more beneficial to him and the clan. He could have more sons if he lost one, but to annihilate the Qi clan and to be the only clan to rule Qiliu City was a hard-to-come-by chance.
Upon hearing Liu Quan's words, Duanling Tian was rendered momentarily speechless. In the end, he no longer harped on the topic. It seemed unnecessary. After all, in Liu Quan's eyes, the interest of the clan clearly surpassed everything. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and said, Since I helped your clan to get rid of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, making your clan the sole clan to rule over Qiliu City, shouldn't your clan repay me? Of course, of course. Liu Quan did not hesitate to agree as he glanced at his father. Then, Liu Quan and his father simultaneously turned to look at the old ancestor of the Liu clan meaningfully. The old ancestor of the Liu clan looked at Duanling Tian and said earnestly, Benefactor, what do you want? As long as it's within the Liu clan's capability, we'll give you anything you want.
Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush and said, First, I want the Liu clan to find me the biggest and most detailed map. Although he might already have such a map in one of the spatial rings of the members of the Qi clan whom he had killed, he could not be bothered to search for it.
This is a trivial matter. The old ancestor sighed in relief upon hearing Duanling Tian's request. He had expected Duanling Tian to request for something exceptionally difficult to fulfill. Benefactor, what other things do you need apart from that? Duanling Tian nodded as he looked at the people from the Liu clan. He narrowed his eyes as he said, My companion and I will be leaving in 3 days. Before I leave, you must hand over 1 million supreme celestial stones. 1 million supreme celestial stones. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the expressions of the members of the Liu clan changed drastically one after another.
Benefactor, the old ancestor said bitterly, Our Liu family can only come up with 300,000 to 400,000 supreme celestial stones. If you give us a little more time, perhaps we can come up with 500,000 to 600,000 supreme celestial stones. 3 days are too short of a notice. Since the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan have died, I'm sure you'll annihilate the Qi clan and seize their assets. After doing that, don't tell me the Liu clan still wouldn't be able to fork out 1 million supreme celestial stones? Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Benefactor, there's something you're unaware of. The old ancestor of the Liu clan took a deep breath to muster up his courage and said, for clans like the Liu and Qi clans, at least half of the clan's available wealth is all in the hands of the clan's respective heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. I assume the spatial rings of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan are in your possession, right? If so, this means at least half of the Qi clan's wealth is in your hands, benefactor. Upon hearing the words of the old ancestor from the Liu clan, Duanling Tian waved his hand rather impatiently and said, 800,000 supreme celestial stones. After 3 days, I expect to be given 800,000 supreme celestial stones. Otherwise, the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials in the Liu clan can follow in the footsteps of the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Qi clan. Duanling Tian did not wait for the Liu clan's reply when he finished speaking. The impatient expression on his face disappeared as he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, Huaner, let's go. Okay. Huaner replied in a cute manner before she followed Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian and Huaner's figures gradually disappeared before the eyes of the members of the Liu clan. No one dared to utter a word as they watched the duo leave. After all, they knew the purple-clad young man had already made a big concession by asking for 800,000 supreme celestial stones instead of 1 million supreme celestial stones. When the duo's figures finally disappeared, the former clan leader of the Liu clan muttered, Who the hell are they? Who knows? Liu said in reply to his father's question as he shook his head. They're probably outsiders. It's probable that it's their first time in Qi Liu City. The old ancestor from the Liu clan scoffed and said, From this moment on, it's no longer Qi Liu City, it's Liu City. Liu City. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the members of the Liu clan began to brighten. Despite his excitement, Liu Quan asked worriedly, Old ancestor, would we be able to come up with 800,000 supreme celestial stones in 3 days? His words were akin to a cold bucket of water being poured on the members of the Liu clan. It doesn't matter if we can come up with it or not, we must come up with it. Didn't you see his attitude earlier? The old ancestor from the Liu clan said in a lowered voice. Then he turned to look at the former clan leader of the Liu clan and ordered, Liu Jiao, after we annihilate the Qi clan, make a trip to the neighboring cities and borrow as many supreme celestial stones as you can from the clans and sects that have a good relationship with our clan. Yes, old ancestor. The former clan leader of the Liu clan respectfully accepted the task that was given to him. Although he was also a heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial, the old ancestor's strength was far superior to his strength. Moreover, the old ancestor's seniority was much higher than his. For this reason, he did not dare to act arrogantly before the old ancestor. Subsequently, the members of the Liu clan pounced on the Qi clan like starving wolves. The Qi clan that had lost its 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials was like a sheep, unable to stand the attack from the Liu clan. It did not take long for the Liu clan to kill all the great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan. Naturally, the Liu clan did not suffer a single casualty. In just a day, the Qi clan, who used to be the Liu clan's rival, was annihilated. When news of this spread out, it shook Qi Liu City to its core. The next day, the Liu clan did not waste any time and announced that Qi Liu City would be called Liu City. Naturally, no one dared to object to it. In a private room of a restaurant, Duanling Tian listened to the conversations that drifted in from the main hall of the restaurant. He muttered to himself, They sure acted quickly. Let's hope they're able to produce the 800,000 supreme celestial stones on time. Meanwhile, Huaner, who had taken off her veil, sat across Duanling Tian, devouring the dishes on the table without caring about her image. Even then, she still looked beautiful and flawless from all angles.
Even Duan Ling Tian, whose heart was usually as still as a lake, could not help but glance at Juana every once in a while. After about half an hour, Juana wiped the oil stains from her mouth, looking rather satisfied. She said with a smile, "Big brother Ling Tian, I've eaten my fill. The food in the outside world is really delicious. In the future, you'll have to bring me to eat delicious food every day, okay?" Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. No problem as long as Huanu is happy. He did not seem bothered by the change in the way Huanu addressed him. After leaving the Qi clan yesterday, both of them had roamed the streets of Qiliu City, and he had bought several things for her. While they were strolling around, they encountered a few couples who addressed each other intimately. After listening to the way the couples addressed each other, Huaner unexpectedly changed the way she addressed Duan Ling Tian. She no longer called him Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she began to call him Big Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not put much thought into this. After all, he knew Huana was innocent and was not wise to the ways of the world. She was like a blank sheet of paper. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, "Now that we've eaten, shall we go for a stroll again?" "Yes. There are many things I like that I didn't get to buy yesterday." Huaner nodded like a chick pecking on grains on the ground. The duo leisurely strolled around Qiliu City, or Liu City as it was now called, for the remaining 2 days. 2 days later, the duo appeared in the Liu clan's estate. "Greetings, benefactor." "Greetings, benefactor." All the high-ranking members of the Liu clan stood at the entrance and respectfully greeted the duo in unison upon the duo's arrival. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan and bluntly asked, "Did you prepare the things I asked for?" He did not bother asking the others. It was easy to tell the old ancestor of the Liu clan had the highest authority in the clan. "Yes, benefactor." The old ancestor of the Liu clan replied respectfully as a spatial ring appeared in his hand. After taking the spatial ring from the old ancestor of the Liu clan, Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded before establishing his ownership on the ring. There were exactly 800,000 supreme celestial stones and a memory celestial talisman. The maps in the memory celestial talisman map? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. With just a thought, he activated the memory celestial talisman by sending his celestial origin energy into the talisman. Information flooded his mind, and a map appeared in his mind. This map covered the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the surrounding celestial kingdoms, and even some remote kingdoms. My current location is here at Qiliu City. Qiliu City, the capital of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, only spans 200,000 miles. The king city of King Qin's mansion is more than 1 million miles away from Qiliu City. This place here is the 9 Spectres County and Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian looked at the map in his mind. With the memory celestial talisman in his hand, the map was imprinted in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This made it easy for him to pinpoint his location and to look up other places as well. If I'm not mistaken, this memory celestial talisman that contains a map is quite costly. How considerate of them. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he put the memory celestial away, and he focused his attention on the old ancestor of the Liu clan. In Devata realms, there were normal maps and also maps in memory celestial talismans. The latter was exceptionally expensive since only a few would be willing to devote so much energy and time to draw a map on a memory celestial talisman. If one had so much time and energy, why not devote it to cultivation instead? Expending it on drawing maps offered fewer benefits in comparison. Naturally, that was not to say that there was no one up to the task. Otherwise, the memory celestial talisman with a map in Duan Ling Tian's possession would not have existed. Usually, only those with limited talent and stuck at a bottleneck with no other prospects would draw maps on memory celestial talismans to make easy money. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old ancestor from the Liu clan sighed in relief. As long as the benefactor is satisfied. 3 days ago, when Duan Ling Tian killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, the old ancestor from the Liu clan had been fearful of Duan Ling Tian. He was even more fearful of Huana, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. For these reasons, he did not dare to act recklessly before Duan Ling Tian. He could only show Duan Ling Tian respect. "Huaner, we've obtained the things we requested for. Let's leave the city."
Duanling Tian said as he put the spatial ring away. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at Huaner, who had worn her veil again. Leave this city? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Huaner tugged at his sleeve with a pitiful expression on her face. Big brother Ling Tian, I haven't played enough. Why don't we stay a little longer and leave once I'm done playing? Upon seeing Huaner's behavior, the members of the Liu clan were terrified. Was this the same overarching heavenly supreme celestial who easily bound them and could have easily killed them with just a wave of her hand?
Why does she look like an immature girl at this moment? Huana, you don't want to leave?
Okay then. However, don't say I didn't tell you that the next place we're going is even more fun, Duanling Tian said with a smile. It's even more fun than this place? Huaner's eyes brightened immediately. She quickly waved her hand as a cold and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out from her. The members of the Liu clan braced themselves as though facing some great danger. However, to their surprise, Huaner disappeared along with Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Big brother Ling Tian. Then let's hurry to that place. These words were the only indication that the duo was present just moments earlier. The members of the Liu clan looked at each other in confusion. Was she really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? No matter how one looked at it, she seemed just like a little girl who wanted to have fun.
In the end, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, broke the silence and asked, Old Ancestor, how strong do you think the purple-clad young man is? Is he also an overarching heavenly supreme celestial?
I don't know if he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but since he's capable of killing the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, he's at least a peak great overarching golden celestial, the old ancestor of the Liu clan said.
As though he had just recalled something, his eyes narrowed as he said, most importantly, when I probed them with my divine consciousness 3 days ago, I discovered both of them are younger than 100 years old.
Younger than 100 years old. As soon as the old ancestor from the Liu clan finished speaking, silence descended on the scene. How's that possible?
Someone's who's, at least, a peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial are younger than 100 years old?
It was only natural that the members of the Liu clan felt skeptical. At this moment, Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan, and the other heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial in the clan, sighed and said, In the beginning, I was skeptical as well. However, after meeting them again today, I'm quite certain that they're younger than 100 years old. His words instantly quelled everyone's doubts. If it were only their old ancestor who had spoken, there was a possibility that he might be mistaken. However, with the confirmation of the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, there was no room left for doubts. Heavens! A peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who are younger than 100 years old. Who the hell are they? They must come from some extraordinary place. Let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. There's no peak great overarching golden celestials who's younger than 100 years old even in those high-rank celestial kingdoms. They must be from a mighty sect or clans that are stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. Perhaps they left their home to have fun in the outside world. It's also part of the Liu clan's fortune to be able to meet them. Words can't describe how these two who are younger than 100 years old managed to overturn the legacy that had been set in stones for millenniums. In the end, the Liu clan's members came to the conclusion that Duanling Tian and Huaner came from a mighty sect or clan that was stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. Let alone the Liu clan, even the strongest force in the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom, the imperial family, could not compare to the duo. They were in different leagues. However, I still don't understand why they killed the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan and helped the Liu clan, the old ancestor said. Everyone's attention focused on the old ancestor of the Liu clan as he continued to say, think about this. Both of them first killed a Liu clan's member before following the Qi clan's members back to their estate. Once the Qi clan discovered their strength, they would definitely treat them as distinguished guests. At that time, when we went knocking at the Qi clan's door to seek revenge, logically we should have died. Rationally speaking, the Qi clan would be the only clan to rule Qiliu City then. However, the problem is they had already killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials before we arrived at the Qi clan. Were the people from the Qi clan so blind that they could tell between fortune and disaster? This matter isn't as simple as it seems. The people from the Qi clan weren't stupid. He felt there was something amiss with the situation. He had interacted with the Qi clan his entire life and understood the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan very well. He had no doubt that they would never act foolishly or recklessly. Indeed, this matter is really a little too hard to understand. After listening to his words, the members of the Liu clan felt the matter was somewhat unusual as well. They would never be able to guess that the 2 pillars of the Qi clan were killed because they saw something they should not have seen. Otherwise, Qiliu City would not solely belong to the Liu clan. Outside Liu City, formerly known as Qiliu City. Come on, big brother Lingtian. Let's go to the next place. Where is it? Is it far? As soon as Huana carried Duan Lingtian out of the city, she removed her veils. Her expression was one of eagerness and urgency, as though she could not wait to sprout a pair of wings to fly off to the fun place that Duan Lingtian had spoken about. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Huaner, our next destination is called the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. To be precise, we're going to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the nearest high-rank celestial kingdom to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian had chosen it as his next destination simply because he had no other choice. There was only one high-rank celestial kingdom near the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom within 300,000 miles. As for the low-rank and middle-rank celestial kingdoms, he was naturally not interested in visiting them. After Duan Lingtian left Liu City, formerly known as Qiliu City, he made his way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Meanwhile, Nangongli, who had escaped from Duan Lingtian and Huaner with a drifting light shadow talisman, finally saw his savior after hiding in a cave for a time. Father, you. Why did you personally come? Nangongli did not expect his father, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, would come instead of sending men over. Nangong Zhang, Nangongli's father, was a middle-aged man with an average build and average looks. However, his eyes glinted with a hint of sharpness and shrewdness. At this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy. Lear, what happened? Didn't I send 2 elders out with you? Although Nangong Li had sent a communication celestial talisman to ask Nangong Zhang to send some men to escort him home because he had encountered danger, Nangong Zhang still did not know the details of what had happened. Father, the 2 elders are dead. Moreover, Nangong Ji and Nangong Yu are dead as well. The only reason I'm alive is due to the drifting light and shadow talisman you gave me. You used drifting light and shadow talisman? Nangong Zheng's eyes widened as soon as he heard his son's words. The expressions of the 2 elders he had brought along with him changed as well. The drifting light and shadow talisman was an exceptionally precious celestial talisman. At the very least, for the Nangong clan, it was exceptionally precious. There were only 2 of such talismans in the clan after they expended a lot of effort and spent a lot of money to obtain them. Due to how precious they were, one of the talismans was in the possession of Nangong Zhang, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, while the other was given to his son. Naturally, when they heard that Nangong Li had used the drifting light and shadow talisman, they felt a slight heartache. Nangong Zheng's expression was grave as he asked, So, what happened? Since the 2 elders he had sent out to protect his son were dead, and his son had to resort to using the drifting light and shadow talisman, he had no doubt his son had encountered a great danger. Nangongli did not dare to lie to his father and honestly recounted what happened. Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, a furious expression appeared on Nangong Zheng's face. It seemed as though he wanted to slap his son as he said in a voice that grew increasingly loud, What? All this trouble because of a woman? Moreover, you're the one who provoked the other party first. Nangong Li spoke up to defend himself. Father, that woman is no ordinary woman. Not only is she extremely powerful, but her appearance is far superior to all the women I've seen. Other women are nothing compared to her. Then, a floating image pearl appeared in Nangong Li's hand as he continued to say, Fortunately, I used a floating image pearl when the 2 elders acted, although it only recorded the moments before their deaths, We should be able to see the woman. After Nangongli sent his celestial origin energy into the floating image pearl, it projected the scene it had recorded. The recording showed a purple-clad young man and a white-robed young woman. As soon as the recording appeared, Nangongzheng and the two elders behind him could not help but look at the white-robed young woman. Moreover, they found it difficult to look away from her. This white-robed young woman was too beautiful. Elegantly arched eyebrows, limpid eyes like water, tall and graceful. Her face seemed to be sculpted by the gods themselves. It was perfect. Clad in a thin white robe, she emitted a cold and unapproachable aura. Her bearing made her seem as though she was a heavenly fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Regardless if it was Nangongzheng or the two elders behind him, they did not expect that after living for such a long time, their hearts that had become as still as a lake would move after seeing a woman. They were dazzled by her appearance. If I encountered her when I was young, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. When the two elders regained their senses, they sighed in unison. Nangongzheng took a deep breath. One of the elders said warily, "Who are the man and woman?" Nangongzheng fiercely said, "Regardless of who they are, we can't let this matter go since they killed members of the Nangong clan." He turned to look at his son and said, "When we return, look for the sixth prince and show him the recording of the floating image pearl. I'm sure the white-robed woman will catch his interest. He'll definitely use all his means to obtain her." A hint of slyness flashed in his eyes when he spoke. Nangongzheng intended to use the sixth prince. He was convinced that with the sixth prince's character, the sixth prince would definitely spare no effort to obtain the white-robed young woman once he saw her. Indeed, everything unfolded as Nangongzheng had predicted. When Nangongli returned to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and showed the recording of the floating image pearl to the sixth prince, the latter's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He even rose from his seat and flew up to Nangongli. The sixth prince grabbed Nangongli's collar and raised him in the air, asking anxiously, "Nangongli, this woman, who is she?" The sixth prince wore a long golden robe. He looked frail and had a slightly gloomy countenance. However, based on his speed earlier, it was obvious he was not as frail as he looked. "Nangongli, the sixth prince is talking to you." "Nangongli, what are you spacing out for?" "Answer the sixth prince." Upon seeing Nangongli, who was stunned speechless by the sixth prince's aggression, a group of young men dressed in luxurious robes who were standing next to the sixth prince began to speak up one after another, admonishing Nangongli. These young men were all disciples of the capital's mightiest sects and clans. The forces behind these young men were not any weaker than the Nangong clan. Nangongli said with a bitter smile on his face, "Sixth prince, I have no idea who she is either. I just accidentally encountered her when I was out." A young man who did not get along with Nangongli said with a sneer, "Nangongli, you didn't bring her back and hide her from the sixth prince, did you?" Nangongli saw the sixth prince's eyes flashed coldly as soon as the young man had spoken. He hastily said, "Sixth prince, if I had brought her back, I would have immediately offered her to you. In fact, when I encountered her, my first thought is to bring her back to you. Alas, not only did I fail to bring her back, but I lost 2 elders and 2 disciples from the clan, and even had to use a drifting light and shadow talisman to escape." Upon hearing Nangong-li's words, the sixth prince loosened his grip on Nangong-li's collar. "I don't think you have the guts to lie to me." Then, a drifting light and shadow talisman appeared in his hand before he casually tossed it on the floor next to Nangong-li. He said indifferently, "Take this drifting light and shadow talisman as a reward from me. If I manage to find her in the future, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Nangong-li stooped down to pick up the talisman and reverently said, "Many thanks, sixth prince." "Many thanks." On the same day, the sixth prince ordered the experts under him to track the white-robed woman and even had her portraits drawn by master painters. For this reason, it did not take long before everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom knew about the sixth prince searching for a peerless beauty. They also knew the woman was not weak. She was even stronger than the 2 elders from the Nangong clan who were yellow-rank overarching golden celestials. However, this did not put people off from searching for the woman. After all, if they managed to find her or even some clues that led to her whereabouts, they would be handsomely rewarded by the sixth prince. If Duan Ling Tian had left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom a bit later, he would have found that countless portraits of Huaner were circulating in the cloudy rock celestial kingdom. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already entered the territory of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He was in the outskirts of the kingdom's capital, and it did not take long before he arrived in the capital. Although the capital of soaring dragon celestial kingdom's buildings looked rather similar to the buildings in other cities, there was a majestic air about them that stunned Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian. This place is so big. A trace of astonishment could be seen in Huaner's limpid eyes. When she recovered from the shock, an expression of excitement appeared on her face immediately. Looking like a child, she clapped her hands gleefully as she said, "There must be many fun and interesting things in such a big city." The grandeur of the capital of the high-rank celestial kingdom, the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, exceeded Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Duan Ling Tian discovered the capital had its own rules. Apart from the imperial guards, everyone was prohibited to fly in the capital. It was seen as a challenge to the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to this rule, he and Huaner could only enter through one of the entrances of the city. At this moment, apart from the veil that concealed her face, Huaner was also wearing a hat. Due to this, only her limpid eyes and a small patch of her forehead could be seen. Duan Ling Tian had learned his lesson in Qiliu City and requested her to wear a hat as well. After all, he discovered Huaner was still like a flower that attracted all the bees even if she wore a veil to conceal her face. Ever since she had put on a hat, she no longer attracted everyone's attention like before. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian's handsome appearance ended up attracting attention from the women in the surroundings. Some men even looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously when they saw how handsome he was. There was no lack of handsome men in this world. However, handsome men with an exceptional bearing like Duan Ling Tian were extremely rare. Due to his bearing, many people instinctively thought Duan Ling Tian had an exceptional background when they saw him. When Huaner saw so many women looking at Duan Ling Tian, it made her rather unhappy for reasons unknown to her. For this reason, she said, "Brother Ling Tian, can I take the hat off? Look, there are so many people on the street, but none of them are wearing a hat." It was not her intention to attract attention. However, she felt that if she took off her hat, the women's gaze would fall on her instead of Duan Ling Tian. Although Huaner was unwise to the feelings between a man and a woman, after traveling with Duan Ling Tian all this time, she had developed a sort of dependence on Duan Ling Tian. She did not like the thought of having to share Duan Ling Tian with other women. She did not like it even when the women only looked at him. Duan Ling Tian sternly said, "Huaner, don't make a fuss. If you don't listen to me, I'm not going to accompany you to look for your mother." What a joke! He had already seen and experienced the effects of Huaner's beauty. Even with the veil, she was still attracting bees. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better that she kept the hat on. How could he allow her to take the hat off knowing it would only attract trouble? He was slightly confused as well. Up until just now, she had been fine wearing the hat. Why did she suddenly want to remove the hat? He would never expect that it was because she did not want other women to look at him. To put it bluntly, she was jealous. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huana felt aggrieved. Her eyes glistened with tears as she pouted. "You're bullying me." Being in close proximity, Duan Ling Tian, who saw her eyes glistening with tears for the first time, felt a slight headache. He helplessly tried to comfort her. "Huaner, I'm only asking you to keep the hat on to avoid unnecessary trouble. You might be able to suppress everyone in Qiliu City with your strength, but it's different here. This is the capital of a high-rank celestial kingdom. There are many people who are stronger than you here. It's better to keep a low profile. In a while, we'll look for an inn to stay in. At that time, you can remove your veil and hat, okay? Then, Brother Ling Tian, you must accompany me to buy interesting things and eat delicious food," Huaner said with glistening eyes. Fine, I'll accompany you," Duan Ling Tian replied as though he was coaxing a child. When Huana's eyes were no longer brimming with tears, Duan Ling Tian finally sighed in relief. She was just like a child, and it was honestly quite exhausting to be with her. However, what other choice did he have? Abandon her? Based on how naive she was, if he were not by her side, it would not take long for her to be captured by men stronger than her. At that point, perhaps, death would be a better option for her. Moreover, he had taken her out of the ruin, and she had helped him to get rid of the illusory realm. He felt somewhat responsible for her. Although as a man, he also had the desire to possess her, his rationality was much stronger than a base instinct such as lust. Apart from that, after interacting with her, he only saw her as a child. I hope we'll be able to find her mother soon. At that time, I'll finally be free. As Duanling Tian led Huaner down the wide streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he said, Huaner, we'll first look for a restaurant to eat delicious food. He looked for a lively restaurant with private rooms. After all, he could not let Huaner eat in the main hall. She would have to remove her veil and hat to eat. How much trouble would she cause if the people in the restaurant saw her appearance? The spacious roads of the capital bustled with an endless stream of carriages and carts. The pedestrians walked on the sides while carts and carriages took to the middle of the streets. Many exotic celestial beasts could also be seen. They were used as mounts. These celestial beasts naturally lacked intelligence. They were similar to the snow-white steeds that pulled King Qin's chariot back in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although their cultivation bases were comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestials without any intelligence, they could only accept slavery. This one, Duanling Tian finally picked a relatively lively restaurant that had private rooms in the south of the capital. He and Huaner had entered the capital using the south entrance. Despite roaming around for half a day, they were still in the southern side of the capital. One could just imagine how big the capital was. After being seated in the private room, Duanling Tian waited until all the dishes were served before he ordered the waiter to withdraw. When the door to the room was closed, he finally allowed Huaner to remove her veil and hat. Huaner did not waste any time and began to eat as though she had been starved for days, completely lacking the manners of a noble and virtuous lady. This is tasty. This one is also tasty. This is pretty good as well. She devoured the dishes like a ravenous beast. With grease staining her mouth, she said to Duanling Tian, "The dishes here are better than the ones we had previously." Of course. This is the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after all, Duanling Tian said with a smile. On their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, whenever they arrived in a city, he would bring Huaner to a restaurant to eat. Hence, he had already gotten accustomed to Huaner's way of eating. While Huaner was eating, he eavesdropped on the conversations in the main hall. When they had entered the restaurant, he had chosen the private room closest to the main hall for this purpose. It had to be said that the soundproofing of the restaurant was pretty good. If Duanling Tian did not deliberately eavesdrop, all he would hear was indistinct background noises. Initially, there was nothing interesting about the conversations in the main hall. However, when Huaner had finished half of the dishes, he finally heard something that caught his attention. In a month, all the king mansions in the territories of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be bringing their most outstanding young powerhouses to the Imperial Palace. I wonder which king mansion will produce the most outstanding young talent. I heard there's a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old in King Hongwei's mansion. Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than the age of 100 are rare in our kingdom. A Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's not even 100 years of age? How outstanding! Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian's eyebrows slightly rose. It's young powerhouses less than 100 years of age again? Moreover, all the king mansions in the territories of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdoms have to gather these young powerhouses as well and bring them to the Imperial Palace in a month? Don't tell me the martial competition of the 16 counties by King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has something to do with this? With such generous rewards, I initially thought there must be a catch behind the competition. However, it seems like it was an order passed down by the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Why are the imperial families of both kingdoms frantically gathering young powerhouses who are less than 100 years old? He was confused by all these thoughts that were running through his mind. Although he had stayed in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom for a long time after he ascended, he did not hear about the imperial family passing down such an order. Usually, those from small cities who wished to make a name for themselves would have to rely on their efforts to rise to prominence. However, if a young powerhouse with great innate talent appeared, It was only natural that the strong factions from big kingdoms, or the imperial family, would vie for these young geniuses to join them. In any case, such geniuses would only appear once in a blue moon. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom. There was an order for those in its territories to look for young talent who were younger than 100 years old. It might seem like the kingdom was just looking for talent, but to Duan Tian, something seemed fishy. If the kingdom only wanted to scout for talents, they would not have an age restriction. After all, there were many highly talented people who were just slightly above 100 years of age. Most importantly, he did not think it was a coincidence that King Qin's mansion from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was also looking for powerhouses younger than 100 years old. He thought to himself, is it possible that the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was only a selection for a bigger competition? As Duan Tian continued listening to the conversation, he discovered that a competition would be held in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in 1 month. All the territories under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would bring 10 of their strongest young powerhouses to compete in the Imperial Palace to determine the 50 strongest young powerhouses in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A conversation caught Duan Tian's attention, and he listened attentively to the conversation. It's not only the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that will select 50 of its strongest young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old, but intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms also have to select 30 of its strongest young powerhouses. Apart from that, even low-rank celestial kingdoms have to select 20 young powerhouses to participate in a competition. How did you find out about this? Why are all the kingdoms holding a competition? Intermediate and low-rank celestial kingdoms have to send their young powerhouses to participate in a competition as well? I thought it's just our kingdom. Why are they allowed to send a lower number of young powerhouses? Didn't you hear? There will be a martial competition held in a year. It's organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The participants are the young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old from the celestial kingdoms surrounding the wasteland. It's said that outstanding participants will be given a chance to join one of the 3 major celestial sects. The man who had spoken first said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Duan Tian discovered his speculation was not wrong. Wasteland? The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland? A map appeared in his mind at this moment. This was the map he had obtained from the Liu clan in Qilu City. Since the map was in a memory celestial talisman, it was imprinted in his mind. The map covers a vast area. On the southern side of the map are many barren mountains. The wasteland is located to the north of the barren mountains. There are 373 celestial kingdoms around the wasteland. There are 39 high-rank celestial kingdoms, 125 intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms, and 209 low-rank celestial kingdoms. The wasteland is vast, and it doesn't belong to any celestial kingdom despite being surrounded by many kingdoms. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect that are marked on the map must be the 3 major celestial sects those people mentioned. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. They organized a martial competition that would be held in a year in the wasteland. Invitations had been issued to all 373 celestial kingdoms, so the kingdoms would have to bring their strongest young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old to participate in the competition. Failing to show up would probably not bode well for the kingdoms. After all, it would be a slight against the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, and it could result in their kingdoms being annihilated. Many kingdoms were annihilated in the history of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It was only natural since the 3 celestial sects were far mightier than high-rank celestial kingdoms. In the Devata realms, a celestial sect was far superior to ordinary sections. Sects that were weaker than the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom were not qualified to be given the status of a celestial sect. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are far superior to any powerful sects in high-rank celestial kingdoms. I wonder if the 3 celestial sects are more powerful than the compassionate celestial traveler sect. A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Tian's mind at this moment. The reason he had to leave King Qin's mansion in such a hurry was due to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordering her subordinate to kill him. A plan slowly formed in his mind as he thought to himself, I should be able to find more information about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the three major celestial sects of the wasteland in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Meanwhile, the people in the main hall of the restaurant were still heatedly discussing the martial competition that would be held in the wasteland. However, Duanling Tian was no longer interested in the discussion. He shifted his attention to Huaner and said, Huaner, slow down. We can order more if it's not enough. Huaner was devouring the food as though she was a ravenous beast. The empty plates, when stacked up, were almost the height of an 8-year-old child. The dishes on the table were disappearing at an alarming rate.
Huana said incoherently with her mouth full. She continued enjoying her food and ignored Duanling Tian.
It seems like you really love good food. Duanling Tian shook his head as he chuckled. It did not take long before all the dishes on the table were eaten. Duanling Tian ordered the waiter to serve another 2 dishes. It did not take long before the 2 dishes disappeared as well.
After Huana finished eating, she wiped the grease off her mouth and rubbed her belly without a care for her image. All right, I'm 60% full. That's enough for now. We'll continue at night. 60% full? The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. If he did not know Huana was a celestial beast, he would have thought she was a monster with an endless appetite. They put on their veils and hats before paying for the bill. When they left the restaurant, Duanling Tian noticed the waiter looking at them as though they were monsters. He was overcome with the urge to explain to the waiter that Huana was the one who had devoured all the food.
In fact, he did not eat much at all. As they were walking around, looking for an inn to settle in for the night, a loud howling noise rang from the other end of the street. A mighty and strange celestial beast with 9 heads could be seen pulling a roofless carriage at a high speed. Its speed was comparable to King Qin's carriage that Duanling Tian had seen back in King Qin's mansion.
This 9-headed celestial beast has a cultivation base comparable to a violet sun golden celestial, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He saw an orange-clad lady in the carriage. Although she was a beauty, she paled in comparison to Huaner.
It was not difficult to tell that the woman came from a wealthy family. In fact, based on her aura, it seemed like she was a typical spoiled rich man's daughter.
When the lady looked at and met Duanling Tian's eyes, her eyes lit up immediately. She looked like a hungry wolf that had met its prey. However, since the 9-headed celestial beast was moving at high speed, the carriage shot past Duanling Tian and Huaner in just a blink of an eye.
Duanling Tian, who noticed the lady's gaze, frowned when he heard the howling noise from the 9-headed celestial beast again. Boom! 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 Clouds of dust rose in the air as pedestrians frantically scrambled to avoid the roofless carriage. There were a couple of instances where the 9-headed celestial beast almost trampled on people with a slower reaction time. When the dust finally settled, the roofless carriage drawn by the 9-headed celestial beast had already come to a halt in front of Duanling Tian and Huaner, blocking their path. The orange-clad young lady in the roofless carriage blatantly sized Duanling Tian up with her fiery eyes. She completely lacked the demure demeanor a young lady should have. An old lady in long gray robes stood behind the orange-clad young lady. She was expressionless but exuded an enigmatic air. Finally, the young lady slowly asked, "What's your name?" Although her voice was melodious, it sounded particularly harsh in Duanling Tian's ears. Her eyes that were in the shape of a crescent moon flashed with a hint of wickedness as she looked at him. Based on her disregard for the pedestrians who were scrambling out of the way of her carriage earlier, Duanling Tian was even more certain she was a spoiled, arrogant, and cruel young lady from a wealthy family. It seemed like the lives of people were like weed in her eyes. He did not deign to respond to her question. He only glanced at her before he held Huaner's hand, preparing to bypass the carriage and walk away. Crack!
A crisp crack from a whip rang in the air. It sounded ear-piercing.
A long red whip could be seen in the arrogant young lady's hand. She had flicked the whip in front of Duanling Tian, clearly trying to stop him from leaving.
Duanling Tian's expression darkened as he came to a halt. He was obviously displeased.
Concealed under the hat and the veil, it felt as though a layer of frost had formed over Huaner's face. Duanling Tian looked at the young lady pointedly and asked, "What are you doing?" The young lady's eyes remained trained on Duanling Tian as she said indifferently, "What am I doing? Didn't you hear? I asked for your name."
Duanling Tian frowned. "Do I know you?" The arrogant young lady said unabashedly, "Now you do. My name is Zhou Shudong. From today onward, you'll be my boy toy. Consider this a blessing."
"Boy toy?"
Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard her words. Naturally, he knew what a boy toy was. Normally, mature ladies were the ones who liked to collect boy toys, right? Why would this young lady have such a hobby? Right? Everlasting youth. Even cultivators from the mundane realms can achieve everlasting youth, let alone those from the Devata realms. This Zhou Shudong might look young, but it's possible she's an old lady who has lived for 10,000 years, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
"Boy toy? Brother Ling Tian, what's a boy toy?" Huaner asked curiously. Duanling Tian was at a loss for words. He did not know he should explain this to Huaner. At this moment, Duanling Tian heard the hushed conversation in his surroundings. As expected, the fourth miss from the Zhou clan wants to bring that young man home to be her boy toy. The fourth miss from the Zhou clan is very liberal and likes to gather boy toys. But her standards are high. She won't simply select those with average looks.
Well, this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary appearance and bearing. It's to be expected that she wants him to be part of her harem.
However, based on the young man's extraordinary bearing, it's obvious he's not from an ordinary background. Isn't she afraid of offending someone from a powerful background? You're overthinking. Not only is the Zhou clan a top-tier clan in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, but they're related to the imperial family as well. The only young men in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that the fourth miss of Zhou clan can't afford to offend are her imperial cousins.
Well, it still doesn't change the fact that he might have an extraordinary background in another kingdom.
Then, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent.
The hushed conversation in the surroundings shed light on the young lady's background. Duanling Tian thought to himself, with such a background, no wonder she's so arrogant. I'm flattered that Miss Zhou has taken a liking to me. Duanling Tian looked at Zhou Shudong and said in a light tone, "Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to receive such a blessing. In any case, thank you. I'll take my leave now." He held Huano's hand and prepared to leave again.
After learning about Zhou Shudong's background, he did not think it was necessary to offend her unless it was absolutely necessary. "Stop right there," Zhou Shudong said domineeringly as she leaped off the carriage and blocked Duanling Tian and Huaner's path again. Her gaze turned cold when she saw Duanling Tian holding Huaner's hand. If her gaze was a blade, it would have already severed Huaner's hand. "Miss Zhou, nothing can be gained if one has to force it." Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when Zhou Shudong stopped them again. "There's nothing that I, Zhou Shudong, cannot have. Today you'll have to choose. Either you leave with me or you die along with this woman," Zhou Shudong said coldly. It was clear she planned to kill Huaner. She was a jealous and possessive woman who could not bear to see the man she liked holding another woman's hand. It was in line with her personality to want to kill Huaner. "You want to kill me?" Huaner asked coldly. "Huaner." Duanling Tian could feel the coldness seeping out from Huaner's hand, and he quickly pinched her hand and said in a lowered tone, "Let me handle this. If I can't handle it, then you can deal with it. Miss Zhou, please show some courtesy to my sister," Duanling Tian solemnly said as he released Huaner's hand. He could tell said Zhou Shudong was an extremely jealous and possessive woman. "She's your sister?" As expected, Zhou Shudong's expression took a turn for the better when she heard his words. "Since she's your sister, I won't kill her. However, you'll need to stay with me. Be mine. Otherwise, both of you will die." Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she continued to say, "Now make your choice. Die with your sister or be mine." "Miss Zhou, there are so many men out there. Why does it have to be me?" Normally, Duanling Tian would have already lost his patience. However, the journey to the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom was long and arduous. If it were possible, he did not want to leave just because he had offended her even if he was not afraid of her. Zhou Shudong said indifferently, "I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't decide by then, I'll take it as you rejecting my request." Duanling Tian knew there was no way to solve this peacefully when he heard Zhou Shudong's words. His expression turned cold immediately. He sidestepped Zhou Shudong and held Huaner's hand as he casually said, "Huaner, let's leave." Zhou Shudong scoffed before she lifted her long red whip and cracked them in Duanling Tian's direction. It looked like a red python as it moved in the air. When she made her move, Duanling Tian ascertained that she was also a blue sun golden celestial like him. Ridiculous. Duanling Tian's temper finally exploded. His gaze grew increasingly cold. He snorted as his celestial origin energy surged out from his hands. He lifted his hand at the speed of light and caught Zhou Shudong's whip. "Get lost!" Duanling Tian barked as he threw Zhou Shudong and her whip aside. His celestial origin energy had injured Zhou Shudong. "Fourth miss," the old lady in the carriage cried out. She only discovered her master was no match for the purple-clad young man when his celestial origin energy surged out. Her expression changed drastically when she saw him throwing Zhou Shudong to the side. Her expression was unsightly and her eyes gleamed with killing intent as she shouted, "You'll die, brat." Duanling Tian looked at the old lady and said apathetically, "Huaner, kill her."